he simply cannot hold a civil conversation. He cannot follow a logic string to its end. He cannot present a coherent argument. And so it always ends up in the same place. We and we always hope that, like, maybe after a year he's grown up a little bit. Maybe he's thought a little bit about what he's saying, but no, 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 no. He won't think about anything he says. He won't think about anything anybody else says. It's just an effort to confirm his bias through manipulating other people into believing what he believes. It's insane.
I'll just say that I think it doesn't serve us to engage with people like that are patently in bad faith because it gives legitimacy to them, and they don't deserve that, you know?
Alright, this should make you feel better if it works.
Guess he's got a theodolite and a total station he swears is tight. He says he's got the curve all figured out, but his numbers never add up without a doubt. He'll measure angles from a hill or a shore, then fudge the data just a little bit more. He calls out flat earthers for their bad math, but hides his own fudge factor on the hidden path.
And I wish that he'd just admit the game,
but he'll twist his words again just the same. Oh, I wish I had Guessy's world, where his angles all align and his pride's unfurled. Yeah, I wish I had Guessy's world, where he cries, "Pour me," when his point gets swirled. He's a double-talking rat, a coward's game. One mistake from you, he'll shout your name, but hurt his feelings, he'll disappear. Type in the side chat, voice gone with the fear. He says measurement doesn't lie, you see, but his secret adjustments set his conscience free. If you question his method, he'll start to shout, but if you prove him wrong, oh, he'll have a pout. He's a tough-talking mechanic when he's on the attack, but the second you push back, he won't talk back. Just a whimper in the main, then a flurry of text from the safety of the side where his ego's next.
and I wish he'd stand in the light for once,
But he'd rather play the victim, the cowardly done. So I wish I had Guessy's world, where his angles all align and his pride's unfurled. Yeah, I wish I had Guessy's world, where he cries, "Pour me," when his point gets swirled. He's a double-talking rat, a coward's game. One mistake from you, he'll shout your name, but hurt his feelings, he'll disappear. Type in the side chat, voice gone with the fear. And his second-hand gear, it might look legit, but garbage in, garbage out, that's the size of it. He claims the curve is hidden in the decimals, but every test he runs is a scrambled parable. And I hate that he won't just take the L. He'd rather build a story and crawl back to his shell. You were never looking for the truth, just a way to seem smarter than the rest of the goofs. But your world's a fragile little box of lies, and we all see the fear behind your narrowed eyes.
Yeah, I wish I had Gessie's world
Because then I'd finally know how it feels.
to be that wrong and never kneel.
Great song.
That song was intended to be a parody of Jesse's Girl by Rick Springfield. But once I learn how to train AI to do things like that, then it'll come out a bit better.
I mean, all the observations that has done. You see a lot of weather condition problems. So even he did that on a rainy day. I mean, even this that the clip cord this did posted. At the 4 miles, do you see this orange at the background, orange going on? It's not a good weather condition, man. uh, his bias is going to get something to to present to us, has trying to debunk us, but he's just fooling himself. The other guy before, he did present. This is a screenshot from his video. You see, above the rise, you see that orange going on. You don't see clearly, So they come with this. It's not good quality, not good weather conditions, and he was showing an infrared mirage right there, in this video. So he was claiming it was a good quality video. I mean, you even see that horizon is not a perfect straight line. So there was, the water was disturbed. But the guy was always ignoring us, what we were posting. He didn't care about it. By the way, I was remembering one day, I was watching the sky like that, white, orange, and I saw an helicopter passing over me and going far away, and suddenly I couldn't resolve, anymore. I couldn't see anymore the helicopter, and it was not just far away. It was like, let's say, 50 miles, 10 miles away, and I couldn't, see anymore. It was in the sky, but I couldn't define it. So the weather conditions, I could with that I couldn't see, clearly that helicopter going far away. Suddenly, I was watching one at night at east, the moon appearing, and it was orange. A few, let's say, 1 hour or two later, appearing like 50, 25 degrees, you know, vertically. It was not anymore yellow or orange. It was, this white light. So, but they don't account this, watching at the horizon when, with those conditions, pollution in the air, many stuff going on, dust. In the last summer, we did here at Portugal. We did have a lot of wild forest fires, and for example, at night, I was working in this watchtower, and they did receive, at the central, they did receive a emergency call. Someone was watching at the top of a mountain and was appearing like there was a fire going on at night. And guess what? It was the moon. Because I said, I'm seeing the moon. It's red right now, but from that angle that that person is in that location, maybe it could be an optical illusion. So yeah, it did happen. So there was no fire, just an optical illusion, as the moon was appearing at the top of that mountain. From that perspective of that person that did the call. So yeah, they have a lot of lack of observations. They came here because they hear some Glover talking the same things. They came here and say the refraction. They hide it behind that word. I did say, prove that refraction. You have it. It has nothing. I think at the English Hub, someone did post a print screen of a talk. So some of those guys were being paid to follow a script.
It's just crazy to me how you can come on here and argue that a tiny angle at at the horizon is 105 miles away, and you're like, well, refraction is bending things around the globe to make it appear flat over 10 miles, but 105 miles, no, there could be zero refraction affecting this observation.
Exactly. And in his, let's say, illustration, he did put a level horizontal line 105 miles away.
Well, we would love to have a globe believer come in here and present to us what they believe is strong evidence for the globe, or maybe if a globe believer came in here and asked us questions about what we think, and we would gladly answer those questions.
Yes, the ones that I prefer to talk is those guys that came here and they they ask the questions. They are listening us. But there are other globes. Like 1 hour ago, that guy was not even here to listening us. He was over talking in India. He was not paying attention what we were answering to him. He was just ignoring. He was on a denial box. So I call those guys time wasters. But sometimes in the life in the the OSC check-in, sometimes I do the check-ins, and some guys appear. I want to know more about this. Yeah, those the honest guys. They came here to listen us and what we have to say, and they are interested.
Yeah, it's just common courtesy if you're going to be discussing a topic to try to understand the topic before you make assumptions, before you fight against it with your new assumptions. So, like, it's just they're going about it all wrong. They don't actually test the premises of their beliefs. They look for anything that appears to confirm their belief, and that's just not the way to go about it.
Exactly. Interesting. Suddenly, I was remember a few guys. They they entered the Vichy check-in, and they talked to me, and they did said a few guys. I don't remember how much, but like say five. And they were honest with me. They did said, I did come here first, trolling in the lobby, and I was banned. But then I did start to thinking what you guys said, and it was making sense. So this time I came here, with the new account, but I'm interesting. So those two types of glovers, it happens to. It's very interesting. First they came here to troll, and after a time, they start to thinking by themselves and what we did said, the information, and they realize it makes sense. So very
Yeah, I
interesting.
mean, I didn't want it to be a ball or want it to be flat at all. Now I'm like, I don't want it to be a ball because I know it's flat and you develop a bias over time. But in the beginning, I didn't want it to be flat. I want it to be a ball because that's what we were all raised in. But it if you actually care about truth and care about like things being coherent, then once faced with the evidence needs to be addressed. Otherwise, the evidence stands as just proof. So I didn't want to be a flat earther. I wanted the Earth to be a globe, and I just wanted to have some substance to my belief, and that's why I tested it. I didn't just affirm it. I didn't just go out and say, well, the there's less pressure on the top of the mountain, therefore I'm in outer space. That's an inference. That's you're jumping to conclusions. You never establish that. You just establish that there's a dynamic system. We have a pressure differential. But how far it goes, all of the composition of all that, you don't know. You have a belief. Everybody has a belief if they think they know what's up there, how things work beyond what can be tested empirically. We have ranges above us where we basically the average person cannot test physically, so you would need to be the super rich, and when the super rich have control over your results, how can you trust them? So I would rather go by what's empirically testable, verifiable, within the reach of humanity as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember me, at school, etc., and watching these documentaries on television. I even did saw that time of National Geographic going with Stephen Hawking to a lake, and no one knows the name of that lake. I did search it. There was a lady. I don't know if it was here or in politics. She was asking, "Do you guys know about that that name of that lake?" They went there to test some lasers. Um, yeah, they don't mention that location. Maybe to avoid it. But I was like, I was a Glober, and I did watch that for the first time. But I was that, I was just with questions, but anyway, but I did, sometimes I did hear about flat Earth or flat Earth, So and I was like, why they are thinking that, So it was like, I was a Glober, but it was like it seems dumb, but yeah, you never think that about it, The teacher didn't prove to you, no one did prove to you, just you just take it for granted, just believe it. No one did prove to you. But I remember my first year or second at school, um, or primary school. So the Portuguese teacher, she was talking about it, the flat earthers, the Portuguese flat earthers navigators, and she did say that it was a long time ago. I'm talking about the 80s, So, but she was, she said this information. They were flat earthers, and they were thinking that it was flat, and she did mention they did found the end of the earth. But anyway, I just remember those two things. But later I did met this guy. I did said before. He was a physics guy, um, even a professor, but anyway, retired. And he did say, I have a friend at NASA, but was passing some information. But he did said not just to me. He did a workshop, and he did said to me and a few people there. There's people question about the shape of the Earth. There's people question about the moon landings being fake. And it even said the third thing. It was, they did found a barrier, and they did stop it because I was like, what hell is that? A barrier? And it makes sense, gas pressure with the container. So, but I was a Glover, and I did not at that time. I didn't. I was what's going on, but I didn't, connect all the dots, and I did forget it. But he knew it, and he did say, say a few guys from America, agents, did come to after him because he did wrote a book, and it was controversial. It was about a machine that he did build. So they did, they tried to buy all those books, and they threatened him to not talk about it. So he did have his piece of censorship from those guys. Anyway, he did travel from travel out of America to get to this country to talk to that guy and threaten him. I mean, he was just a guy that did invent the machine. But anyway, I will not talk too much details. But yeah, it happens. That censorship.
Yeah, there's always going to be, based on your experience and based on your knowledge base, some things that stick out to you when you go through the globe model, because it is incoherent, it is contradictory. But because we were raised in this tradition with this belief, you kind of make excuses for it, and most of those excuses have been codified, and you got like dark matter and dark energy and all this garbage just to hold it together.
Yeah, you never think about it because they say just gravity and that's it. They don't prove it. Just raising an object doesn't explain the cause. But density and buoyancy makes more sense than, and even gas pressure, because I did saw a long time ago a video. It was talking about the globe, but they even talk about gas pressure. Near to the surface of water is 14.7 psi. And they were talking about even gas pressure, where things go down. But anyway. I did wake up like in the year 2016. I think it was in that year. So I was traveling by train, the coastline between Lisbon and Porto, and sometimes you can see like 1 minute you are watching the ocean far away, and it's different from watching from the television. But I was watching suddenly at that window, and I saw that perfect good weather conditions. Sky was blue and etc. And the perfect horizon, straight line. And suddenly I was, wait a second, I'm traveling this train and they make this level railways, and I'm watching the horizon far away, and I don't see curve. Like 1 minute. Wait a second. Then I said, yeah, it was the trigger that make me wake up. So suddenly I remember, so those Portuguese navigators, they were right when they were talking about flat Earth, and it was normal at that time. But just that, no curve and water. It depends.
I totally
I
get you.
remember a lot of things. Water makes six its own level. So yeah, I remember using water level on construction. My
Yeah.
friend were using that for the first time. I was like, what the hell is this? Dressing up who's and water.
I totally get you, and I can kind of understand the Globers because I used to like go on airplanes or go on a mountain, and I would see the horizon, and in my mind, I would expand away from this imagined globe, and I would merge the flat horizon into this imaginably big ball in my mind. And so they live on that imaginary ball in their mind. And so when they look at the horizon, they're imagining this ball, but that's not what they're seeing. Like, that's not how the ground measures. And it's kind of a fundamental disconnect between reality and what's in their brains. And so when you create this kind of disconnect in people, it's much easier to control them through more of this disconnect, and uh, things that go against their tradition or their beliefs then become uh, things they don't want to interact with. And so you can encode into that all sorts of information you don't want those people to know, because they will resist it inherently. And so uh, by slowly but surely getting people to believe garbage, you can dumb them down over time and make them dependent.
There's a lot of things. I never did this question. Why would they lie? It's. I think it's the bottom when you can talk to a Glover 1 hour and they at the end. Oh, what does it matter if there is a ball or flat? Or why would they lie? I mean, I never leave that question. It's dumb questions.
Yeah, the demoralization is complete. They're just willing to accept whatever the state feeds them.
Yeah, like Matthew loves, he will never accept the system is lying to him.
Yeah, he will never accept anything other than that. And when the system comes out and tells him, well, this was wrong, he'll just accept that and whatever they tell him in its place. He is a drone.
I mean, we did spend with that guy like 4 hours straight in a row, talking to him, and he was doing a loop. At at the end, he was returning to the first thing he did talk. I mean, it's all denying. Then I of course at that time I did search about it, but I already knew about the bus flats. So, but I didn't know the other things that how it works. But then I went to Facebook, joining a lot of Facebook groups, Flat Earth, and I did saw Eric Debay, and I said I did join friendship. I think to Eluseptic, and through that I did found the link to here to this Discord.
Yeah, I truly think the best thing Eric Dubay did in his documentary, or the 200 proofs, whatever, is asking you to not believe him, just to prove it for yourself. Because I didn't believe any of it. I just tried to prove it for myself, so that I would know in my heart that I was actually on this ball that I believed I was on. And the more I looked, the worse it looked. I'm almost embarrassed to have believed in the globe based on its flimsy evidence. But then at the same time, they didn't really teach us in schools uh, how to think. They taught you what to think. And so they didn't teach you how to logically work through any of this. And so all of the things that you were fed, you weren't shown the experiments and how to discover these things. You were shown uh, what these men say they have done and what they believe about it. And so you're programmed with this belief, not with the understanding and the know-how to actually apply the thinking required to get to these conclusions.
Yeah, of course I saw that 200 proofs. It's a upgrade version of 100 proofs of the book a long time ago. But the man stuff I just was watching, but some stuff I didn't get it the first time. But then I didn't just take what he was talking about in that video. But But then I saw people from Brazil, independent people doing his own research um, at Spain, and other America and the other countries, so using the FED core. So many people, different people, not found the curvature. So yeah, that's it. No curve, no ball. What's the point talking about the sky?
Yeah,
So
I
that's
saw
it.
that, and like a classic Glober, I was like, I can probably imagine up an excuse for that. Gravity, is that causing? No, no, that doesn't actually work, okay? Light bending. Light bending is the cause. And so I studied refraction, and oh shit, it doesn't actually work. It just makes my case worse. Oh, we can actually debunk the whole globe through this? Oh, that's easy. It was so obvious that it's staggering to me that people do not see it. And just like with Jesse, we walk this through the whole thing for him, and he's just like, I hear nothing, even though we've done this for him like 20 times. Like I have personally done this like 20 times in text with him, and he's like every time just complete memory vibe, complete like I don't remember anything that happened. I am a robot that repeats the same garbage.
Exactly, and then I realize through these years, I realized the first time I came here, I saw, so there's different types of lovers. Some they just they come here just to troll and etc. And mocking with us. But the others, the anti-flat earth guys, they will they will try to debunk everything that you say and uh, with ridiculous videos and trying to debunk us. Anyway, but and some they just like that. Not Professor Dave, at the end he did that video, the 10 challenges to flat earth. I saw that. I even sent that video when I saw it to Eric Debate to the Facebook. But anyway, um, but then I realized the guy was just following a script from another person. It's from those words were not from him, but he could join in the pathetic and the stupid words that he did use in that video. But it was a hoax. The script is not from him; it was from another Glober, and the guy just used Flutter to get more viewers, to get more attention. Nothing more. He did use us, and he's still using us to get more followers.
Yeah, it's just low hanging fruit. He can use just incoherent argumentations, just fallacies after fallacies after fallacies, and the globe bias will cause them to think, oh, well, that's an intelligent argument, and become dumber for it. But they will also watch him and praise him because it's confirming their bias, but they're also poisoning their minds.
Some of them they come here to just toxic the live stream. Sometimes they come in a group. I saw that group. There was a guy. The guy was trolling flat earths. I saw. So he did come here to troll with us.
Yeah, that's the dark personality types, tetrad personality types, and like the writer for Professor Dave is one. Professor Dave might be one as well, most likely, just based on how he acts. But uh, the reason why we see a disproportionate number of them is because socially, being a flat earther is not a positive thing. So uh, in their eyes, it's something that's retarded, that's something that's lower than the low and can be openly mocked, and they think it's so dumb that they can make easily arguments against it because they think they're intelligent because they went through kindergarten.
And I remember Jerem, yeah, the guy did use us too. He was, when he started, of course, he get more followers, super chats, receiving at YouTube. And he did that on that documentary mocking about the Netflix. Anyway, but I did say, before they went, they claimed they went to Antarctica. I did said before that because I saw at Brazil, Sally, this flat earth guy that did use us, because he was getting more followers. But then the guy did change sides, and his wife is is separate from him. His wife is still a flat earth. She did an interview. The guy did buy a P900 or 1000 Nikon camera from the money from the flat earthers. So, but the YouTube channel did belong to her. So she did start the channel. So they went to court and she did won. So yeah, but she did stop talk. She was talking about other stuff. But anyway, the YouTube channel belongs to her, and the camera she was trying to sell, and another flat earth guy, very known, let's say top 5 of Brazil. He did went to talk to her, and he did buy that camera.
That's cool.
But anyway, she doesn't understand what did happen, because she was like, she never, he never said to her why he did change sides. But
Yeah.
the flat one that the first one that did happen at Brazil, they were trying to get, let's say, a theater to do the conference, and Sally, the owner of that space, just denied to them to do it because they were getting calls. The owners of the place were getting calls to to not let this happen. Maybe they did receive money, and the one that they could do it, it was a Freemason theater room. So it was a controversial, many flatterers saying about that. So, but that guy was I know that like 1 year before the guy did change sides. He did make a video, and he did said I was invited to join them. So he was invited. So who knows what did happen? Was the guy threatened, or he just accept money? So at that time, I saw that happen, and he never proved any curve, any proof of globe. So, but he did change sides anyway. And I did say,
Yeah, I get that because if I did not have my dedication to truth and honesty, and in the beginning, when you come to this and like when you're assaulted by unhinged globers who are losing their minds because you don't affirm their beliefs, just like a crazy leftist, it's easier to just go along with the globe. We all know the globe 10 times better than they do, and it's easy to make money being a pretend glober if you don't have any morals.
exactly, I did advise here a long time ago. Be careful if you watch or you see some flat changing sides, sadly, and that did happen after.
Yeah, I just think the 24-hour sun thing is in Antarctica is so disingenuous. I have been like back in 2015 when I was like I learned about it in the end of 2014, and then the start of 2015 I really started to dig into it. But throughout 2015 I created a bunch of different cosmologies in my brain to try to accommodate the data that I was finding, and that included multiple imaginations of models that had a 24-hour sun in the south and the north, because we have always had conflicting data and conflicting testimonies. And so we have always just been open to all the data, and the data is saying the earth is flat. They're ignoring the data to look at the sky and saying, we don't know the geometry and how the sky works, therefore all of the measurements of the earth are invalid. That is incoherent. It's a non sequitur. It makes no sense. What they're actually debunking is a very specific straw man, which has nothing to do with us.
Exactly. Sadly, I was remember this summer I did did a lot of observations. The sun appearing at east, and so I was leaving at the job at 4 p.m. But in the next day, I was arriving at 4 p.m. so I could see sun settings. Let's say, so. But the claim that the sun is going in direct path between east to west, it is not there happening. Sometimes I was watching the sun appearing like 10 degrees before. So let's say north is 0 degrees, so 90 it will be 90 degrees, it will be east, and sometimes it was at 80, 80 degrees, so or before, so and appearing at left and they're going to right, and so it's not doing a direct, let's say, a direct straight path. And at the evening, so I was watching same stuff going on. So it depends of the, because as it finishing the summer, you see the sun at the east, going, let's say sun setting, going more farther away to the left. So
Do you know the funny part is, like, I don't know where they were. I don't know what they saw. Like, I've seen these videos, but what are they seeing? They claim it's the sun. How can we verify that?
yeah, I did post in that room below additional information. Antarctica, I did post a guy that went to Witsit time lapse, and he did saw this these 4 conversion points in the sky, and with a right angle black lines, perfect black lines, and you don't see any more of that because the Witsit or someone did went tweeted that video. It is blurry, and so the Witsit did hide it, and they didn't explain why. So the guy is hiding. So that's suspicious. And there was a global politics, and he was talking about the 24 sun at Antarctica. Yeah, I did post that, and the guy was what? And he did check, using the camera, some time lapse or whatever, he did saw. Yeah, I don't see the same stuff there. So, and he did said it was a global, and he said, I still see those conversion points, 4 conversion points in the sky, there it's blurred, but I still see it. And the guy, he did start question about it. So he was believing in it, and the guy did start question about it because I did present some information and he did check it. So the guy did pay attention. The guy did check by himself, and he was like, so something is wrong there. So why does Witset has to change his time lapse that he did present to us? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I lost a lot of respect for him throughout that whole thing, the debacle. We had a disagreement on some of his argumentation concerning ether, just the way he was getting to that conclusion, not necessarily that the conclusion itself, because I don't have a preference of there being an ether or not. There could be.
I don't want to say it, but I did, because I talk Portuguese, but I'm in the border with Spain, so I did learn Spanish to talk and to understand it just by looking at the television when I was younger. So sometimes I have this luck. Sometimes I see some people and they're very interesting. I saw a guy. I have the video. It's his YouTube channel went down because he, it was controversial. Many things he was talking, but anyway, there was one video like more than 1 hour. I did save it. It's 1 gigabyte or more. um, but the first introduction, like first 10 minutes or 14 minutes, he's talking that he did spend. He's talking about cold energy, Tesla, and anyway, let's say between anti-gravity device, etc. But that's not the point I want to talk. The introduction, he did said I did spend 1 month on an astronaut home, and that guy was a global, but anyway, because he did receive the information, he was with cognitive dissonance going on. But the guy did said, that astronaut did said, they sign a contract, let's say a confidential contract, when they go up on a balloon or whatever, so they cannot speak about it. And that astronaut is said directed to him. He did spend 1 month. He said, from above, you don't see Earth as a ball, and there's a barrier. you know. So it makes sense what we say. You cannot have gas pressure without a container, and they found the barrier. And he did said, no rockets went up. They hit this barrier. Sometimes it goes a little bit farther, but they never cross this barrier. And the guy that did said that information from in the first person, the guy did said, I don't know, about flat earthers, but maybe there was some kind of refraction, and you don't see from above. So the guy was still a glober, but the guy did said the information that he did receive it. Isn't that
Yeah.
interesting? So
Yeah, I've seen a documentary from the 90s where it was talking about how NASA and the military were retrieving balloons mid-air using airplanes and then redeploying them, so they would stay up in the air indefinitely, and then they're using electrostatics to control the height of the balloon to raise it up into different streams of wind, like I forget what they're called.
jet streams.
Yeah, that's one of them. And by choosing these different winds at these different elevations, by lowering and making the balloon go up, they can control where it goes roughly. They
I
do
have
have
seen that information.
they do have a lot of these kinds of things that just the general public doesn't know about. And I remember in like 2016 when Flat Earth was blowing up on YouTube and it was the most searched term on the entire internet. We had a bunch of researchers everywhere, and you could search up Flat Earth and it would just pop up in your search engine, and you'd find thousands of people doing their own tests and looking into different things. And I was looking at all that stuff, and among them was a guy who found he was looking at the European Space Agency and the balloons they were sending up, because they had all that listed on their website. And I went and double checked it. I checked the site, and yes, sure, it's all there. And all the names of the balloons were the same names of the supposed satellites that were supposed to be in orbit. They even had Mir, the space station. It was all listed there as being launched on balloons. And so it was quite weird to see, and it was taken down shortly after the video was had been up. But it was up long enough that a lot of people saw it, and so that created a lot of sus. It's kind of like with Charlie Kirk, that there's a lot of sus going on, and that just makes people dig. And so when people start digging, you start finding things. We found CIA documents showing that the Russian scientists were testing the reflectivity of the firmament. You don't have a
Yeah.
firmament on a globe. It doesn't exist. So what are they testing?
in that page they talk firmament, they talk about close sun, near sun, I think, and then flat earth. Three things in the same page. Very interesting.
Yeah, and you can see, like, if you look at the history of nuclear bombs and nuclear bomb testing, they have essentially just blanket bombed over most of the sky, enough to give them a good sense of the reflectivity and how the sky or the firmament is responding to all this. We're not, and they claim they charged up the ionosphere, and so now we can bounce waves up and down around the globe, all the line of sight, uh, direct connection to the other side of the globe, no problem. It bounces off of everything on the ground, no problem. It's retarded, but they forget that Marconi sent a radio wave direct line of sight before they did the
Yeah. But sometimes we have these whistleblowers, so they did work, in many places, even Antarctica, and they came different, So, and I remember that guy, sometimes I speak about it. The guy speaks Spanish. But he was a helicopter pilot, and they did do a compartmentalized interviews, to those guys that would work there. So they did ask this question: what is the shape of the Earth? I mean, you are going to work to a specific place. It was a private work, but they did this question, and the guy was, I just answered the question. It was a globe, it is a globe, but he did keep that in that mind, in his mind, that question and many things, And later he did talk about it. He was never didn't understood at that time why they asked this question, and many things that he saw it, and he did saw it. Let's say he was at the same McMurdo station that Richard Bird was. Many interesting things that happened. So the guy did come as a flat earther. Anyway, it was a globe, but anyway. But there's classified things going on, and he cannot speak who is behind, but it's not hard to those elites, etc. Their names in there. Anyway, but he did speak about it. He did like a little interview, and he did speak about it, and because when he came back, he had to left everything, the clothes, the cell phone, everything, photos, everything. So they give him new clothes, etc. But after he did some videos, they get that guy to come to a specific military facility, and they were angry with him because he was talking about some stuff. He did ask, when he came out from Antarctica, can I speak about this stuff? And the guy did said, you cannot speak about this, who is behind, etc. It's classified things, but stuff you can talk about it because no one will believe you. But it's very interesting. They did get this guy that was retired to talk to them. And another thing did happen because he did said at that time they'd bring me another two guys, and he did said I never saw those two guys, but I never saw those guys again. I don't know what did happen to those guys, if they erased him. But they were angry with him, and the things that he did speak about it, and it did get out. But it did happen. It did happen. Another interesting thing, because they did invite him to work to them again, but this time to do the information. So that's very interesting. So that so, but he declined it because he's one of us. So he did decline it, and that's it. At that time, he did stopped doing more videos, but he did speak about that specific thing. It's very interesting. They want to contract this guy, the retired guy, but to do the information, to say lies. That's very interesting. But who knows? Maybe they are just some of they are just paying to some people to lie because of money, or they just threaten their families and etc. or them. So anyway, it's not strange to me. A few guys, they just change sides. They are not proving the curve. They are talking about the sky, nothing more. So anyway, very interesting. But I did realize, there's some secret stuff going on at NASA, and they will not show to us. They just show this, this mask. They are showing to us Artemis and other crap things that they didn't make. But at the background, they are using the money to secret projects away from the public. Those are the guys that they know that they are this flat, and they know they are doing their own researches. But even as it's compartmentalized, so they are doing separate work, and most of them they don't realize it. Professor, not professor. When that debate of this Dave, not professor, and the other Dave Weiss. In the other day, I was doing a random research at Google, nothing related to flat Earth, and suddenly, at the bottom, at the first, at the top of the first researches, it was appearing, a promotion to that video that did happen, to that interview that was happening. It happened the other day. And I was like, so these guys at YouTube, the Google is sponsoring this guy, or the guy did it, So why they are showing this link to an interview when I'm doing a simple search? Very interesting. Promoting this guy.
I'm sorry, I'm having a
So,
conversation with
I
the
was talking
AI.
about that interview when this Professor Dave did the debate with Dave Weiss, the other flat earth guy, Dave Weiss. So the day after that interview, I was doing a simple search, nothing related to, not even a word related to flat Earth, but I was doing a normal search at Google, and before the first searches, it was appearing, between the search engine and the first searches that appeared, it was a promotion. Google was promoting that interview, so a link was posted there. Isn't that very interesting? The next day. So there was an ad, there to this interview, to this debate. Very interesting. And as you said, before, we were doing a simple research about flat Earth at YouTube, etc., and we get a good information links. But these days they did change the algorithm. They did even confess at the Congress they changed the algorithm. That's it. The first you search flat Earth, and that before it was like the 10 top links, just garbage. um, but these days, you have you have to go deeper. Not just 10 links, 20. You have to go deeper to find. But anyway, we know all the channels, most channels that have the more relevant information, so that it. But the censorship going on. Who is Google or YouTube? The Google is an owner of YouTube now, but who are they to censorship us talking at YouTube or whatever platform? Are they scientists? Who are they? Why they have to censorship when people want to debate it or hide the links or giving strikes to some YouTubers? And sadly we see people that they are not monetized from YouTube because they did talk about just flat Earth. One day that's it. They monetize the entire channel talking about other stuff. I did saw that with a lady, young lady. She suddenly she just did a video talking what's going on with Antarctica. So she was talking the globe side and the flat Earth side, and after that, all their content, all their videos talking about English lessons, whatever, many other topics, and sadly, the YouTube did decided to demonetize all her content and use her YouTube channel. Isn't that amazing? Because she was asking this question: what's going on at Antarctica? And she was just talking the globe side and the flat Earth side, and that's it.
Yeah, I was just having fun talking to the computer about Schuler tuning.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's basically in the graphics they used to express the Earth as a globe. If they did not have Schuler tuning, the airplane would just fly straight off the globe. So that's what it's for. It's for the graphic to get you to believe in the globe. It's actually has nothing to do with anything measurable in reality. And I was just talking to the AI because I was wondering if you have a glober that's really dumb, but he hears one of these other globers talk about Schuler tuning is required, and well, that's accounting for the curvature by bending the plane downwards in the math. So if you believe as a glober that there's some magical device in the plane that's causing the airplane to curve downwards around the globe according to Schuler tuning, and then, oh, the instruments malfunctioned and you're flying through cloud cover, you can't see anything. Now you as a glober are going to account for Schuler tuning and drive the plane straight into the ground. And now we know why some planes just keep going missing, because we have Glober pilots.
So it has to do a correction to keep the, let's say, system or a model WGS84.
Yeah, you gotta bend the inertial reference frame information to match that model. Otherwise, it doesn't match. That's not to say, like, you could fly without this at all. The only thing that's required is for the inertial reference information to actually match the model they're displaying. So they're displaying to you a curved Earth, but the inertial reference information is not actually referencing any going around any globes. It's not in there. And so they have to add it after the fact to make the visual work.
Yeah. Many years ago, I saw a guy. I don't know if the guy was a pilot, but he did said about the box with the gyro, etc. He did found a patent connected to NASA. Very interesting. So
What I
NASA
find
has a patent going on.
what I find really interesting is that Foucault, who created the famous pendulum, started by creating a gyroscope, and it was an imbalanced gyroscope that drifted 15 degrees per hour, and all of his contemporaries laughed him out of the room because that's a broken gyroscope. It doesn't have the rigidity in space, and so it's not even a gyroscope. It does not functional. And so he went away in shame and came back with his swinging pendulum, which was pushed by the Royal Society and displayed inside churches as proof of rotation, when it's more of a religious tool for hypnosis, and it's an occult tool. It's not really evidence or measurements of anything. You're just affirming your beliefs that you believe it's rotating because you're moving a pendulum and you don't know why it's moving. You have no causal chain to prove that because pendulum moves, Earth is moving. That's like saying, because tree grows, I am growing. That is retarded.
Yeah, I did saw old, let's say, blueprints, and if we're using magnetics at the bottom, etc. And the guy that was at Australia, and the guy went to this to this science space, science place. So he was there 4 hours straight. So in the glass, it was saying, the prediction. Let me see if I can go get. But anyway, but it was not working according to that, because so there was some glass dominoes, vertically, and the pendulum was just moving back and forward in the same place, not putting down the glass dominoes. So it was not working with the prediction. It was
Yeah.
the device that should supposedly where to spin. It was not working.
Yeah,
So
if
it
you listen
just
to
yeah.
if you listen
Go
to
ahead.
the people who set up the Foucault pendulums and like who work for a living setting up Foucault pendulums, because it's not easy. It's not like just anybody can do it very easily by just putting a weight on a string and swinging it. It just doesn't do what they're saying. It requires a lot of finagling to get it to work, and a lot of times they tell you that like it doesn't work and you have to try again and try again and try again, and so they created this magnetic drive which helps drive it in the right way. Without the magnetic drive, it just doesn't function very well, and it's very in the Icelandic we say happa klappa. It's like maybe you get it, maybe you don't. If pendulum motion is proof of Earth motion, and then you get an eclipse, and the pendulum stops moving, stops drifting, well, did the Earth stop moving? Because that is your claimed cause of the pendulum drifting and moving. So now we can see that your assumed conclusion, or that the pendulum moves because the Earth is moving, is false. Otherwise, the Earth would have stopped and all life would have been thrown to the side and died.
Yeah, if I use my plumb line or plumb ball, it's not magnetic. That metal there, it's a mixer. But yeah, I can move it, but it will go. It will stop it. So it's not working according to what they claim. So that's it.
Yeah, you gotta release it just right, with the just right amount of spin. That way you get it to turn at 15 degrees.
I think that guy was. Let me see. It's Michael from Australia. But at the moment, I cannot copy and paste here. Let me see. Text. Let's see. Yeah. So I get the problem. Because I'm using another computer, mouse without borders. But sadly, it's not working. So let's see.
It's cherry picked examples. Like you try to swing it, it's not matching where we're supposed to be and how fast it's. Okay, well, try again. That doesn't match. I'll try again. And like after 30 tries, eventually, it's close. It's very close. It looks just about. I think it's good enough. It's good enough. It's good enough. And that's what we get.
Well, was trying to put here the link. I think it's Michael from Australia, something like that. But anyway.
The funniest part is their story is so incoherent. So the pendulum is proving rotation. However, the curve of this rotating body is claimed to match observation because the plumb lines are all curving. So if the plumb lines are all curving, the pendulum is also curving, and now you've created a bias that will change everything about how the pendulum swings. Do we see that? No.
Well, they got me. They got me because I can minimize the windows anyway. So I'm stuck. Sorry.
No, you're thinking too much. You just need to accept what they tell you. Like, oh, sure, it's contradicting and incoherent, but like there were people who are more intelligent than you who told you this, and so you just need to accept it and be the dumb pleb that you are. That's what the message is of this shit.
Yeah, the focal panels, it's just another belief, and the Globers they speak about it, and it doesn't prove anything.
I mean, they told you Uranus smells like farts. they're making fun of you.
Exactly.
They told you there's raining diamonds in the sky, like on different planets and random garbage, because it's to create this sense of wonder in you and make you think there's something greater out there. It's your heaven in your religion. That's all it is. It's a religion. You had the Big Bang created from nothing by an all-powerful being, and then oops, he killed himself in the explosion, and then his essence infused into all matter, and gravity was born, because if gravity had existed since the beginning, no explosion could have occurred, because it was a singularity and all matter would have been compressed into that point and would have never been able to escape. However, because he died and gravity was born so much later, it's okay. So mass started to coalesce. It started to create gas, and gas started to attract to gas, even though gas doesn't attract anymore. Gravity stopped doing that, but it did then, and then gas coalesced into liquid, and liquids turned into solids, and you ended up with a lot of balls. They are retarded, okay? It's a religion. All it is a religion. And you have your
Vision of
priests, and you
balls.
have your people who believe the religion very hard, and people who want to add to the religion and want to become saints of the religion. But it's just a religion.
Yeah, I just believe it, and they never did prove it. Someone did post it. Michelle from Australia. That's the one.
I think they need to dumb them down on purpose, because if they were actually smart enough to try to apply all of the dumb stuff they tell them how the globe works in real life, and not just follow commands, point there, shoot that target, it would basically, like, they would be like, oh no, I see the target over there. I better not aim at it because of Coriolis. I better aim at the ground because he's a hologram. No, wait, I need to aim up into the air to above him so that I hit around the globe above the hologram into the person hiding behind the Earth curve, and then yeah, I think that's the best solution, to just shoot randomly, not never directly at them though. Like you can't do that. The same with the, like, if they applied it anywhere, it wouldn't work. You got long range propagations of
Measured it to be a oblate spheroid, Chris.
Yeah, anyone can speak up now. Just behave yourself. I'm not gonna let people just run rampant and just try to just bulldoze everyone else with their voice.
I missed the end of all that. I jumped out. It was too much. I went and had a smoke.
No worries.
But I was just reading the chat. And Chris was saying that he
I
knows
can't
this
mute you,
recount.
Chris. I don't have that ability. If you just act like a basic adult, like how you would act in real life, I hope in real life you would act with basic decency and peaceably. You just act like that. There won't be any problem. Just have a conversation. Don't try to prevent people from replying and raise your voice, try to suppress someone else's voice with yours. Don't do none of that. It's so simple. I mean, anyone now who wants to actually prove that they know gravity is a true doctrine, a doctrine that is gravity, who wants to demonstrate, prove that they know better than us. They know this is a fact. Or the shape of the earth, or any other cosmological doctrine that the silly school system teaches. Okay, so since there's so much silence, how about this? The earlier abrogated gravity doctrine, MAM, Newton's gravity, right? MAM being a convenient initialism for mass attracting mass. I'm saying this for whoever hasn't heard this before. I know there are several people in here who have heard me say this many times over. Okay, so there's one quotation. That's from Physics Libertext. Okay, and in this quote is them saying what gravity is, and nowhere in here do they use the word observation or phenomena or apparent. Okay, they're describing the event as it is. They think this is some real metaphysical aspect to the world, and this is indeed a metaphysic. It's about the basic fundamental nature of the world. Okay. Here, this quote says gravity is a built in property of mass. And they're saying mass in the sense of matter in this instance. Okay. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Hence, on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, Earth. Its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. Okay. Plain and simple.
Sounds like Newtonian approach.
This is abrogated. Okay. This is abrogated. If anyone doesn't know what abrogated means, it means shoved out the way, basically. Like, for instance, with Mohammedanism. Okay. The later verses abrogate the earlier verses. Not strictly with every verse, but with particular verses, however they want to use abrogation to their convenience. Okay.
Are you talking to someone in
So,
particular, or just like in a monologue?
talking to whoever's listening, who hasn't heard this before.
What's up, guys? Braden Peterson here.
I guess it's a monologue.
Yeah, but what do you guys think of the what do you guys think the shape of the globe is?
You're
The
acting
shape
as
of the
though
globe?
you're acting as though
Well, no,
what I'm doing
I
is just
genuinely agree with
ridiculous
you
when I
guys.
was speaking when no one was
My
talking.
fault. But I genuinely agree with you
Hang
guys.
on,
But what do you guys think,
entirely
like, the
too
Hey
loud.
shape
guys,
is?
generally, what do you guys think a shape of a basketball is?
Hang on a second.
No, that's not okay. I didn't
I
mean to
think
say that,
Gregory is
but
just gonna keep mumbling while you're
I'm
trying to
trying
talk.
to be
my
cordial.
opinion,
I'm trying to be cordial. I'm telling you, hang on a second.
you
I'm
talking to
telling you,
me?
hang on a second. I'm
Me?
just being bulldozed through other voices.
Are you talking to me?
Yes,
No, he's
hang
just
on a
talking to
second.
the
I'm
Okay,
trying to
room.
be polite.
got you.
Let me just finish this point because maybe someone was listening.
All right.
I don't think so.
Okay. So with this, it doesn't matter what you think. Okay, so that's from physics libertext. Okay,
Likewise,
on mass attracting mass. So basically, in one single sentence, if matter exists, then matter pulls other matter, or all other matter. That's the succinct way to say what gravity is as a causation hypothesis. The cause being the if, the effect being the then. Okay. Now, for some reason, the vast majority of scientism believers, like Bacon, who just cannot help himself but be interrupting, is unable to simply say that in a single sentence. But they speak with such fervor and passion as though they know what they're talking about.
True.
Why speak with such fervor and passion and not be able to succinctly articulate what you think is such a rock solid fact? That's stupid.
Absolutely. I don't know how these people can go about their day, like, all they see is the ground beneath their feet and the sky above their head, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, no, there's definitely space out there. There's definitely all this stuff going on." Like, these people have no clue, honestly. I mean, it's very arrogant, I think, to
No
know to
clue.
act like what's going on up there,
Yeah,
allegedly.
very good point. And that would be Bacon's position entirely. And he got hammered about an hour ago. He's come back after licking his wounds and he's still carrying on with the same stupidity of interrupting. Yeah. You're a sausage and a shriveled up bacon. That's all you are in your frying pan.
Nice.
Now, Bacon is a usual suspect. He's been refuted several times over. However, today's a new day. Perhaps the moderators will unmute him and I'll engage him and see whether he crashes into the same wall he repeatedly crashes into today or not. So, Bacon, do you espouse the abrogated mass attracting mass, or do you espouse the new and latest doctrine, which is Einstein's GR?
I don't know at least 2 words you used there. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Which 2 words do you not understand?
I don't know them, so I don't remember how to repeat them. Something
Okay,
like
well, that's
espouse,
like,
something like that.
if you
And
can't
the
help
other
me
one,
help you, then I can't help you.
aggravated. Yeah, I'm trying to. I just try to recall how
Okay,
they
so
sounded.
abrogated.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Okay, abrogated, and then what's the other one?
Espouse, something like that.
Espouse.
I don't know. It's your words. I have to go back to the live stream
Okay.
or and listen to it if you don't remember.
Okay, if it's those 2 words, abrogated, like I just explained a couple minutes ago,
Okay, just use like
is to
regular
basically
words. Can you do that?
these are regular words. They're just uncommon to you.
Nah, they're not.
Nah, you try to sound like a fucking thesaurus, bro.
Yeah, try to use more common words.
My God, these feeble-minded people that are just so vexed, so
Oh,
irritated
these
about hearing words they
feeble-minded
don't
dude,
recognize.
shut the fuck up. Talk normal.
Okay, if he continues heckling in the background like that, please censor him. The channel's not made for that.
Please suck my nuts.
I suspect you're asking me if I would go with
Guy,
Newtonian or general
one guy
relativity.
wants another guy to suck him off. That's weird.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I suspect you
sycophant.
were asking me whether I would go with Newtonian or GR. Was that essentially what you were trying to get to?
I mean, I didn't try. I did get there, so I'll rephrase. Do you believe?
Well, if you already said
NAM,
yes,
which is
why are you rephrasing? I already understood you.
because do you understand? Because you just went through. I just had to teach you some English in order for you to understand.
Well, I just said what I think you asked, and then you agreed to. So I'm not sure why you're asking it again, since you know I already know what you're asking me.
For your sake, I don't understand why you don't understand why I'm doing this.
Jesus
After you
Christ.
just asked me to explain.
Never mind, dude. Never mind. I don't know why I engage you.
Also, just throw up your hands. Just Okay. It's amazing. Like, we invite them to get into a conversation. They go out of their way to come into the VC. We give them the space to reply in a conversation that gets to the end of the subject, and then just all of a sudden throw up their hands like I'm the one being irrational.
One said that. It's just meta. It's boring.
Like, this is the pattern of behavior you just did in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go with Newtonian.
Okay. So say, especially after I just said this, is a very open book test. Say so-called Newtonian gravity in one sentence. Say what it is.
It's a force between masses.
Okay, that's terribly ambiguous. That is not what that is.
Oh, I was trying to get to one sentence. Thought you wanted simple answer.
Well, your one sentence is terribly ambiguous, not even accurate. You can say a single sentence that accurately, specifically articulates this doctrine, and you haven't done it yet.
All right. So according to Newtonian mechanics, gravity will be a force generated by two bodies proportional to big G times the mass of one object times the mass of the other object over the square of their distances. That would cause an acceleration between them following F equals am, where F is force in newtons, m is the mass in kilograms, and a is acceleration in meters per second squared. Is that specific enough, or do you want more?
Yeah, that wasn't one sentence. So
Okay, so
besides
then
that,
I don't know.
all right, 'cause I'm tracking all that word salad. Okay. Now, what is the cause? Say succinctly what the cause is.
Yeah, there's no attribute cause to forces of gravity in Newtonian mechanics. It just describes the behavior of bodies that have that force.
What?
Yes,
I did not
Newtonian mechanics
expect you
does
to say
not
that dumb
describe
shit.
the causes.
I'm pretty sure that when you say force between masses, that's invoking cause.
Oh, that can cause something,
I didn't
but there
expect him
is
to say
no
that dumb
cause
shit. That
for
was
the
hella
forces
surprising.
themselves within Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics does not tell you what the cause
Okay.
of the force
What he
is.
said is patently false. I know his clerics say otherwise. Right? He's not even being
So
consistent
is it?
with his orthodoxy. Right? I just read the quote from Physics Libertex telling us what the cause is, and he's sitting up here telling us
He
that there's no
switched it.
cause in Newtonian mechanics.
Nah, bro, he switched it.
No, I said there
Newtonian
is no
mechanics
cause
is
to the
not.
forces.
I mean, just
Newtonian
to
mechanics is
easily
not the
just,
same thing as gravity.
yeah. So let's try again. Let's give him another chance, because this is literally an open book test. I just read what the cause is in Physics Libertex. Try again. What is the cause? Succinctly identify what the cause is.
The cause of gravity? According
Are
to
you not
Newtonian
tracking?
mechanics? Can you just say yes? Unless that's not a yes.
Hang on. Are you asking because you're not tracking?
No, I'm just making sure I know what you're asking me.
No, so you
But
are
if you don't want
tracking.
to
So why are you
clarify.
asking?
Did
Like,
I get your
nothing has switched
question
the
right?
subject. It's on the same subject. Like, this is a really irritating
I'm
antic with you
I'm just
people.
asking a clarifying question. You could just say yes or no.
You need clarity for the single
Oh
subject
my
we've been
god,
talking
never
about the
mind,
entire
never
time.
mind. Dude, you're just the most boring flat earther ever. Never mind.
Okay, so just disparage me while you literally have the memory of a freaking fruit fly.
Sure.
What is so difficult about tracking a conversation on the single subject we've been talking about for a span of less than 5 minutes? But you swear up and down that you know better than us. That we're so stupid. Good grief. Look, we are talking about your Newtonian gravity doctrine. We're on the point, the latest point, which is what's the cause? My God. You literally walk with these people step by step to make sure no one's lost, so there's no obfuscation or anything making it less than completely clear. You make sure everything is completely clear, and they still lose the plot.
Yeah.
I mean, goddamn,
Leave
this is
no
the same
glober
people that will
behind.
sit down. I mean, these are the same people that sit down watching an HBO commentary version of any given episode, and their friend is sitting right beside them, helping them explain along with the commentators who made the fucking episode in the first place, and they'll still get lost.
Yeah, that's it, Gregory. You try to explain it so you leave no one behind, especially the Globers, but they're being left behind still. I don't understand. I don't understand this. Come on, guys.
But they'll still swear up and down that they're smarter than us.
I don't.
Still swearing, still swearing so fervently that they're smarter than us, that we're so stupid. Ask them a simple question: what's the cause? Oh, there is no cause. Excuse me? Oh, what are we talking about? Excuse me?
Well, someone said gravity. I just laughed. What was the cause, you asked? And someone said gravity.
I don't think you know what the question was, Jin. What do you think the question was, Jin? Let me see if you can answer that before Gregory.
I'm not going to answer the question to a bacon that's shriveled up in a frying pan.
No, you
You're
don't
out
get
of
to
your
play
mind.
scrutinizer while you just lost the plot. Shut
Yeah,
the hell
you don't
up.
even know what the question was. You're
Again,
complaining about my
again,
answer.
You don't get to
don't
play
even know what
scrutinizer
the
after you just
question
lost the
was.
plot. Shut
shriveled
the
up
hell up.
bacon.
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. No. Shut the hell up. You do not get to play scrutinizer trying to condescend to him after you just lost the fucking plot. Shut the fuck up.
Bacon, why do you sound like that you're tearing me apart, Lisa guy? You're tearing me
Sorry, say that
apart.
again.
You did not hit her.
Everyone just listening to him lose the plot. Then he's gonna have the nerve, just because his pride is so goddamn important to him, gonna sit up here and try to condescend to Jin like he's the one not tracking. He is.
Yeah, I saw that he was tracking
Shut the
since
fuck
he
up.
said what the question was. Sure. We all heard him repeating the question. So he
Shut
truly
up.
was tracking it, right?
Okay, so you're talking again. Are you gonna get back to the subject? You're gonna keep masturbating your pride in public.
I already answered your question. I don't know why you're going
No,
over
you
this
didn't.
meta for the past 5 minutes. Or
No,
maybe
you didn't.
more than that, actually.
What was my question?
You asked what's the cause.
You did
what
not
was the
answer my
cause?
question.
You asked for what was the cause.
All right.
And I told you
Now
that
identify
Newtonian
the cause
mechanics
then,
does
because
not.
you didn't do that.
Okay, see, I do know what the question was, and I did the answer because I said that according to Newtonian
Okay,
mechanics,
so no, you
there
didn't
is
answer
no.
the question.
I
I
was
told
answering
you
for the second
it's an
time,
open
and then
book
you
test,
interrupted
and you
me
keep
again.
failing it. I told you. We're skipping past all that garbage. Okay, the latest one we're on is
The
I
garbage
told
is
you
the
it's an
answer
open
to
book
your
test,
question.
and I literally told you the cause from your scientist clerics in Physics Libertex, and you're still getting it wrong. Now get it right. Go ahead.
And Newtonian mechanics does not give the cause for gravity. It just describes
Okay,
it.
you got it wrong again. Try again. It's your third take.
Oh, it's the same answer.
What a retard,
Okay,
Bacon.
your fourth.
You are, sir. What a
So
retard.
that's enough. 3
Bacon.
strikes, you're out.
Can I have a guess?
Go ahead.
Arsler.
Is it mass divided by distance? Masses divided by distance?
Close. Close. You have to just redact
That's
some
the
words in your
formula.
reply.
That's the description. That's not a cause.
Actually, I got a question.
Delete
No,
every
it's,
word you
it's,
said,
it's
Tito.
conditional. If.
Delete every word you said except mass, and then you got it right.
I have a question for the flat earthers and
Oh, really?
any
Just distance?
Yes. No. Delete every word you said except mass, and that's the correct answer.
Oh,
That's what
right,
they
mass.
said.
Just mass. It's just mass. Mass. Yeah. If mass, then right.
Exactly.
Oh, I got
Now, for some reason,
Then magical
Bacon, who
magnetic
thinks he's so
force.
smart, does not understand this.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a
Well,
physicist.
it's
I
still
do
a
understand
discussion.
that
It's still
gravity is
not a
He
cause.
proportional to mass.
doesn't get this wrong.
Actually,
After
that
I
was part of
just
my
read
answer.
what scientism orthodoxy says in one of their own, as it were, with the equivalent of their sacred texts. Their textbooks is a functional equivalent to the Bible, the Quran, or the Vedas, or whatever have you. Okay, right here in one of their official texts, gravity is a
Right.
built-in property of mass. Wherever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. That's
That's
the
still a
causation.
description. That is
Yeah,
still a
there's a,
Supposed
description.
magnetic
there's a
force.
proportionality. That was actually part of my first
Mass
answer.
is the
I told
predominant.
exactly how they were proportional.
Yeah, mass is
It
the
doesn't.
predominant
Aspect of that
Newtonian
statement.
mechanics
the
doesn't
condition.
offer a
Sorry.
mechanism for how
Yeah, condition. That's the
mass
word. Yeah, condition.
produces gravity. That's why it doesn't
Again,
have.
this is the problem with these
a
people.
cause.
They
No,
don't
it's
have
never
reading
been
comprehension.
proven.
So
Sorry, I
I'm
was
not
talking
even.
over Bacon
They
there.
don't have
Again, we're
Sorry
reading
about that.
completely off
comprehension.
topic. I'm not even
Yeah, you're
arguing that
talking too
Newtonian
much
No
of
mechanics
the
is true.
affirmative, Bacon. It's all a supposed. You don't
Why don't
know
you see what the new
gravity
guy
is.
wants
Hey, look,
to
we're
ask?
talking
Go
about
ahead.
Gene, you're completely off
So
topic.
I got a tough one
New guy?
for the flat earthers and maybe the globetards in here as well. New discovery. Nobody's talking about it yet. And I want to lead the witnesses with questions about the vacuum of space between the sun and Earth, or the moon and Earth, and the temperature in between them. Because here's what I'm looking at. For some reason, if I go outside with my thermal vision goggle and I point it up at the moon, the thing will highlight the moon red. So we can tell the temperature of the moon is different than the temperature of the sky. But apparently it's 237,000 kilometers away, and there's like a vacuum in between the two. How come my thermal vision can see the moon and highlight it as if it's a target? Why is that? It's
It's
weird,
because
dude.
it detects deep infrared.
That
It's
that
low
is a
light.
very good question, sir. A very good question. Could it be that the moon itself isn't as far as we're being told? Number one. Yeah. Could that be a thing
I
right
don't know.
there?
I've got a whole bunch. Like my first initial was like maybe it's the type of IR or the waves, but then it's like there's the vacuum of space, right?
Light goes through the vacuum of space. IR is light that goes through the
Yeah,
vacuum of space.
but the IR given off by like heat and stuff like that from like a burner or a lamp, yeah, it does give it gives off light to like IR devices like thermals or night vision. But there's a vacuum in between the moon, Earth, and it's separated by an alleged 237,000 kilometers. And
Right.
a thermal scope reads temperature, right?
Well, it looks at the deeper infrared, and then
Yeah. And that would be 237 miles, actually, 238,000 miles, not kilometers. If it's kilometers, it's 3,800 and something odd. Okay, so
right.
it's
Say for
miles.
example, you can see
Yeah,
the moon,
and
right? The
I
light from
would
the
say
moon
the
reaches
reason you're
ground.
getting that such a strong registration from your optical device is because that moon is closer than the distance they're saying it is of number one. Okay, that'd be the
No,
first
it's
thing that I
like
would say.
stronger. It's because there's nothing else. There's just the moon and then the empty sky. So it stands out, and it'll detect it very strongly. And if you can see the moon, then your thermals will see it too. It's both light rays that come from the moon to your eyes or to the sensor. So it detects all the same.
So you're saying it's completely normal and there should be nothing suspicious here about me being able to detect the difference with a
If the
$500
moon was
thermal unit.
yeah,
It's able to see 237,000 kilometers.
well, your eyes can see it, right? Can your eyes see
Yeah,
the moon? It can.
yeah.
So can it see the moon if the moon was closer or the moon was further? You would still see
Yeah,
it.
but it can't
And same
detect
with the
temperature.
thermals.
It cannot detect temperature though. Okay, with
Yeah.
your eyeballs, you're not
What
Yeah.
detecting
temperature
that.
does it say it is? What temperature does it come up at?
I don't know. It's a combat reticle, so it just highlights targets that are variations that are the highest temperature.
What about stars?
No, it doesn't see stars.
Have
It
you
sees
tried looking?
clouds. It'll see clouds. It'll see airplanes, and it'll see the moon for some reason.
Does
I'm
it see
like,
the sun?
what's that?
I feel like it makes
Sees
sense.
the sun?
Don't point at the sun. You'll break your thermal. Don't
You'll
point at the
break
sun.
it.
Yeah, you'll break it. Don't point at the
What
sun.
if you put a bunch of filters on the front of it?
Well, if you put so much filters that you can't see the sun, then they'll be
Oh
fine.
yeah, you don't even want to point a thermal scope at like a heater or a cigarette or a burner. It like overloads it and then it has to refresh.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'll have to buy one so I can play with
you burn
one.
the sensor. The good ones are expensive. I've been wanting to get one, but they're pretty expensive.
That way I can see the aliens that from outer space when they're hiding in the woods.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the reason why you can't see stars is because it's too small of a point. Because thermals, you're very limited in resolution. You only have so many pixels, and so it's if the star is smaller than your pixel, then it's not gonna register.
Okay, so so far the Globies and the Globetard is like giving me the most like, all right, well this is bugging me less.
Okay, I'm like half and half. I don't know. Yeah. All right.
Me too. Well, not really. There's no way anybody's gonna convince me that I'm on a ball floating through space and there's aliens. Like, not a chance. When the news is like, oh, there's a meteor. Like anybody who's like, oh my god, I think it's so funny. Like I'm like, there's no meteor, guys. Chill. It's fake. Like,
No,
oh,
you
that's fake.
convince them to evacuate for a couple of weeks.
And all the like India's moon landing, the video on that was horrible. The dark side of the moon CGI, the weird photosphere of the gravel driveway that's apparently like a meteor, a satellite landing on a meteor. That's clearly a photosphere of a gravel driveway. And like, why is it always NASA? NASA's always like, yeah, we have a crazy budget, but we have a really horrible problem with camera quality. Like, we just can't figure out the cameras. And because people are like, oh, sciencey thing, they can't use good cameras because they need strong cameras. Strong cameras equals shitty quality. And they're like, science.
Yeah, it's a good point. They should have better cameras. I have no idea why it's so shitty.
Yeah, so by the way, this Infrared T2 Pro is a very good thermal unit that you can pair to a smart device like an iOS or a Samsung or a smart, what's the other guy? The Apple thing. Whatever
You
that
mentioned
thing is.
Yeah,
you
iOS.
mentioned
It's
Infrared.
iOS on the Apple.
Well, yeah,
The
it is called Apple, isn't it?
the thermal I want to get is also Infrared. It's Infrared RH25. Have you heard of that one? That was really nice.
Probably a good one. They make good units. The one I have is just like, it's for like 200 meters. For like people in vehicles, it's like a CQB trench fighter. It's like it's
Oh,
not
that's it.
like a really high unit. It's just a good unit, and that thing is like it was just confusing to me to look up and see like the moon highlighted in red, and I'm like, what the hell is
That's
weird?
insane.
That's like, I think my
Yeah.
understanding of the vacuum of space or how this device works is a little bit off.
No worries.
Yeah, I think your instrument is doing very well to see and register the moon as it is, and it's highlighting that the distance they tell us is not true, obviously.
Thermal's not really the correct tool to use for distance. You want to use that.
I'm not saying it is. You heard the man say that it is designed for 200 meters, yet he looks at the moon and it's working and highlighting that thing in red. Okay, so basically, the thing I'm saying is that obviously the moon cannot be where they say it is regarding its distance and its location. Okay, that's all. Doesn't prove shape, proving shape of Earth. Yeah, just talking about distances and what we've been told.
The distance thing on a thermal scope, it's not really like if it's further than that distance you can't see it. It's just letting you know the magnification and the resolution of the scope, so that it's able to distinguish things that are far away.
The thing is, it's coming up red. He said red. That's a distinctive color.
Yeah.
The thing that actually, the thing that was really set me off with being like, there's no way anybody's convincing me that that's further than this is when I got my first telescope and I saw Saturn. And when I saw Saturn, what it looked like to me is, you know those spiral light bulbs? They're like weird neon light bulbs where they're spiral and they're like supposed to be like energy saving. Have you ever looked at one after you shut it off and then you
It's
look up?
glowing.
It's still kind of glowing like a yellow.
Yeah.
It's like the after image. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what Saturn looks like. It looks like one of those light bulbs that somebody just turned off, and it doesn't look that far away. So
There we
like,
are. You see.
I
Yeah.
can't imagine when I look at that. I'm like, there's no way that's 2 billion fucking miles away. I'm like, there's not.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Brilliant. You see, your instrument is calling into question the distances that we've been told to those objects, and of course, we don't know those distances for sure because we can't go there to confirm those distances. But your instrument is calling it into question, and that's good. Thank you.
Or my understanding of the instrument. But yeah, definitely there's something weird going on there, calling things into question.
Yeah. 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 None of us in here have confirmed any distance to any of those objects. So let's table.
Guess you left. Guess I can't complete that too. That's two scientists who can't even complete the conversation about their gravity doctrine. It's crazy.
Yeah, because they don't have any integrity. You see, if they had the integrity, they would say, right there, I'm going to have to go and have another look. And how can I possibly know that distance and confirm it? You know, that's what they should be doing.
My assumption on what gravity is if everything without atomic structure and its dynamic frequency is like just atoms and quarks and muons and stuff and no light, you can't see it, it's like perfect dark, absolute zero. It seems to me like if something at one point separated these things, added energy and started the act of cymatics, Teslaphoresis, sonoluminescence, and all these things that give polarization and atomic structure, it seems to me that gravity might be like things just trying to return to like where they belong. Like right now, everything's kind of pushed out, almost like some form of acoustic manipulation, and it wants to settle back to its equilibrium. But since energy's in the system, it can't quite do that. So it's like there's layers to it. Like the lower you go, molecules bond like really tightly, but then the higher up you go, they spread really far apart. And it seems like everything wants to return to a different state, it seems. And I think gravity is a big part of that, or what they call gravity.
Well, not really, no, because the professor put down his glass of water in a shot glass, right? Shot glass of water in a vacuum chamber, evacuated the air, and of course the water evaporated into gas. I mean, come on, man. So gravity is here trying to pull everything into its a state of equilibrium. That water should remain the same, but it didn't, did it? So no. Where you're adding too much to something that we observed simply, and there is no other explanation but buoyancy and density at this point. There is no magnetic force pulling anything down to the ground. Okay, if you follow that trend or that theme, that thread, then you're just going to be in the world of weeds and confusion. Okay, the answer is we do not know, right?
I personally don't think anything magnetic.
Okay.
When I say polarization, I mean like the on-off, north-south, is or isn't, the polarization of the state of things. So like before creation or existence or whatever, nothing was bonded together. Like there's no such thing as mercury, copper.
Yeah, but we don't know this.
They're fucking
Go ahead.
stupid.
Yeah, just don't know this stuff. It's a good theory, but it's just theory.
Yeah, so yeah.
Now, look, the English word gravity in the first place, it's just an anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, right, which just simply means weight or heavy. So that's what the word denotes in the first place. And then people mostly have been contriving all sorts of metaphysical ideas to try and account for the reality or what causes things to have weight, which largely have failed. So with it concerns scientism with its so-called gravitation, it's either if matter exists, then all matter is pulled to other matter. Number one, that's a false cause fallacy. Existence is not a cause of locomotion or any type of motion. Just being matter is not a cause of any motion. And then it's also patently false because we don't see all matter being pulled to all matter. So matter is pushed by other matter. So matter is just not pulling nor pushing anything else. So
Well,
it's
yeah,
contradicted what we actually observe all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like a gaslight, right? Because like back in grade 2, they were trying to say mass attracts mass, and it's like, and they've gone this way with it. So yeah, I've never.
Yeah, but they didn't offer any proof of that mass attractive mass either. And I think Gregory's eloquent explanation and reminder was perfectly on point. Yeah, you know that we're trying to evoke things that and we're making a different soup to what we actually observe is what I'm going to have to say there, and we got to be careful of that. You know.
Yeah, because if I put an egg in a jar of water, it'll sink to the bottom. If I add a little bit of salt, it'll float to the top. If I add a little more water, it'll reach equilibrium where it stays right at the middle, and now gravity doesn't like pull the egg down anymore. And I can launch that egg up.
No, but you've made a mistake. You've made a mistake. Gravity never pulled the egg down in the first place. So you're evoking this force still. Yeah, that's completely
Well, he said
wrong.
gravity, like quote unquote.
From their perspective, if I was a Globie defending
Yeah, he
gravity,
said gravity, like quote unquote. Yeah.
yeah, it'd be kind of like, well, how come your gravity doesn't care about my egg anymore just add salt? Like,
Yeah.
gotta be
Yeah, sorry,
something.
I missed the quote unquote bit there. Sorry about that. Yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
ask
So
them.
all we really do, instead of
if I
contriving some sort of idea, all we really do is instead of contriving some sort of idea, we just describe what we actually observe. We describe what we observe concerning our very own bodies, walking around on the earth through the air, or watching objects behave in different mediums such as air or whatever given liquid,
I
water,
like
what
that.
have you.
Yeah, and I've done the egg experiment. Like, it's clear, and this was like back in 2016, 2014.
Excellent.
And it seems clear to me, like you can ask a person who defends gravity, is somebody who defends gravity, ask them with an egg at equilibrium how fast you have to launch the egg or the jar upwards to make the egg touch the bottom of the jar. How fast and how far do you have to launch that to bring it out of that state and hit the bottom? And they'll usually fall for it. They'll like try to think, but it's at equilibrium. It's not
Yeah, Action
entirely
Labs did
valid.
something like that. I think he ended up like I think because he used this container and like a cylinder, a tube cylinder thing, and he was throwing it off like buildings and everything, cliffs, right? And I think he eventually got it to break. But I think if he said if he'd had a larger container, that it probably would have been preserved.
Yeah, well,
no matter what height
Now
he
after
threw
we
it from.
observe and describe the relative interactions between the various materials and the various mediums, it's entirely valid for someone to ask what caused the materials to generally behave in this pattern, right? And that answer is going to be the same answer to what sustains the uniformity of nature. God.
They had experimental aircrafts where they had flooded cockpits, two different types, where the air pit was, or the air
Flooded
pit, the
cockpit.
cockpit was flooded, and the person was, they had a breathing mask on, and then there was another cockpit where it was flooded, and they were actually able to breathe the fluid. And with just a flooded cockpit and breathing air, so you still have an air cavity in your chest, they were able to sustain up to like 90 Gs or something like that, which is absolutely insane.
Wow. Why don't they do that? I guess maybe it's not needed anymore.
They do that.
Like modern fighter jets, they don't do that.
Yeah, so basically, most of the stuff that you guys see is like ancient technology. Like in 2006, when there was, or 2003, when there was a show called, what was it called? Not military tech. It was called something weapons, future weapons.
Yeah, future weapons. Future weapons.
Yeah, and it had this guy, and he was showing us a drone, and this was in 2003, and the drone was just looked like one of those paper airplanes, with like a big old chunky clunky camera or a C4 block on it. And that at that point in time was $80,000, he said. And now you can get something 10 times more advanced than that for knockoff like 5 zeros, 10 zeros. Like the decimal point just moves. Now you can get it for like $80. Instead of 80,000, it's $80. And like, so what you're looking at is what like Morpheus said to Neo in the Matrix is you think it's 1999 when it's actually 21.99.
But so, like, I'm not saying that they don't have such planes, but I don't think they're like deployed, because then if it was deployed, people would notice.
No, dude, they're not gonna tell you. Like if you're using that, like you're not telling anybody about it.
Well, yeah, you're not, but like you need like special everything. You're like a special pilot. You got a special plane that needs to be filled with fluid. I think other people on base would probably what the fuck is that?
So the same guys that lie about going to space and spend all the time doing dive exercises and working in like certain environments, yeah, those guys that bullshit, those are the dudes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, okay.
Like you think military personnel just don't? You think all military personnel just disregard OPSEC procedure?
No, but like this is like a large equipment, and it's like,
Right.
if
So
it's
if
an
this
aircraft,
is
then
indeed
it's either
military
on a
property
carrier
and a
or
military operation,
yeah, so it's either
if
on
this
like
is
a
indeed
carrier
property
or on
owned
an
by the
air base.
military, there's strict OPSEC procedures that's going to contain the information so that it doesn't spread.
Yeah, usually it's like more like detailed stuff, like maybe like the flight altitude and things like that. Not the entire airplane.
Right. So the entailment of this is not that it would be public. The entailment is that it would be secreted and concealed.
Yeah, I don't know if they would keep it secret. It was deployed. Maybe it's like some
The
experimental thing.
militaries, especially the U.S. military,
So do
very
you
much
think the guy
controls the information that is published or exposed about their arsenal.
also, just to let you know, the guy who designed the cockpit, who most likely is dead now, guaranteed had no idea he was setting up a cockpit for a plane, and guaranteed it's so compartmentalized he had no idea that it was going to be used as like a submersible pilot trying to go for G's. Probably had no. So they take sections and they all work on a piece, and then they're killed off. The contract's terminated. Then they take the information, mix it all together, and build the puzzle after. Like that's how usually it goes. If it's like a secret technology, that's why they're always like, hey, if you're building a bunker, contract from out of town. It's for that reason, so nobody around knows that. Hey, I was building a bunker under this guy's house on Fifth Street. It's the same thing with military. The guy working on the stuff, you don't want him knowing what it does, so they compartmentalize it. They're like, you're working on that, you're working on that, you're working on that. And if any of them start connecting the dots and having conversation and talking in the lunch break room, it's freaking, yeah, it's a shame he fell down an elevator shaft and landed on some bullets. You know what I mean? He'll like die himself. Yeah, military technology is at like a crazy level right now, dude. Like right now in Oklahoma, you can put on a headset and then walk around in real time in downtown Japan looking over people's shoulders at their text messages just because they put a 360-degree camera on every post top and bottom and every juxtaposing wall and every like street overhang. So now you just walk around, look over people's shoulders. You're a ghost digitally. But like they don't talk about it. You can actually do it on the MetaQuest too. You can actually scan your house, and then you can have meetings with people inside your house digitally. It's weird.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So same thing with your smartphone. It's got a camera front and back. If you just flip that 180 degrees, it does a complete scan of your house almost, or the room you're in. And then in real time, somebody can basically like walk around your room as long as your phone's in it. And there's a Wi-Fi ping and the video going off. You can basically walk around in your house with a headset. Like, most people don't know that, but there could be somebody in my room right fucking now. There could be. It's probably like ranked like captain or major.
Yeah, would that be with your phone switched on or switched off?
What's that?
I said, does that technology work when your phone is switched on or only when it's switched off, or what?
Phones don't shut off. They do not shut off, just for the record. And tinfoil
Yeah.
or like a Faraday bag will stop the your SIM chip signal, but it's not going to stop a Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah, I'm talking about the using of imagery. I can't see how that's going to work. I'm in one room, and and the camera's not on. Okay, my camera's not on. I'm looking through the Safari, for example. How is it mapping my room?
Well, your Wi-Fi can ping your whole room. Your Wi-Fi router and your phone, which receives Wi-Fi, can ping a whole room and layout. Plus, every time you walk around the house, every time you turn your phone, it's always listening and it's always recording, whether you want to believe that or not.
No. Yeah, I understand that. I've been aware of that. I'm talking about actually with the camera off, it can map the whole house. Can't do that. Even with trigonometry, it's not going to get it exactly right, is it? Come on. And I don't see
No,
how Wi-Fi is
I
going to do
don't
that.
No, when they do that, I don't think they use just a phone in that circumstance. They're using a
Right.
pairing device. So they use pairing of devices. That's why nearby devices is a thing now. It's because those nearby devices share information. And they can use that to triangulate a signal. Because triangulating a signal is just counting the waves in between each ping from each tower. And then
Yeah.
you can know the exact position. And the router on your phone, because it pings through different materials, it's basically like a X-ray radar. So like it can go through a Faraday. So if you can block your signal with a Faraday cage or a piece of tinfoil, basically, but you can't with a Wi-Fi signal, that just kind of tells you that like it's able to permeate materials better than other signals, though they're not.
Yeah.
So you just turn off your phone's ability to respond to you. So like you turn on its ability to respond, but it's always listening. That's why when you go, "Hey Siri," it goes, "Yeah." It has to be listening in order to do that. Dead things don't respond. Unliving, unaware things don't respond.
Yeah. My phone, when it's switched off, Siri doesn't work because that's the way I've set it up. So only when my phone is switched on that Siri is activated.
Yeah, you're able to shut off your phone's ability to respond to you, but
Yeah.
it's still doing all the things that it does. They had to write bills for it. Like remember Batman? You guys are into conspiracy. We're all conspiracy theories here. Remember when Fox had to track the Joker using all these cell phones?
I don't remember that. Maybe that particular movie. If I did, I've
I remember
forgotten. But
that
carry
that
on.
scene of The Dark Knight.
It's very similar to that. They use the same technology to catch people in the forest chopping down and lumbering. What they do is they take cell phones and they put them on a grid. And then if a chainsaw starts, it'll activate a cell phone within a certain amount of decibels. And if the decibels register a certain amount, they know that it's that area. Because it'll be like 80 decibels from grid 1, and it'll be like 60 decibels from grid 2. 40 decibels from grid 3. And then like 3A will be like 1.5. So they're like, okay, it's in grid fucking 1. And then they go there and catch people cutting trees with fucking chainsaws. They can do the same thing with your cell phones. So like voice recognition and stuff, If a criminal that they're looking for that is given a testimony in court and they have like a solid, good voice recording, they can put that through an algorithm, run it into the meta AI, or into these LLMs, or whatever you call them, and that can pick up on your voice and find you instantly. Same with your face, your eyes, your fingerprints. If you touch somebody's cell phone and your fingerprint touches their cell phone scanner, which
Is
will
that
definitely the people will find out that.
hello there, here today?
You recognize him?
What are you doing here? Is this person for real? Is this like a
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, she's a real person.
Anyway, Gregory, can I talk to you in my room?
In your room?
Yeah.
You finna call me or what?
No. Room.
Yeah,
Oh, you're talking about a
we're
VC
not
like in a
interested
server.
in calling you. No, thank you.
What?
You talking about VC in another server, right?
In this server.
In this, okay. Well, invite me to it then.
Okay. Also, Heretic, are you still friends with Lags people?
With who?
Why have you been in the lag room?
Oh, I don't know. There's like never anybody in it.
Come back. Because I low-key miss you.
You're strange. Get out of here. Get.
Come on. Come back to the room.
No. I'm busy. I'm flat earthing.
You're flat earthing.
Yo, I'm a oblate spheroiding.
They didn't believe that I changed the flat earth. I got hated on for no reason.
Now, there's plenty of reasons, I'm sure.
There's not.
Yeah, your voice, for one, like the way you like end your words or sentences, the way you begin them, the middle of everything.
Wow.
Wait,
Wow.
okay, hold up. Let me change my voice into T real quick. Hold up.
Okay, this is not flat Earth related at all, is it?
No, it's not. No.
So, do you guys want to talk about flat Earth?
Bella, shut up, man.
If you have any questions, we'll answer them. But come on.
She's goofy, and some people don't. Not in the mood to hear that sometimes. So
It's
it is what it
literally
is.
like talking. It's like talking to a fucking pink energy drink. This is literally. That's what it is. Well, somebody from the other room screamed. Like that's what it feels like.
We got the drone girls coming in now.
I felt that one. I felt that one. He's a goofball. She's good people.
Yeah. Yeah, biometrics on a phone is just insane, dude. And like people started like figuring it out and started taking their batteries and like removing their fucking microphone and then like using just their headphone jack because of Edward Snowden or whatever. And the government's like, no more detachable batteries, no more headphone jacks. You're not stopping us from spying on you, you little fuckers. Because that's why they removed the headphone jack, the expandable storage, all that shit, because they want control of all of it. And if like you're able to like, snapshot and screenshot memes and like, well, not memes, but you know what people said during the pandemic, the horrible things they said, and you screenshotted all that, they're going to software bomb your phone so like it fucks up and like you're gonna need to go get a new phone now. All your fucking evidence is gone. So they do, dude. They have complete control of your fucking phone. Every fucking breath you take, they have monitored. Like it's just These things are amazing.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. Really, at the end of the day,
Yeah, neither am I. It's the well, I'm a technocrat,
Yeah.
so I'm all for it. But it's basically the data disk from Tron. That's what your smartphone is. It's that little data disk from Tron. It's got your DNA logo.
I'm not concerned at all.
Well, no. Okay, you shouldn't be concerned. The only concern you should have about that is that if I wanted to and I had access to the cloud, I could literally make a new you, bro. I could just make
fellow mods.
What's that?
Yeah, but not all my material is on cloud actually. So there you go.
Well, there'll be some
And my cloud currently is switched off as well on all devices, so they're not interlinked now.
You think so?
Well, they're not interlinked anyway. But not that I care anyway. Like I said, I'd like to meet myself on the street. Let's have a look. Bring him on.
It'd be super neat. Dude, like right now if the universe ended, or well not the universe, let's say like the country just got blown up. And then like they just printed you out in a factory and then stuck you somewhere. Like you wouldn't even know. Like you just be like, oh yeah, that I'm me. Like you wouldn't know if you were like cloned. I'm not saying that's the thing. I'm not saying I believe that either. I'm just saying like if to you you'd just be like, wait, like it'd be like a bad dream.
Have a soul though.
Yes.
You'd accept this reality. You'd find your easier argument. Instead of arguing about what reality is, you would find a bet. You'd accept your existence probably. Because like to insert somebody into a matrix, like let's say like a VR submersion or immersion, it's better to turn off the system first, the human being. So like shut them off and then submerge them and then wake them up in it. Because then the reality they wake up into, they're more likely to accept. Whereas if they're awake when they enter that reality, the shift is just not going to happen. It's going to take way too long. So you have to reboot the system. And then the reality that it wakes up into, the fight is there's not much of a struggle. So when you put in
Right.
electrical stimulation, non-Newtonian materials, temperature change, all that stuff, and then ocular, obviously, auditory, olfactory, all that kind of stimulation, it's much easier to accept if you wake up in that simulation. But if you're awake when you get put in, you're gonna still know. You're not gonna be comfortable. Your body's not gonna adapt. Your cells aren't gonna adapt. The information in your brain is not gonna adapt. Because you're gonna know, you're gonna have that bridge. So you gotta separate the information and data and wake them up in it. And they accept it.
You gonna answer my question or what?
Oh wait, did you ask something? I was fucking monologuing like an idiot. Sorry.
You were asked a question first, and you were non-responsive. So I'd appreciate an answer to my question.
Non-responsive. I asked a question and I got banned right away.
Yeah, I asked you a question, and you completely red herringed off to something else. It was non-responsive to my question. So I hushed you and gave you the opportunity to answer my question in here in the VC. How's that sound? So the question was, the image you posted, right? The flat Earth eclipses are awesome. And I asked you, why would that be a flat Earth eclipse?
No answer.
Huh? God damn it. Let me turn this off again. Why would that be a flat Earth eclipse? And I answered with another question. Don't you find it odd that all the planets and everything else is round except for Earth?
That's a red herring and non sequitur.
Oh,
You
so
have
we're
confirmed.
the light bulbs. My light bulbs are round. How come? Why would my floor be flat if my light bulbs are round? That makes no sense. Haven't you noticed
Yeah,
how my
yeah.
light bulbs are round?
You've got to be You've got to be more honest to yourself, because you know you haven't confirmed what you are carrying as beliefs, and you are looking at the objects and the stories you've been told have not been validated by you or by anyone at the end of the day. So you know you're making a big leap there. That's a problem.
Yeah, I think the best reductio ad absurdum here would be the shape of the chandelier has no bearing on the shape of the floor, bro. That stuff
Yeah.
is in the sky. This is what we're walking on. Different purposes, different shapes, different strokes for different folks, homie. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah, and you know, we're the only thing with life that we know on it. We're living with it. You don't know what those objects are, so you know it's a false equivalence fallacy, like was said, a red herring. You know, and you're not addressing his question still properly.
I don't know what a red herring is, but it's definitely whatever he's going with is a fishy story for sure.
Okay.
Well, him asking that question does not answer mine. I don't understand how that is a response to my question. I'd like to know why that particular image is indicative of what a flat Earth eclipse would look like.
I think that image was just a meme, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that was obviously found worthy of posting for some reason. Right.
How is he going to change music to that?
No, it's fair. It is for me. It is fair to say that all eclipses that you observe were observed from a flat Earth. Fine, because that's what we're living on. Okay, right. But looking up at the eclipse doesn't donate a shape. You can't say, the eclipse that proves flat Earth. No, that doesn't prove any shape. Looking up does not do that. Okay.
Also, you gotta have faith in an illusion here. You have to believe that the sun is 400 times bigger, but it's also 400 times further away, so they just magically appear the same size. Like, no, bro, they're the same fucking size. Stop being a weirdo. Okay? They are the same size and distance roughly. They appear that way, they probably are that way. Okay, it's not magically and just by chance. It's 400 times bigger, but 400 times further away. So it's fucking just like your left fist and your right fist, but it's an illusion.
What you're actually looking at is the sun itself moving across the sky. Yes, but when you look up, you cannot say that the Earth is a globe from that observation, or that it's flat from that observation either. So that's it.
Yeah,
Looking
and if
up
you
doesn't
do
prove
that,
shape.
yeah, and if you start trying to say that shit, I'm gonna start thinking your eyeballs are flat. That's what I'm gonna think. I'm gonna be like, your fucking eyeballs are flat, bro.
When you play pool, all the balls are circular, but the table's flat, isn't it? There you are. At the pool,
The
you're
table's
playing your
gotta
pool
be
or
round.
snooker or billiards.
No, the snooker table's gotta be round because the balls are round, Jin.
I have
The thing
played on
is,
a round table. Oh, round, not
sorry.
spherical. I was going to say I have played on a round snooker table, not spherical, but round in an Irish pub.
Oh, that's it. Typical place to have
I
one. Eh?
trust the Irish.
Yeah,
Yeah. Was it
exactly,
upside down
exactly.
too?
Brilliant, though. I'd like to see that, actually. Brilliant, yeah.
Mr. Fancy Pants with his round snooker tables. What are you, rich? Let's
Oh.
eat 'em.
No.
Yeah.
Eat the rich. Just kidding.
would be a good piece of engineering as well. You know, carpentry and that, getting it all put together, right? And those pockets and everything. Yeah. Well, come on, man. And then that slate that they use, to keep everything nice and level. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I've never seen a round snooker or billiard pool table. Never seen one. Let alone play on one. Yeah.
All right, so my question, if the Earth was round, if you lay face down on the Earth, and I tie a big old helium balloon on your belt loop, like an Acme cartoon, and then you start floating up off the Earth, and you can't turn your neck either way, how long is it until you see a 360-degree horizon? How high do you gotta get, buddy, before you no longer have to turn your head to see a horizon? I gots to know. I gots to know, because you don't got the answer. And I
But
know
you said you can't move. You can't move left or right. You said that's the first thing.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to see 360 degrees then, would you? You'd only be able to see what's in front of you.
Well, according to me, no. But you only get a little piece of the horizon. You have to be looking at the horizon. So, how high do you have to be till it turns from a flat or a curve to a circle? Like, till you can see.
Yeah, again, you would. Again, you described it. I would. So I wouldn't be able to see it all, would I? I'd have to move my neck or change my orientation.
I think so, yeah. I believe so, because it's flat. I think you're always going to have to see one piece. You're never going to get the whole piece, dude. There's just no way.
Yeah, but I've been on the ocean. Well, I'm going back to 1969. All right, on a ship called the MV Augustus, a cargo ship, on its way from Nigeria to London, Southampton, should I say, on the coast of England. And all I saw for 360 degrees was a leveled horizon all around me on the ship. As a kid, coming back to from Nigeria, a 2-week journey, by the way.
Yeah, so if you were face down and you floated up and you turned your head and you could see the horizon, and then you turn your head this way, you can see the horizon, and you're rising
All right, so
up.
now I've got 360 degrees orientation. Oh, well, then that's good then. Right, okay.
I had logic. I should be able to get a telescope and get on my roof, and I should be able to see London all the way from Minnesota, right?
Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is face down.
Right.
You float up off the ground. How high do you have to be till you no longer have to tilt your head to see a horizon?
High pros.
The horizon is there already. If I'm face downwards looking at the ground, I'm not seeing the horizon. In order to see the horizon, I'd have to tilt my head up to see the horizon.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
why
probably
it's
calculate it.
that's why it's for the Globies to answer, because according to at some point in time they should be able to see all the horizons in a circle. How high?
A few miles.
All right, I'll
few
try.
How many? Yeah, come on, Globus.
Well, I'm not really a glober, but I can calculate this.
Okay, so at 80,000 feet, I know for certain that I have to do this or this to see a horizon. So at what point am I going to see this turn into this? And then when am I going to see the flat thing turn into the circle thing? How high do I have to be to see the square make a circle?
Did you see the that went around the moon a couple weeks ago? That would be a great question to
Oh,
ask.
yeah, the first black guy or whatever. And he's like, no, don't make this a race thing.
Oh, what was that? Artemis mission. Yeah. That'd be pretty stuff to have fun. Like, how many days out was it until they actually saw the whole Earth in one view?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's got to turn from a flat horizon to like this circle surrounded by blackness at some point.
Well, they say 3,000 degree. Sorry, 6,000 feet. You can supposedly see the whole globe.
No, that's at 6,000 feet. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
Round.
What? Who said that? Nobody said that. Did they have Down syndrome?
Yeah, that was years ago.
At 6,000 feet, if they said they could see the globe, I bet
No,
you
it's 6,000 miles. Miles.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, miles
Sorry,
would make
Yeah, I might have said feet by mistake there, so that might have been me. 6,000 miles is what I meant to say.
Yeah, you
I'll
threw
take
a
responsibility for that.
chromosomes in there, didn't you, Jen?
Yeah, that would have been me. Yeah, I think I said feet by mistake. No, 6,000 miles is what I meant to say.
So, like, about the height of like Canada coast west to Canada coast east, if you got that high up in the air, you could see the whole globe.
Oh,
That's what they're saying. They're saying that you can see the whole globe from 6,000 miles. But I've never actually put that to the test because I can't. We're living on a flat Earth, remember?
Yeah, and they're not going to let you. They're not going to let you. You can pick, and I challenge the Globies on this all the time. Pick a direction, and you will eventually bump into the guy that's going, let me see your papers. And like, you can start anywhere on the earth. Start anywhere and just pick a direction, walk in a straight line. You are going to get to the guy that wants to see your papers. You'll find him. And whether you're on a boat, an airplane, walking, on a trail, on a river,
motorbiking.
That's like, hey, where you going? Let me see your papers.
Yeah, border control. I met quite a few of them on my journey from London to Africa. Yeah. So
And if you go
It's
anywhere to bring
4,000 kilometers.
If you're going to certain places, they're going to be like, get in the box and close your eyes. That's basically what they're going to say. If you're going a certain distance, they're going to be like, get in the box. Get in the box.
That's not correct. Oh, I can't be.
And let's be real, because, like, imagine if your cat, you just came home and your cat was, like, you know, building its own, like, food supply. You'd be like, what in the fuck? Or if it had, like, started to construct, like, stilts so it could reach the catnip or something, you'd be like, oh, no, you don't. Let me see your papers. You'd be like, listen here. Like, you just wouldn't. So, like, that's how the governments feel about people. They're like, no, you're not. You're allowed to stay around here for 65 years. You're not going anywhere. And also, like, the further up north you go, dude, compasses don't work up there. You gotta travel by, like, gyro, or you gotta know what the stars are doing. And if you don't know what the stars are doing, like, you're gonna get lost. Because there's a curve with the compass as you're walking. It's, like, super different. And it just, there's so much, like, weird shit up there. Like, the mountains are so huge.
You got two different norths.
that like they look really close, but
You're
they're
talking
like
about mechanics,
yeah,
not true north.
like Pond Inlet. Like if you get up past Pond Inlet in Canada, like everything starts getting really weird. Are you typing with chopsticks? Oh.
From the big Earth.
shit. I got moved to the 24/7 Flat Earth. What the fuck? Why did I get moved here? Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's so quiet in here? I got running out of here earlier and it was so loud. Now it's so quiet. What's up? Is Jen not here to spew his nonsense? Yeah, because Jen spews nothing but nonsense. He must have gone to bed. On his flat side of the world.
Wait, you only just realised you've been sitting in here for like 10 minutes.
Now I've been trying to find out why I was kicked from the previous channel, and then I tried to figure out where I was, where I got kicked to, and for some reason it kicked me to here. I don't know why it kicked. Why did it kick me here?
Because we're awesome.
All right. Oh, well, please don't say that.
Why not?
Dude, I've been talking to flat earthers for like 9 years now. I they're not awesome.
What? Why wouldn't they be awesome?
Well, I mean, let's consider Jen when he's not on a tangent. He's an okay guy, but if you get him on a tangent, well, then he's just a retard.
Shots fired, Jim. Take cover. No, they bounce off him anyway.
I mean, Jen, don't get me wrong. Jen's a good guy, right? Like, I know he's not here right now, so I don't really want to talk bad about him because he's not here to defend himself. But, you know, Jen's a good guy, you know. But I mean, after I think I've been talking to him for like 7 years, you know, that he just spews the same shit. Like, no matter how many times he's heard the arguments, he just goes down the same line of argumentation. It's like, dude, tell me you're indoctrinated without telling me you're indoctrinated. Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, tell me you're not spewing the same shit that you've heard on their channels without telling me you've heard the same shit. Come on now.
Jin, you there?
Nah, it doesn't look like he is, or else he would have responded. So, like I said, I've talked to Jen long enough. If he was there, he would have said something. Jen, it's your moment to call me a liar. Yeah, see, he's not there. Well, considering how quiet it is in the Flat Earth channel, I guess that means that Flat Earth died.
He's been awfully quiet since that Artemis launch.
Oh no, they were here earlier, like before I switched channels. They were here earlier doing the same tired old arguments. Oh, show me measurements that the world's flat. Yeah, and
I
then
mean, yeah.
and then
Soon
trying
enough, people
to
will be taking pictures with their iPhones, and that won't be enough
yeah,
for them.
they were trying to cope on the 2024 flat Earth experiment that was done, the where Will Duffy paid for flat earthers to go to Antarctica. Yeah, they were coping hard on that. So, fuck
Yeah,
them.
the final experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, they were coping hard, so fuck them.
That's why I love. I'm a connoisseur of cope. So, yeah. Flat Earthers definitely provide the cope.
Yeah, they were coping hard on that. Just fuck them. Like, they want to believe the world's flat. Fine, fuck you. Believe the world's flat. I don't give a shit anymore. I've been talking to the flat earthers for so many years, trying to have legitimate debates where all I get is, cognitive dissonance and incoherent arguments. Fuck them at this
Yeah,
point.
it
Fuck them.
usually regresses to grade school arguments.
Yeah, it does. It does. Like, I can't argue with them anymore when all you're gonna bring up is third grade arguments. Like, did you not pay attention in school? Oh no, you're just feeding into indoctrination.
Though, and not only
Fuck
I
you.
mean, most people will always find it out. They won't actually just admit that they're like, oh, that they're wrong. They'll literally lie.
Well,
Yeah, that sounds like Tonga. Oh, that is Tonga saying that. Oh my goodness.
No, that's why I go on
Of course, T-Dub, I'm always a champion of truth. You know that.
Well, that's why I keep going to the flat experiment, right? Where Will Duffy paid for them to go. Jeranism was actually honest, and he shut down his channel. You know, but fucking Witsit
he shut down his channel.
Yeah, Jeranism shut down his channel. Witsit gets it, on the other hand, he went from saying that the world's flat to, oh well, we don't know what the world is. We don't know the shape of the world. That's fucking Witsit gets
No,
it.
he's still adamantly a flat earther. He's still adamantly a
Yeah,
flat
no,
earther.
no, he will say he's a flat earther, but if you corner him, he'll say we don't know what it is. And that's only he's
Overall.
only gone to that road after his trip where Will Duffy paid for him to go down to the Antarctic.
Yeah, look. I'll agree that Jaren was honest in his position because he had a vested interest in a particular type of flat Earth. So he went beyond the scope of just investigation of the geometry of the surface, right? He wanted to include all these other things into his cosmological view, right? Like
As
how
any
the sun
serious
operates.
person would.
Right. Oh no, not necessarily. And he
what?
when he met evidence, right, that conflicted with his built upon, right, his added assumptions, right, he tossed the whole lot out, right. That's called throwing the baby out with the bathwater. He really should
A
have
lot of people do
gone
that
back
with
to the
religion
drawing
too.
board.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Oh, I sense some issues coming. All right, go ahead.
that's all right. It's going to take a fair bit to offend me.
I'm not trying to offend.
No, like with whatever Thomas said. I wasn't
flat
listening because I was
earthers are my
speaking.
friends.
I've been at it for almost a decade, so yeah, don't worry about me.
It's too late to fight. I'm just gonna smoke and go to bed here. So
I love flat earthers. You give me entertainment.
yeah, it's all good stuff. At the end of the day, nobody gets hurt. At least not physically.
Until Witsit gets a fucking hair
That-
up his ass.
There has been altercations.
People die over this shit, dude. This is no joke.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's how much people love NASA.
Yo, T-Dub, would you die for flat Earth?
Would I die for it? Die for the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, cheers to that, guys. Have a good night, fellas.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
found
see
out
you,
I've
man.
been banned for 7 days from a channel that I didn't even say anything to the person that banned me. They came in 2 seconds later, they banned me. What the fuck is this? What the hell is going on?
Hello?
Oh, look,
I
another
love.
woman. Am I gonna be
Love 40.
banned?
40. Who's this? Oh,
I was banned
How's
in
it
that
going?
other channel by a woman. Am I gonna be banned now?
For what? What'd you do?
I didn't do anything. That's the point.
Okay. That's good.
No,
Just keep it up.
yeah. You say that.
I would
I
never do
lit.
that to you.
Yeah, I got banned in the last channel for saying 5 words, and it was because a woman who has never actually spent more than 10 minutes in the channel.
Uh-huh. Oh. You're safe. This is the Flat Earth Discord. This is a safe space. This is a
No,
safe,
flat
not
Earth.
safe.
Flat Earth is never a safe space.
Huh?
I've
It's
been
just the
I've
one
been I've been
space we
talking
never
to
experience.
flat earthers for almost 8 years. There is never a safe space with flat earthers.
Yeah, no, you know you're stereotyping,
Not
right?
nice.
Yeah, they're just people, right? We're just
Do you know
people.
how many discords I've been in with these people?
Yeah, amongst any group, you're going to find, differing personalities, right, and characters.
Yeah, and
Just like anything.
they all rely on the personalities that they have bred upon from like Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley that they believe in, that they then
All right. Is that
characterize
why?
everybody from
Is that why
that.
they got banned from here,
Oh no, they aren't banned from
and
here.
we're still here? Is that why
They're
they got
not.
banned from here? And yeah, they
They're
are.
not banned
Yeah, they
from
are.
here. No, they're
Yeah, they
not.
are.
No, they're
Yes,
not.
they are. They are. That's how much you know.
Bullshit.
They
Bullshit.
are. Well, you can believe what you like, but they're banned from here.
Then why did I hear Nathan Oakley in here just a week ago?
If you did, then there's been a lift of the ban that I'm unaware of.
Where he literally was basically doing his entire spiel for his channel, where he proposed that question, monkeys believing we're on a spinning ball, bullshit, here in the channel.
I'm not aware of that event. I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
Not a week ago. Like, I remember a similar event taking place maybe a year ago.
It was last Sunday.
Okay, fair enough. I wasn't aware. I wasn't here.
Yeah,
He must have just recently been, like, unbanned.
No, it was
Actually, I think he was server
it was
banned.
last Sunday. Yeah, I understand what you mean. He has been in the past because of the way he's treated people in the channel, but he was unmuted and unbanned last Sunday, and he was in here,
Oh,
and I
fair enough.
tried to have a conversation with him like I normally do, but no matter how cordial I am with him, I get banned. And then he keeps being able to spew his nonsense without having any kind of recourse. And it's like, how can I take flat earthers with any kind of serious thought?
No, that's silly. That's just assuming that every other single flat earther is going to be, the experience that you have is going to be similar. Why? Why would you assume that?
Well, thankfully, like I said, I've been in this conversation for, years. Thankfully, I've been able to have conversations with him without him around, and that I don't get banned. But yet, most of the people that I have conversations with understand that they're wrong.
Okay. So you've converted a lot of flat earthers back to the globe.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah, what's your count, you reckon?
I would say currently about 10, 11.
So what do you think was the main point that did it?
Star Trails.
Star Trails. You just said Star Trails, and they just turned. They're like, yep, you're
It's
right.
not that
Back to the
it's
globe.
not that I said it. It was that I actually, held their feet to the fire on that.
Okay. How did you do that? Do you mind me asking?
Well, so for you, for example, what part of the hemisphere do you live in? Even flat earthers
That's
admit to a
It's a
hemisphere.
loaded question. Because I think that the Earth is a plane, and I don't think that there's hemispheres.
Yes, but even flat earthers admit to a hemisphere.
No, I don't.
Okay, so
That would require there to be a sphere.
Are you north or south
would,
of the equator?
I'm south. I'm 29 degrees south.
Okay, so then you would fit within the hemisphere, even though that you don't want to call it a sphere. You would fit within the sphere
I get
that
what you're saying.
we call
It's fine.
what we're talking about.
An area.
Yeah, an
An
area.
area that's sectioned. Yeah. A southern section and a northern section.
Yeah. So
It's a dividing line.
what rotation do the stars go?
That's a concept, by the way. That doesn't mean that actually exists.
So you're telling me that the stars don't rotate a certain direction?
Wait. Oh, sorry. I was still talking about being north or south of the equator. But
No.
yeah. Okay.
You're
I'm in
You're
Australia.
south.
I'm
You're
Australian.
south.
Yeah, 29 degrees south. Yep.
Yeah.
Now what?
So the stars rotate in what direction?
There appears to be a clockwise movement of stars around a central point in the sky towards the south from my location.
And if you were on a flat plane, why would someone on the other side of the line say anything different?
They don't see anything different.
Yeah, they did. They say it's counterclockwise. They say it's counterclockwise.
Not when they face south.
Even when they face south.
No, not when they face south. That wouldn't make sense if the Earth was a globe and it was rotating on its axis with all the fixed points of light being at essentially an infinite distance, right? Not moving and appearing to move because of the Earth's actual rotation, right?
I really don't want to call you a liar, but I think you're exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating. I can get Google to explain it to you if you like.
I mean, you can try, but if you're looking toward the equator, whether from the south or from the north, if you're looking at it toward the equator from the south, and this is Google's explanation too. If you're looking toward the equator from the south, you will see a clockwise rotation, and if you're looking toward the
that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay. Would you like to compare notes?
Where you look doesn't change the rotation direction, by the way.
I mean,
that's actually
I can
incorrect.
compare
So
notes.
no, listen. This is correct. All right, what I'm about to say and tell you.
No, we don't even have to go with what we say. I mean, we can literally just compare notes.
What I'm going to tell you is the correct information, right?
No,
what you see. One sec. You haven't heard what I've said yet, right? So, if you are south of the equator and facing north towards the equator, you will see stars appear to travel in an anti-clockwise fashion. If you are north of the equator and facing towards the equator, right, you will see the stars appear to do a clockwise motion.
And why is that?
Right. So the thing is, you've changed direction.
And
right?
why is that?
Listen to this again. Which way? If you're north of the equator
and
you're
why is that?
One sec, bro. Listen. If you're north, let's clarify that you understand the actual
I understand
situation.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Right.
I completely understand what you're saying. South, counterclockwise. North, clockwise. Why?
Right. From any location.
Why?
Because they move from east to west, and when you face that direction, they appear to move in a different direction. But it's not a different direction. Doesn't look like they're starting to go west.
Now prove it.
Right?
Now prove that on a flat plane.
No, I don't have to prove it. It happens.
Yes, it happens. Now show me how
Right.
that happens on a flat plane
I don't
versus a
need to. You
globe.
just observe it. I don't
Okay,
have to do
okay.
that. You just observe it.
Yes, that's what we observe. Now, why do
Yes.
we observe that?
I don't make a claim to know exactly why, except that.
Why do we observe
Hey,
that?
bro, are you going to let me finish the sentence? Right.
All you're saying is we don't know why.
Listen, I wasn't finished.
Yes, you were.
The stars, what we observe is the stars moving from east to west, right?
Here we go.
Regardless of whether we face north or south, right? That's what we see. If we face east, right, they appear to go from behind us and over the top of us.
If the world was
Sorry, if we face east,
then
they come from the front in front of us and go over the top of us and what would appear to be behind us, right? If we face west, they appear to come from behind us and go over the top of us towards the west. But when we face south, right, they look like they come from the east and go to the west. And when we look north, they appear to come from the east and go towards the west, right? The same thing. It's just that when you've faced a different direction, now that east-west is coming from a left to a right or a right to a left, depending on whether you're facing north or south, respectively. Right. That's just what we observe. Okay. Now, beyond what I'm pointing out, beyond what we observe, I'm not making a claim.
Oh, no, you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay. If that's what you think. If you think making a statement is not making a claim, then that's on you.
No, that was a claim of the observation. That's just the observation, which you can verify for yourself just by experiencing it. You just have to go out at night and experience it.
And I have.
Yep. Right. So we're not in disagreement about that.
Okay, so you make an observation, I make an observation, and we are in disagreement. Now what?
No, we're in agreement about the observation.
No, I am in disagreement.
Okay. I don't see why. We experience the same thing.
No, apparently we don't.
What do you disagree with about the observation?
I can say that the stars that when I was in Argentina, I can say that the stars that I witnessed in the sky were going counterclockwise, and then the stars that I saw when I was in Ohio were going or counterclockwise in Ohio, clockwise in Argentina, and yet
depending on the direction you're facing. Depending on the direction you're facing.
No,
I
it's
agree.
not depend. No, it's not depending on
yes,
the
it is.
direction you're facing.
Okay, so
No,
which way do the?
it's not. No,
all
it's
right,
not
so
depending on your
okay, so
direction
let me
you're
ask you a
facing.
question then. Okay, let me
If
ask
I'm
you a question.
standing,
then.
if I am standing in the middle of a clock and it's going counterclockwise, no
I'm going
matter
to
which.
ask you a question. No, I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer it. All right. If you're north of the equator, let's say you're at 30 degrees north, and you're facing the equator, which direction are you facing? Which cardinal direction?
And I'm facing north.
If you are north of the equator, so you're 30 degrees north of the equator, like somewhere in the Americas, okay? Let's say you're somewhere in the right, and you're facing the equator. Which direction are you facing?
I'm facing south.
Right. And which way did the stars appear to move?
Clockwise.
Right. Now, if you remain in the same spot and you turn around and face north, which way do the stars appear to be moving?
Counter.
No,
counterclockwise.
No, it would be clockwise.
Counterclockwise. He's correct. Counterclockwise. So, right. So that doesn't change. When I go to 30 degrees south, it's the same.
But you can't tell which direction the clock is moving until you see its center.
What are you talking about? I can go to 30 degrees south, like roughly where
what
I
I
am right
mean.
now, and if I'm facing south, right, with the equator behind me, like I was before when the equator was in front of me, the stars appear to go clockwise. And if I don't go anywhere and remain in that single spot at 30 degrees south and turn
No.
around and face north, the stars appear to be going
No.
anti-clockwise,
No.
just like you experienced in the north.
You have to
Then
know.
you're an absolute moron.
have
I'm
to
sorry, but you're a
understand.
moron.
All right, you can call me a moron all you want.
Yeah, but you demonstrably are. You demonstrably are a moron. And this is recorded, and you're drunk, and I don't know if that's an excuse that you have.
You don't
but
understand where the
you've just made
center
a
is.
fool of
You
yourself.
don't understand where the center is.
No, you're both
What
being silly.
center? What are you
You
talking
look
about?
in
What
the
center?
direction. The rotation doesn't change. There's like
Exactly.
conservation.
It doesn't change. The rotation is the
anything.
same regardless of which direction you're looking. It doesn't matter. The rotation is the same. You can look one direction, it goes one way. You can look another direction, it goes another way. The rotation is the same.
Why you got about it? Yeah, and that's
That's
not exclusive.
It's the same.
That's what that's what I just detailed to you, and you disagreed, right?
No, I didn't
disagreed with me.
disagree. I didn't disagree. I did
Yeah, you
not
did.
disagree. No, I disagreed with
did.
what you said. You said that I had to be standing in one way and looking north and looking south. Yes, if I was standing in that rotation, I was standing in that
Oh
position
my god,
and
bro,
looking.
you are just rambling.
No.
Listen, bro, exactly what you described would happen. Oh my god. Exactly what he described would happen being at 30 degrees north, right? Is exactly the same thing I described as being at 30 degrees south, and he disagreed with me. And now he's telling me that that's what he actually said.
No,
and that
I think
he doesn't disagree.
So
He's a retard.
I think the part disagreement is if you were, say, you're 30 degrees north of the equator, if you're looking north and you're looking south, the rotation of the stars does not change. You don't see
Yes,
a
it
difference in
does. It
rotation.
does, though. That's the thing. It does, and he agreed with that. I asked him if you're at 30 degrees. Listen, I asked him if he's at 30 degrees north, right, and he's facing the equator. Which way is he facing? And he agreed he's facing south, right?
I know.
And I asked him, being at 30 degrees north, facing the equator, facing south, which way do the stars appear to move? And he said clockwise. And I said, correct, I agree. Now, if you turn around and don't move, you haven't gone anywhere, you're still at that exact latitude and longitude coordinate, and you face north, which way did the stars appear to move? And he said anti-clockwise. And I said, correct, that's exactly right, right? And now we move to 30 degrees along the same meridian to south, 30 degrees south, and we do the exact same thing. Face south, view the star motion, clockwise. Face north, star motion, anti-clockwise, right? He disagreed with that.
Tito, chill out. So I was here for the conversation. You don't have to like replay everything. I know the conversation. So
right, and that is what happens. That's the correct observation. I don't disagree with any of that.
Let's
but
just
somehow the problem he had was a syndrome called everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, to the point that I'm going to make myself look stupid by disagreeing with them when they state the correct thing.
T-Dub. So
that's what he
talk
had,
about
right?
That north of the equator part. Okay, let's talk about 30 degrees north of the equator, looking north and looking south. He is incorrect. He is wrong. You do not see a difference in rotation. Now, let's say it's not the stars. Let's say there's no stars.
Let's do.
Let's say it's a big clock.
Now,
Literally a giant
bro,
clock.
and I'm not arguing with this about. I'm not arguing about this with anyone. they can't agree on what I detailed, then they're an absolute moron and they need to go study some basic fucking astronomy. Not having this argument with people. It's pointless. You're just wrong.
Is hey, Tita, can I ask a question? One thing that may be worth clarifying, right? If you're in the north, you're facing south. Are you facing like straight in front of you south, or are you somewhat still looking up? Let's say at like a 75 or 80 degree angle, looking at a certain set of stars that you may still be able to see to some degree. Like maybe if you're looking at let's say you're facing up like 80 or 85 degrees, right? Where you're seeing a set of stars that if you literally turn 180 degrees and you're facing north and you look up at the same angle, that you might still see the same set of stars. Okay. Are you talking about that type of scenario wherein your view, in each of these views, you're looking at more or less the same set of stars and their movement? Or are you talking about the complete different set of stars, let's say over the horizon or above the horizon, 30 degrees, something like that? Because that's where I think the specificity on something like that may help in the actual description. Don't you think? Because if you're looking out further in front of you at a lower elevation angle, you might see a different actual type of rotation. Whereas if you're looking more or less straight above you, it would be hard to see an actual rotational kind of direction of these things, but more so like just like a west to east, like straighter path type of thing. You know what I mean? Like what were you guys actually talking about?
No, I don't know what the first drunken idiot was trying to get at, right? I think he was eventually trying to get me to like bear the burden of explaining exactly why and how the stars appear to do what they do above a flat Earth, right? But I couldn't get him to even agree, get him to realize that we were on agreement about what we actually observe first, right? If we can't establish that, right, before we even get to the why, then there's no point.
I understand.
And that last dude literally thinks that when you're in the north, when you're at 30 degrees north and you face north, you see anti-clockwise rotation. Correct. Now he thinks if you face south, you see anti-clockwise rotation.
But this is what I mean, right? So how, like, what viewing angle are you looking at? Because you
just if you turn around and look south, just look south. Anywhere you look south, right?
Okay. So like straight front of you.
So you if you're on a ball, you're cutting the globe in half, right? And then that's your field of view, where anywhere you can look up and look around, right? Totally 180 spherical cutout, right? Right, except some of it's blocked from underneath you because of the Earth's in the way, right? So now you got just sort of got a quarter section, right? But okay, all right. So we're facing directly south with that kind of field of view, right? Any star within that field of view is going to be coming from your left and going towards your right. At no point any star in that section of sky is going to look like it's coming from your right and going to the left, except maybe when if you can see like stars underneath the apparent point of rotation that are actually coming up the other way to go back up and to go around, like to go at the top from the top.
Yeah.
Right? From the left.
Understood.
Like at the 9 o'clock to go to the 6 o'clock. So anything under the 6 and the 9, maybe it'll appear to go that way. But it's still a rotation. If you continue that circle, that's clockwise, right? Like looking at a clock on the wall, that's going to be clockwise. And you turn around and face north, and it's going to be anti-clockwise.
Well, see, this is where my question kind of came in, right? Because depending on the angle that you're looking at, say for example you're facing directly south, okay, then you turn your head to the left, okay, you're facing east, right? And you see one particular star, and you follow it out through the entire night or something like that, and you see it kind of just pass right over your head, right? Let's say there's no real like obvious oh, is it going clockwise or counterclockwise? Because it's just taking an arced path above your head, right? That's what I mean. So approaching that type of scenario where you might be looking out 85 degrees or something like that, it might be difficult to actually determine the quote unquote clockwise or counterclockwise thing, right? Even though it's going east to west, and especially depending on your latitude, that may or may not be more or less evident. See what I mean? So that's all I'm getting at here is that this type of specificity in this type of discussion may further it a little more because you're talking past each other without that kind of detail, I think.
No, there's no detail. They're not meaning anything else other than that. I'm telling you now. They just have a misconception about what you actually go out and watch and see. They're just not very good. Even amateur astronomers, they suck.
Yeah, they're not being very detailed either, right? That's for sure. That's what I mean, right? So if they can specify what are they actually looking at, straight in front of you type shit, and seeing stars, in that field of view, or like straight above you, whether you're facing north or south, right? That's all.
I passed that out for them. I said, if you're facing east, right, directly east, a star is going to appear to come up from in front of you and go over the top of you, and it'll go behind you, right? And then I explained the inverse with the wet facing west. So there's no clockwise, counterclockwise there, right?
Exactly. Yeah, you got that. But they didn't. I didn't hear them actually further that part, right? It just gets muddy when you guys start talking about clockwise or counterclockwise because that is a very relative kind of thing, and at like a vast kind of scale where you can't really tell the actual arc of a thing over such a long period of time, that it kind of becomes a little fuzzy. You know what I mean? But I hear you. Star shit is kind of pointless anyway.
I mean, nothing I'm saying, right? Nothing. It's not anything that you can't go on right now onto Google and confirm, right? And get sources from actual like astronomy departments at universities. This is not up for debate, right? What I described is exactly what they'll agree. Yes, that's exactly what we observe and experience. Right? What I described.
I'm not challenging it. I was just bringing up like this type of specificity with them, so you can actually communicate it to them.
Yeah,
because they might not know.
I couldn't even get I was quite clear about what I was talking about. Right? They disagreed, and like I said, this is university basic entry level astronomy information. You can go and find out right now that this is exactly what has been recorded as being experienced and observed to take place on the surface of the Earth, regardless of what sort of geometry you think it has, right? I mean, if they can't agree with that much, then I don't know where to go anymore in the conversation with them.
Yeah. Earlier in the conversation, I was going to try and jump in and say at least at that point seemed like you guys were on par with most of what you were saying, except for the reason why you witness what you witness, right? They would say, oh, it's because we're on a curved surface and we're rotating and we get this kind of visual effect in the sky. Whereas you would say something like, who the fuck know, or even myself would say, who the fuck knows why these patterns are the way they are? We just know that the ground measures level and horizontal, and what's in the sky is distinct from that. How it works, who the fuck knows, who the fuck care? Right? That's where the divide I thought I understood was at that time. So, hey, what can you do? But otherwise, well played.
Yeah, I told him I wasn't making a claim beyond the observation. Beyond the part that we agree on, I don't make a claim. So, and I don't think he really knew how to respond to that. Being drunk and all too. I'm going to cut him some slack. He was kind of under the weather. It's probably why he got kicked from the last channel.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have said the part that we should agree on. It's just weird because it's things about reality that you can't help accept as being true, right? And that guy he's just like, nah, this guy's a flat earther. He's wrong, right? What's it called? Heretics Razor, isn't it? It's just classic.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was CB's razor.
But Flat Earth is a wrong syndrome.
Yeah, that's a CB thing.
Flat Earth is a wrong syndrome. CB
Oh, it is.
Heretics
Yeah, that
Razor
is.
is the attractant of morons because they think we're morons.
Well, yes, and well, it kind of ties into it because he's such a moron that he can't realize when the person he thinks is the moron is actually smarter than him or correct about something where he's wrong.
Yeah, that's Heretics. Yeah. I was listening on YouTube for that. And it's like, dude, I thought you might have, when he started yammering on about his clock, I thought you would have went, yep, let's go with the clock idea. The arms of the clock are so big, you can't see the end of it. And the clock is so big, you can't see the middle of it. But you know where the middle is. So you're going to stand somewhere right there, because you look like you're going to fall over, and look towards the middle. Now, which way is the second hand about to sweep over your head? Now you're going to turn around and face the opposite way. But I will cut him some slack. He did sound pretty wrecked.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, here we go. This will be entertaining. Rolling my stupids was typing up. Oh, yep, keep typing. We can wait for it.
Did you just call him Roland?
Yeah. Every time he decides to type something up, you see in the chat thing, so and so is typing. And if you see Roland pop up, it's like, how far back up the chat is he going to go? Like, seriously, one episode there, here he is typing away. I'm thinking to myself, I wonder what we're going to get. This will be interesting. He went back, I think it was like, one of them was 3 hours and another one was 6 hours. He'd gone back through the chat to find a meme that I'd put up, and the mistake was he decided to pick one of mine that was like 6 hours ago. And decided to attack a meme of all things.
Okay. I thought you meant like you never know how far back the chat's gonna go because he's gonna write up such a long message that's gonna push the whole chat.
Oh no. Couldn't be that lucky.
Fun.
He'd lose track of what he was talking about in a right up that long.
I'm gonna answer Roland, right? I'm gonna answer Roland, and if he's not listening on YouTube, here's tough shit, right? Yeah, those things are independent of one another. Those things are independent of one another, Roland.
oh, he's had a crack at T-Dub, something that was an hour and a half ago.
No, he's just saying anyone or anyone else for that matter at the end of his statement. The question is, I got terribly distracted, but I'm better now. Is this revision good? Flat Earth facts. The Earth is a flat plane, specifically mean sea level is defined by a plane. 2, the Earth is stationary, neither rotating nor translating through space. 3, translating? Yeah, 3. Down, up is the direction things fall, rise due to relative density, buoyancy. 4, the down direction is everywhere parallel to other down directions. 5, air pressure requires a container. The air we breathe is inside a container. And then he says, or anyone else for that matter, because he was asking Professor Triangle. So I just responded to it. No, like flat Earth facts. Like there is, but it's not like it doesn't involve like this like list that everyone necessarily like all agrees to or whatever. I mean, it's not a club like where if you don't agree with these things, you're not a flat earther, right? It's not like that. Those
I don't
things
think he'd
can be
memorise the
studied.
handshake.
Right? Yeah. But those
Yeah,
things
what
are
is it?
those things can be studied independent of one another.
It's like playing a game of FE trivia.
So what? Rolling my bowler. Hang on. Sorry, rolling my boulder is using a really sly tactic, a sea lining mixed with strawman gaslighting, right? Tactic with those sort of questions.
Ah, he was asking you guys for help to clarify.
Yeah, that's sea lining.
That's how he operates. It's always the same boring old crap.
Yeah, he knows anyway. Like, he doesn't need to ask to know the stance of most people that frequent here. Those things, though, he might find people that differ with each other in opinion about those things, and it can be independent of one another, right? Like, just remove that title there and just ask people individually, like, about those things that he's listed. Doesn't need to have flat Earth facts as this huge ass title. Just take that out. right? And then just ask each person individually or as a group, right? What's your stance on this? He's trying to paint a picture, right? Just trying to culturalize us. Stereotype.
Hey, have either of you or any of you spoken to Spliff, Nomad, Lalo, Heaven's Revealer before? Haven't seen you guys in here.
No. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, yeah, I think we have spoken. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the room anyway.
Yeah, how's it going?
It's good, brother. Any questions for the panel, as small as it is, this evening?
Is anybody running spaces on Twitter? Because I saw one today.
Not that I know of. At least not from in here.
Well, there are some flat earthers trying to take over Twitter at the moment, so that's always good to see.
Yeah. How's the argumentation over there?
Well, I only caught the tail end of the space, and someone was heading off to bed, but he said that somebody else who the people in the room apparently knew of was an Australian guy, and he was starting up the next space, so they seem to have some sort of end-to-end operation running at least.
Okay, cool. But are their arguments any good, or are they spitballing and shit?
Well, it was a little bit interesting because the guy running the space, his rubric wasn't really the kind of stuff you'll find here. He was more like challenging the actual, like the physics of how spacecraft move and land on the moon and all of these other things. And it's like, well, if you got people who want to indulge you in that information to begin with, then it is, it can be easy to pull apart, but you'll only get so far with them.
Okay. Sounds like something Jin would get into.
Well, I mean, the way the argument had panned out by the point the space was ending, he was trying to say that the lunar lander would only weigh like 500 newtons on the moon or something. And the other guy was trying to say that, like, it's too much weight to lose that much. I don't know. It was a bad argument, I thought. But it's good to see that people are pushing the boundary at least, and there wasn't too much vitriol from the globe side.
Okay.
Twitter's a bit of a weird space, though, You get all kinds of fringe beliefs on there, but they don't really have like a plan, They kind of just talk.
We had a brief period where some of us were going on X and doing a few hours there and coming back and whatnot. There was even an evening or two where we managed to set it up where feed from this room or these rooms was able to get to Twitter in their space, and it was like a little back and forth, right? I remember one time I set up my microphone on my phone to my speaker, so you know what I mean. So one could hear the other. We go through, and then some other time, I forget if there was another time or not. Something similar happened, and we had something going there, Don't think it lasted very long because the conversations over there they can get not the same as what we're used to in here. So to put it the least, but good to hear it's still active. It's always fun.
Yeah, I had a peek back on Facebook recently because I posted something that blocked my X account temporarily, and yeah, there's a lot of arguments going back and forth because it was just after they'd put up the Artemis. And so whenever they do these things like new space missions or whatever, it's like a resurgence for this side of the argument as well, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't know how far anyone will really get on Facebook, dude. I deleted my account years ago. It's just such a fucking. It's just a shithole on Facebook, man. I hate it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. The only reason I installed the app again briefly because I was debating whether or not to delete my content or force them to give me like a review, and they were just dragging their feet on the review. So, I just it's interesting because what I said was like the official statement of Iran like a day later. So it's like turns out I wasn't making shit up, just telling you the news.
Oh, okay. I hear you.
But it's like heavily politicized stuff that will like take your voice away. So you got to be careful how you approach all the different areas that are going on right now in the world. Like, there's not very much mental energy that people have for these higher order thinking problems because they're so screwed up right now.
Yeah, Matrix, you've been from time to time pulling shit up from Facebook, eh? You still have your Facebook account?
Yep, unfortunately.
And the shit on there, man, that you read, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's just your neck of the woods producing that type of thing, or if that's the common parlance on that
No, that's
platform.
normal.
I don't know. That's normal?
100% normal. Yep.
Jesus Christ, man.
How about we'll click on Idiot Book now.
Yeah, pull one up just for shit.
Yeah, Facebook. Oh, what's this? Someone's commented on something. There we go. Someone's made a comment. Oh, wow. One of them thinks he's not affirming the consequent. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look at what was your answer. I'm not affirming the consequent. I'm writing out what geometry predicts will be the experimental result in the case of FE versus the case of GE. FE predicts the shadow length will increase linearly as a function of the stick's distance from the subsolar point. GE predicts something different, that the shadow length will increase as a tangent of the distance. You can't do both.
No, he's just that's affirming the consequent.
It can't do both. Do you want to hazard a guess as which prediction actually matches observation? Okay, I better give you some context on this one. Let's click on view more replies. His first comment after the according to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. He posted up, nah, there's a certain characteristic relationship between shadow length and stick's distance from subsolar point. If your sticks are on a flat Earth with a nearby sun, and a very different relationship if your sticks are on the surface of a sphere with a very distant sun. So if you graph the distance versus shadow length, you get two very looking graphs depending on whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe. You can tell from the shape of the graph which of the two models, if either, is supported by the data. I can provide you with the mathematical details if you like. So my response to that was subsolar equals zenith, globe belief equals shadow length equals 0. Plain Earth equals shadow length equals 0. Feel free to send your data. So he responded to that a couple of days later. First take a measurement of the shadow length LA using a vertical stick of height located at distance XA from the subsolar point. That initial measurement itself does not distinguish between the two models. But the measurement is used in predicting the shadow length at other distance. On a flat Earth with a nearby sun, simple geometry predicts that the length L of the shadow will change with distance x according to this function. L equals was a LA x over XA. On the other hand, on a spherical Earth with a very distant sun, we expect the shadow length to change according to this relationship. L equals H10, x over XA 10, the power of 1, then another set of brackets, LA over H. If you want me to print these out for you in the side chat, I can, so don't stress. This is a very different graph than the first equation, especially for large x. So all we need to do is plot L for various values of x to see whether they more closely match the first graph or the second. And my comment back to that was...
I've got the perfect meme for this.
You're affirming the consequent. They both work based on my pre-assumptions. It's the pre-assumptions we need to ditch and go and measure reality. If you measure directly, you don't have to twist it through a formula. Make prediction, go measure, get result. Measured drop over distance. The globe model is just a cool story to cover an assumption of curved terrestrial underneath a perceived curved celestial. And that's where I ended it. And his response... I'm not affirming the consequent. I'm writing out what geometry predicts will be the experimental results in the case of FE versus the case of GE. FE predicts the shadow length will increase linearly as a function of the stick's distance from the subsolar point. GE predicts something different, that the shadow length will increase as the tangent of the distance. It can't do both. So what are you doing different formulas then?
There you go. I posted it. That's my response to
that. Was this the PhD one or is this another random? Oh no, here's another one.
Doesn't matter. He sounds all like technical and shit.
So. I'll read his bio out, and you'll just go, "Yep, that fits."
He's just making the affirming the consequent sound fancier.
Programmer analyst at something for educational services. Studied physics at California State University, Northridge. And he's an older guy. Looks like he's about 70. So, if I respond to him, hey, that's a fancy affirming the consequent. Oh, man.
Right. Yeah, look, you can dress Uncle Bob up as much as you want. You can put long hair on him, eyelashes, lipstick, mascara, whatever. It's not gonna change. He's still a bloke.
Oh, look, Rolling My Bullshit has just answered, and he's still going.
No problem.
Affirming the consequent is still the same no matter how you dress it up. That'll do. All right.
Yeah,
now,
if he's saying if he is saying if P then Q, and then in one instance because when he goes when we get the result that matches our prediction, right? Then that's the Q, therefore P, right? He can't escape that, but he's trying to say that he's eliminating this other thing, right? Flat. So if the Earth is flat, P, then Q, right? You get this result, right? He doesn't get that result, so therefore he's going to try and say that that's a modus tollens and not Q, therefore not P. But he's still saying that it's because it predicts what the globe predicts, right? That It's a globe.
Yeah.
Really, he should just lean on the modus tollens. Like, if he wants to like go that way with it, like, because at least it's a valid form of argument. But then he has to go about, proving the premises to be true.
Did rolling my fucking idiocracy just aim that shit at you, T-Dub? The same things that you read out earlier.
Yeah, because that's what I advised him to do, I guess.
Oh, he's listening, so you don't have to type anything, T-Dub. You're just going to have a couple of seconds delay.
Right, yeah, I suppose I can. So the Earth is a flat plane, specifically means sea level is defined by a plane. Sea level is just a measurement of a maximum and minimum minimum level. Well, a point, like there's a maximum point and a minimum point. The sea's surface reaches, when it meets a
Actually, that first one, T-Dub.
a vertical plane.
The Earth is a flat plane, specifically mean sea level is defined by a plane. I thought mean sea level, it was what defined the plane. Water, flat level, it's the thing that's doing the defining, not the plane defining the water. It's the other way around. The water is what proves that what's on the plane. Or what is, I should say.
You could take it as a point or a plane. I mean, because you could have a perpendicular surface, planar, so a vertical plane, right? With you could have lines drawn on it, and you could see how which lines the water's surface reaches, right? Or meets with, or sits in between, so it'll probably sit in between two planes, right? But you can also just like have the wall blank and allow the sea surface to just reach its different elevations against that vertical plane, and just mark with a dot, right, where it reaches, the maximum it reaches, and then the lowest it ever reaches. And then you'd have a mean, would be the average, right? Which isn't necessarily half, because you could have freak low tides which go lower than they normally do, right? You could have freak high tides that go higher than they normally do. So that's going to change your average a little bit. Yeah. But you could just consider like Bev is kind of right. Bev, try thinking. Bev Tarn. Yeah, he's right about that. You can consider it to be just a point, right? and that point would be your point of reference, right? So you stand on that point, right, or whatever, and then begin to perform geometrical surveys from there, depending on your methodology, extending out a plane, extending out a line in front of you horizontally, horizontal line, yeah, etc. I think for the most part, it is generally like the sea's surface itself, right? No matter what level it's at, is like it's kind of just like treated and thought about as being flat for practical purposes, right? Over like they'll say local distances, right? A couple of 100 square kilometers or whatever. But beyond that, they'll say that it's not that anymore, and sea level is equidistant from the center point. But even then, it gets complicated because geodesy comes in and says, well, that's actually not perfect. That it's wavy, that it's lumpy, right? So, like, for instance, I think in the Indian Ocean, they claim like there's like a huge area, like 500 square meters or something like that. That's like, or it might be more than that. But I think they say it's like 150 feet lower than it's the surrounding areas. Right, this whole area is like sinks down and it dips like because of gravity. Like, yeah, they make all these weird claims about the water's surface, that it's not even, it's not uniformly spherical. Even the ocean surface, not even the water is forming a perfect sphere, like a sphere surface. It's not only oblate but also lumpy in places and dippy and bumpy.
Hello?
Hello?
You guys know Talon?
Do we know Talon?
He said you guys were scared of him. Yeah.
If we're scared of him, then why is it we even wrote a song about him?
you wrote a song?
Oh yeah, they did a song about him because they
Please
really
link
are
it. Please link it to me.
scared of him. Can I link it for you? Let's see. I think it's in that channel there. Copy the link and go back to this channel. There you go, in the side
Talon
chat,
X
man.
MP3.
Yep, that's it.
No way. Why don't you put this on your YouTube channel? The 24/7 one or something.
It's been played before, mate.
Oh.
I hope you like 80s power ballads.
He tell you there's a tan and call it brick.
He'd sell you sand and call it brick.
Oh. I'm gonna listen to the whole song. Hold back.
That's a neat trick. You give the kids a toy and they go and play with it quietly.
That's what should happen, bro. No, Roland. There was no necessity to try to retwist it to some other suited ideal. I don't care. You posted a list. You wanted us to comment on it. We did. I don't know what the necessity is to make up some bullshit list for, but anyways, what's number 2? The Earth is stationary. Neither rotating nor translating through space. You could probably just get rid of the end bit. The Earth is stationary. Number 3. Down, up is the direction things fall, rise due to relative density. You could probably take off the buoyancy, because every time you say buoyancy, there's always some clown show that has to jump in and go, oh, but buoyancy is determined by gravity. The down, number 4. Oh. Did someone just growl? Save me from doing it. Anyways, number 4. The down direction is everywhere, parallel to other down directions. Huh? The down direction is everywhere. Air pressure requires a container. The air we breathe is inside a container. Why does he word things like as if he's a fucking 6-year-old kid? And then Mansky's going, oh, but he's not sea lining. So yeah, the whole you need a list. I don't know why. I don't know what your expectations of it is. What is sea lining? Go and Google it. Because that's what you do every single time you come in here. But anyways. It's planar. It's measured that way. Yay.
That's right. I hadn't finished responding, had I?
No. Roland got upset that you only made it to number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the sea surface, I would say, is ultimately planar in nature, like with waves and stuff. It's just that sea level is just a convention that's really used as a reference point for like beginning to map and survey, and it's, yeah, and it's just like generally like an average of where where they think oceans shorelines meet the land, right? The ocean's edges meet the land, like how far up and down that landmass it is That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of what sea
What you
level
say.
it really is. The sea, I would
Oh.
say, right? This is what I would say, right? The sea is level, but sea level isn't really like. It's just
Yeah,
not
they're two separate
really what.
things.
Yeah.
One of them being
Yeah.
in the position of level, and the other one it's level, meaning at what elevation. What level are you at? Level 1, level 2, level 3.
Right. See. Right. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Which some argue is level, but like of course the globers don't think that it is. Like horizontal, right? It's curving. That's the disagreement, right? The sea's surface itself, right?
I got
If
on
you want to
T-Dub
call
with
that sea level, whatever.
he's playing catch up. Level as in what level of the building are you on? Level 1, level 2, level 3. They are different elevations. Okay, this is the problem.
Right.
When we say sea level, we get some people that go, yes, it's flat, sea level, flat, no point higher than another. Then there's also sea level, as in what elevation is the water at? Now do you understand? That's what the 1, 2, 3 was for. At what elevation is the water at? High tide, low tide, in the middle tide.
Right. You know, yeah, measured in meters, isn't it? Like pretty much. So it's a change in the vertical of the water's surface. That's what sea level is. It's a change of the elevation of the sea's surface in the vertical plane. That's what it is. I'm just saying what it is. I can't like say like sea level means just using the word level. That means it's horizontal. Well, maybe that's maybe.
It's the
Yeah.
end of the water climb on the land, like the point that the
Right.
water touches. That's it. Doesn't change.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if you sail around a coastline, you don't ever climb as you sail. The land goes up and down by you. You know, you might sail past a beach and sail past a headland and sail past some cliffs. Yeah. But you don't change your elevation on the water surface.
It can get a bit wavy and stuff, right? Yeah, I guess at any point you'd be using whatever surface you're on, whether it was rising or sinking, with regards to a reference point of land or something. It'd still be your zero reference point for all intents and purposes, right? Yeah, there you go. Bringing relativity into it if you want. It's not really the sea that's rising and sinking; it's the land.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, I'm alive, guys.
Did you say you're alive? Well, that's good to hear, friend. Good to hear. Stay alive. So, agreement on number one. Look, you're gonna get all different thoughts, and this is what I mean. Like, this is why you need to ask these things individually. All right, number two. The Earth is stationary, neither rotating nor translating through space. All right. So what I'd say there is that my direct experience of reality is that it's I'm on the surface that that I have privilege to examine, right, is planar, right, and it doesn't appear to be in motion, right. What I experience is the Earth being still, like the ground underneath me being still, the surface underneath me being still, unless you're out in the choppy ocean and you're getting thrown around everywhere. And that what I see in the sky is things moving, right? So yeah, I don't see any evidence that I see interpretation of things right, of other things like the motion of things in the sky, and that can be interpreted as the Earth not being motionless, right, contrary to our experience, and that it is actually in motion, and its motion is just imperceivable to our senses. That's the interpretation of the experience, right? So I don't see any evidence, proof that the Earth is in motion. Therefore, I accept my experience, right? And I don't accept the interpretations that are based on philosophical grounds of it being in motion. Down, up is the direction things fall. Rise or fall/rise due to relativity, density, buoyancy.
I say ditch the buoyancy off the end of it.
Yeah, and due to, like, I mean, it is experimentally verifiable. Like, if you alter the density of the medium of an object it sits within, can affect its up or down motion, right? You can even find the neutral buoyancy they call. Say they're trying not to use the word buoyancy. I don't care. Like, it's called neutral buoyancy, right? When that object finds equilibrium within that medium, state at which it's not going to be in motion, it's going to be just totally suspended within the medium on all sides.
Well,
right?
my only reason to ditch it was because a lot of the times if you say buoyancy, but the buoyant force is opposing gravity, so you've just given us gravity. That's my only reason for ditching it. Whereas if it's just relative density, density relative to the medium that it's in. Full stop.
I mean, it cancels out anyway, so it's really not even that. It's not really even needed. I mean, like
it's just
Archimedes
nitpicking, but
yeah. Archimedes didn't need any G, thing happening. He just measured the amount of displacement and the weight, right? But yeah, so I don't really think that that it's like. I mean, you can use it to cause motion, right? So that's definitely there. That's experimental, right? But I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's the reason for up and down. You know what I mean? Because you can change the density next to an object and it should want to resist it or go towards it, right? So I don't know. It's not like a claim that I'm making to know, really. I mean, the density, relative density, specific gravity is just something that you can observe and measure and verify. It's just we have those density towers, right? You can even put there is a solid at the bottom. You can get a bunch of dirt and rocks, and you can get some liquid, and you can get other minerals and materials, throw it in there, right? And then fill it up with water and leave a gap at the top so that there's room for some air. And then you close the lid and you shake that shit up until it's all mixed up, and then sit it back down, on the table and let it settle, and you'll see the distribution layers occur, right? Where you got different densities of solids layering themselves, and to the liquid, up until there's liquid, and then the liquid up until there's air, right? And that's the way that the three states of matter tend to arrange themselves, right? I don't know why it's that way. It just is, right? Just is. I don't. Not making a claim to know why. That it's denser at the bottom and less dense at the top, kind of thing. I don't know. The down direction is everywhere parallel to other down directions. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd agree with that. Air pressure requires a container. The air we breathe is inside a container. Yeah, as far as I can tell, as far as it seems to be that the average man can demonstrate is that gas fills available volume, and to restrict that volume, it requires physical restriction, physical containment. So you can dictate the amount of, like, the volume within which an amount of gas will occupy, which will then, like, result in a pressure, right? And we understand this is due to entropic effects, right? And the laws of thermodynamics. So yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't see any, but like this is also independent. This is completely independent of anything else. I mean, you don't have to be a flat earther to understand that, right? You don't. It's just the way we understand gas behavior, right? You show me any way you can restrict the volume of a gas, right, without placing physical barriers there for it to not be able to go past. And give it a closed system, right? Close that system up, and yeah, the energy can go in or out. Matter can't. So the gas, being matter, can't get out, and it restricts its volume. You show me that without a container. Show me that. I challenge you, right? And this is irrespective of the shape of the Earth, and also it is also irrespective of whether or not you think the Earth sits in a vacuum, an ever-expanding and astronomically large vacuum of space. Totally irrespective of that. See, this can be challenged without any notion of outer space or a container surrounding us, right? Just challenge you to restrict that amount of gas, right, and don't use a container. Make a closed system. Make a closed system for gas to inhabit without a container. I just challenge you to do that. So yeah, I don't know if you want to ask anybody else those questions. Like Banhammer, 20 Cups, Heavenly Revealer. He's probably got quite different views to me and answers. Like, he might expand on some. He might disagree with some of my answers. He might take some of what I said. We might share some of what I said within an answer, but he might take away from some of my answer and say, well, I don't agree with that part of it, right? There's all different, like, people are going to have different answers and
What's he different got here? understandings. Thanks. Are there any things you think I could add that I've left out? I wanted to put something about maps and the sun being local, but couldn't come up with something that seemed steelman strong. The problem is, mate, on maps the sun is not represented. Maps are there to try to describe the ground, not the sky. So putting the sun on a map is an epic failure. Best of luck with that.
Yeah. Look, for me personally, Roland, flat Earth is it's not a map. It's not a model. It's not a cosmology. Right? Some people argue that for them it is a cosmology. For me, it's not really a cosmology. Right? Like, well, I'll get there. Look, and it's not a club, even though we we've made it a social thing here on Discord. I mean, but flat Earth is independent of that, right? That doesn't define what flat Earth is, right? People gathering together to discuss topics that they share an interest in, right? That's not what that thing is, So it's not an explanation for eclipses. It's not an explanation for star rotation. It's not an explanation for day and night. It's not an explanation for anything beyond just a pure direct examination and investigation of the Earth's surface, right? That's it. That's what flat Earth is. It's what you observe and experience when you go outside, right? Of the surface. It's not the things that aren't the surface, right? That's flat Earth part, right? And it's kind of a misnomer because it kind of generally sort of gives people an impression mentally that we're talking, that I'm talking or we're talking about an object, an isolated thing, a thing you can isolate as a whole and separate from any other thing, right? And examine it independently of other things. What you can, as far as the surface quality is concerned, the surface that we have access to, right? But we're not. I'm not depicting it as being like that, like as something that could be viewed from third person or God's eye perspective. I'm just generally talking about what you'll only experience directly through your own senses. Like, it doesn't matter. Local sun is not a part of the investigation of the Earth's surface. Local, far away, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So if you have some opinion or view, or if you claim to have proof or a concept to present, a model, etc., about the sun, what it is, what it does, how far away it is, what sort of medium it exists within, etc., then that's on that person. Right? It doesn't qualify them as being a flat earther, right? That doesn't define flat Earth. Doesn't define a flat earther or flat Earth.
What's this? I need to do this more often, just listen to you guys talk about these concepts. Probably because you can't debunk them, that's why.
Is he listening somewhere else? Because I can't see him in the channel.
Yeah, he's listening on YouTube.
Cool.
Because he was going to get wrecked if he wasn't. So now in about 6 months' time, on such and such a date, you said...
Earth is round. Earth is not flat.
All right, let your cope out so we can have a laugh. Don't be scared now. You're given the floor. This is your opportunity to say dumb shit.
Dumb shit.
Well, why do you think you live on a ball tard?
What's the most intelligent thing you think you can say pursuant to the Earth being a ball instead of dumb shit?
Guys, I have a question. Can I talk to someone?
We were sort of trying to coax you into it, but yes, you can talk.
How does it feel that every conspiracy theory became true, but the flat Earth didn't?
That every conspiracy theory came true? Which one? Let's go through a list.
All of them.
I don't know if it proved that
Yeah,
Hoover had an
hold
alien.
up. So where's my aliens?
Excuse me?
The website's not yet.
You said every conspiracy theory came true. Where's my aliens? Where's our lizard people?
They are among us.
So, you've got nothing there, so your call of all of them come true. It's just a, yeah, leaves in the wind. Anyways, you think the flat earth, or do you think it's a conspiracy theory? Why don't you go out and measure it? What's your excuse for not going out and checking it out? What is your excuse for just believing others? And now he doesn't want to talk.
"7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you."
Well, you're wasting them. What's your excuse for not checking this out? You just come in here and blurt dumb shit out. Cry it's a conspiracy theory. Tell us how it hasn't come true, but yet you haven't gone out and checked it out to validate, verify, or prove any of this. So when are you
So,
going to
Banham,
do this checking out?
are you interested in seeing my face-it ace on Mirage?
Not really.
Do you not play CSGO?
Mate, I can't even hear what you're saying. Stop mumbling into your pillow.
Do you play CS2?
No.
Do you play any video games?
No, dude,
Yes.
this isn't a gaming.
Oh, excuse me. I'm just trying to do some small talk.
Counter-Strike 2. Fair income.
Well, there's a big conversation at hand, but you said you have some strong faith that the Earth is a ball, and I just wanted to know what's your strongest evidence for that you believe in. He's got nothing. I guess that's his evidence that we're not worthy of it.
No. We're not worthy. No, I don't have that as a soundboard. That'd be awesome. What? You change your name, you come back.
You know, my current prevailing view that I don't think will ever change again is that investigating the flat Earth concept is the strongest proof that you can find of intelligent design because it's a process of becoming more intelligent about the world that we live in and asking more intelligent questions about it and investigating the other thing that's presented is found to be profoundly unintelligent, even though it's presenting itself as something you need to matriculate at university to fully grasp. It's actually founded on a bunch of fallacies and unprovable nonsense. So, yeah, we're in something that was designed by a very intelligent force. And I mean, I can call that force God quite easily because it's this way that our brain becomes more intelligent over time until we conceive of things like, you know, the structure of the entire world at once. And when you come to understand that after doing this for a while, as best as you think, you see that it's radically different to anything that you've ever been provided. And that's, I guess, what I mean by you have to be intelligent enough to see the design and then realize that it was intelligently designed. It's not this random accident life. I mean, just to follow on with what I just said briefly, if you think about magicians, right? They couldn't make money from anybody if everybody became more intelligent than the magician in a way that they could quickly work out how they were performing the illusion. And that's a powerful concept because it's running the world. And once you become intelligent enough to see through the magic trick, the magic's gone, you know, the thing that kept you going to the show.
Hey guys, I've figured out the ultimate way to define a flat earther and a globe earther. There is no getting out of it, right? If you want to be a globe earther, you'd have to do this, and to be considered a flat earther, you'd have to do this, right? So you get a piece of artillery, right, and you set it so that it's going to take the projectile is going to take an absolute certain trajectory, right? And then based on that, right, you can say and predict within what range it's going, like within, margin of error, it's going to land, right, if the Earth was flat, and an area within which it's going to land if the Earth's a globe. They're going to differ, right? So what you do is you don't want it to be too explosive, right? But now I'm not actually suggesting that this be done because it's absolutely dangerous, right? But if you're a globe earther, right, you're going to feel safe enough to stand in the spot where it would land if the Earth is flat. And if you're a flat earther, you'd feel safe enough to stand in the spot where it would land if the Earth's a globe. And that'll tell you who is a true flat earther and who is a true globe earther.
Yeah, that'd have to be done over a reasonably long distance.
Yeah, 20 miles, something like that.
20 miles. What
I hear they're
records?
getting pretty good.
I was going to say we could do it with some kind of firearm instead of artillery. Just bring it back to
Yeah, that's
4
what I
mile
was
or something
gonna
like
say.
that.
I mean, even if you shoot a sniper rifle dead vertical, shouldn't it land somewhere far distant, even like not from bullet drift in the wind, which obviously will happen, but if you could correct for that, wouldn't the bullet, like they're telling you that they have to correct for the spin of the earth shooting sniper rifles. I mean, people say that. I know they don't really believe it.
So yeah, if you
But
shoot
yeah,
dead
you gotta
straight
really
up,
and the curvature. See, they have to account for the curvature with heavier artillery like a railgun. You would literally have to. You would have to. The geometry is different. Like so the surface underneath is going to change, right? It would definitely affect your shot over those sort of distances if the Earth was curving away. If the Earth was curving down and away, right, from the projectile at 260 feet at 20 miles, right, you're going to have to account for that if you want to hit that spot, right? But all you have to do is just aim it at an angle, know its force, right? Calculate exactly how far it's going to go, and where it would meet a horizontal plane, right? And now, if that horizontal plane is actually in the air because the Earth's a globe, then the person standing there, right, they're not going to be, they're going to get hit if the Earth's flat.
I mean, what they'll do with this information, because they already do this, is you know, there's lots of telemetry that goes into ballistics. They're all carrying out a lot of calculations every second and adjustments to about 1,000 different factors. So all they have to do is ascribe some of that to calculate the Earth curve, and it's probably something that keeps the rocket rotating at just the right way to stop it from spinning out of control. But according to them, it's the Earth gyrometer gravity reader. They do the same shit when they go to space.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, that's a cool story. I like it.
You know what's weird is the amount of scientists that are dying. It's like their side seems to be heavily losing if everyone's saying they're building UFOs or critical for space travel research or quantum field, all of this garbage, and they're all dying or going missing. So what does that tell you? It, like the truth is leaking too quickly for them to keep the cracks in the dam from forming. So they're trying these bigger scale measures like we're going back to the moon. We're telling you the quote truth about aliens. So funny because the first video I've seen, it's got a label on the video saying it was like enhanced with AI to make it easier to look at. And it's like, yeah, they're telling you that they AI'd up this whole aliens.gov thing, and they're getting you to accept that by reading that it was involved. Well done. But, it's the kind of time where all of these people who've pumped money out of the population to retain engagement on concepts like aliens being, the bridge to the future and them being required for that. Even when people seem squeaky clean about themselves, like David Wilcock, he ends up going out in the worst way, and people are still saying he was a weirdo and he was a grifter. And it's kind of like when you're founding yourself for the right reasons in the wrong things, you'll end up having to do those things, and people will assume that you're doing those things even if you're not, because there's no inherent truth in what you're doing. Interestingly enough, for the way that I see things, this argument is perfectly positioned to explain what's been going on with the UFO thing, right? Because it forces you to accept that certain things have a spiritual component to them, so you can't break down the universe into raw scientific mechanics, and you have to engage a spiritual element. That's definitely going on. I'm just saying they're lying about it.
Yeah, I'm yet to have a look. Stuff that Yoda posted in the home server under the NASA channel. Kind of, I think he's kind of like building a storyline, a timeline with significant events and like revealing the evolution of the construction of its construction.
As in, like, from when
yeah,
like,
well, maybe, but even before that, going back before the actual,
also like a full timeline.
Yeah, like from the beginning of like satellites, sort of thing. Like going a bit back further than that, and looking into like or declassified documents going back to those eras. Detailing how it's a propaganda machine. They admit it. They're going to use the idea of space and satellites as a propaganda machine.
It's hard to say exactly where it began, but I think the most important point to start with is Werner von Braun, of course. You got to look into what he was doing before he got pulled out of paperclip. And then things start to get a little bit more murky because you start to understand that the way they were thinking at that time was all based on Goebbels' pattern. And if you read about that, it's like lie constantly, grandiosely, and convince people to just repeat it till they believe it. Scary stuff, but it's black and white history.
Yeah. Well, DJ's even dug some stuff up from archive.com and found some really interesting diagrams and images and documents. There's this picture of I'll show you if I saved it. There's this diagram of an electric space rocket. Where did he? I'm gonna have to see if I can find where he posted it.
I got an interesting timeline for you while you're fishing that out. You want to indulge me in it? It's a lot shorter timeline from last December to now.
Yeah, keep going. Make some noise.
All right. I mean, it's going to sound a little bit weird to you, so I just wanted to get a agreement first. Well, the reason I've got my display name as Heaven's Revealer is because of an event that happened in December where I saw in the night sky heaven open up. I can't really go into depth about it without, spending all the time I want to just talk now describing it. So, that's what it was. It was convincing enough for me to say that my senses have confirmed that space can't be a vacuum because of the subtle structure that I saw. But aside from that, what I'm saying is it was so profound that my whole life's become about it. Every day I tell different people about it around the world on the internet. So I started with as many people in critically placed points of you know the uh, the way that knowledge is sort of built around the world and distributed as well. And what happened like a month to the day was Eric von Daniken died. And I thought that was really weird because I tried to make sure that people like him would have seen it because he wrote Chariots of the Gods. It was kind of the first book that came out that started people thinking about aliens building the pyramids and creating humanity and all of these other things. So it's a string of people from him to now that have all started to like come to bad ends. And that's what I was saying a minute ago. It's kind of like the proof that I'm pushing on something so critical that all of these people who've knowingly or unknowingly made contracts with like an anti force of humanity, it's collecting on all their debts. That's really scary for me to have to say, but for me to ignore it is kind of like this stuff is that perilous today because the world is on the brink of World War III, and let's not forget the King of England just asked the U.S. Army to go and fight Russians in Ukraine. You know, it's pretty momentous stuff, and people don't really think about that more than in like a public facing statement. But hey, he's the King of England, and he said it to Congress, not the people. So, you know, scary times. That electric space vehicle is pretty strange. It reminds me of like a solar sail. At least that's what it looks like they've described. Maybe they came up with that solar sail bullshit from looking at that early concept. Did you ever find what you were looking for there, T-Dub?
Boo. Scared him. What have we done on this side? We see not Queen of England. This is a ball. Where? Is this?
What are you on, T-Dub?
Melania Trump hosted Queen Camilla and children with Meta VR headsets strapped to their faces as part of an AI-powered cross-cultural educational program. What the heck? It is the latest installment of the AI
I got a
Surveillance
question.
State Grooming Initiative. Yo, hello. Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to get my car washed, but like I want to get it waxed and fully buffed, but I don't actually want to pay the price for it. So my thought is I go in and I'm just like, oh hey, I just want a normal car wash, like $20. And they see my car is disgusting and dirty, and they're like, "Oh, hey, buddy, should really get a wax and clay. Like, let me apply it to just a little bit." And I'm like, I don't know." And then I said, "No, no, let me show you. Just put a little bit on your car." And then they put a little on my car in a corner. I'm like, "Oh, I mean, it does look okay." He's like, "Yeah, exactly. So, how's that sound? You want to buy it? It's like $400." I'm like, oh wow, I didn't think it would be that much. You gotta give me a deal for me to do this. And he's like, no, 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 we don't do deals here, buddy. And he's like, oh well, okay, then just the regular car wash. He's like, well, and then he gives me a deal. How's that sound? That's gotta work, right?
No, what you gotta do is find an old Japanese guy to teach you karate, and then you'll learn the karate art of car waxing, and you can go and beat up all the flat earthers that bully you in the All Valley Karate Tournament.
I don't know why I expected a
That was pretty
better
damn
answer
good.
than that, but no, that was I
What? You're scared of flat earthers?
I was picking that up the whole
Bro, you
time
didn't
you were
engage
talking.
with me at all. You just pivoted back to your own shit. You didn't engage with what I said at all.
He told you how to fix the problem.
You guys are fucking retards.
He did better than me. All I heard was blah, blah, blah. I have really poor situational awareness.
Just so you know, Heaven's Revealer, I thought that shit was funny.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the new Jackie Chan Karate Kid movie because I don't want it to ruin it even more. Hello, Mr. Bean.
Hello.
Is that Mr. Bean in GTA or something?
Yeah, it is.
What do you think he thinks? Do you think he thinks the Earth's a ball?
I think he thinks whatever the hell he thinks.
But would Mr. Bean be intelligent enough to know what the shape of the world is?
I think he would have to do a lot of assuming on that. And if he's being honest with himself, and if he looks around him, he will come to the conclusion of what it is.
So he'd be a
Which way
flat
would he
earther
go?
then. Well, if he looks around and sees what he sees, no curvature, he'd be a flat earther. That was easy.
No, you pretty much nailed the thing on the head. Yep. As far as I can
I
tell,
mean, he kind
water
of does,
levels out flat, so pretty damn sure
like,
GTA Mr. Bean would measure things in his house using what's that thing called again with the little air bubble in it? What does it use again to level
Spirit
itself
level.
out? Yeah. What does that thing use again as a main
The
measuring
spirit
tool?
level.
spirit level.
Some
Right.
places just call them a level board. Other places just call them a level. Here they call them spirit levels.
Right. That thing uses water to level out, so apparently water levels out.
No, it uses a spirit, hence the name spirit level.
Yeah, but you know how water like it levels the bubble out that's in there, I guess. Like they use water as the main measuring tool.
Yeah,
to make
water
shit
levels
level.
itself out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm pointing out. Come on, man.
So what's wrong with water proving level?
That's literally my point. I'm saying that Mr. Bean in GTA would probably see what everybody else would see, and that is the world is flat because it levels out according to what the tools we're using with to measure if it's flat or not. And apparently it is flat. Are you paying attention?
We
Are you
don't
just trying
use
to
the
see
level
for
to
me to
prove
get
that the
riled up?
ground is flat. We use lasers.
I don't know,
Because
Banhammer.
if we
Have you
use a
forgotten who I
level,
am? Have you forgotten
we
who I
don't
am?
use the level. Oi, we use lasers. The level covers too short a distance. If you run around town saying the Earth is flat because I use an 8-foot level, somebody's going to point to you and then point to the special people to come and bring the special bus and take you to the funny farm.
Yeah, and then they asked me where I'm from, and then I said the Netherlands, where everything is flat and measures out flat. Matter of fact, I can
And
look
then he
out the
just
window right
continues on
now and I
because
look
he's
at the
special.
ocean, and what is that ocean? Flat.
You missed the
Yeah.
short bus, didn't you?
Come on, Matrix. I've been here for months, bro. Chill with the attitude.
But you still haven't
I
learned
think
anything.
Mr. Bean would
No, you're
definitely
just
be
coming
a
at me for no reason with a tone where I'm like, what the hell is this about? Have you forgotten who I
Dude,
am?
if you're walking around with a small level claiming the Earth is flat, you are going to get pumped.
Yep. That's what's up.
The
There
Mr.
we go.
Bean's
Right.
kind of like a walking Rube Goldberg of destruction, and that's kind of what flat earthism is.
Yeah.
What's with the snowflakes tonight?
I don't
does
know.
that mean?
Okay, Prime Minister
Early
of
winter.
Freakistan, welcome.
Hi.
What brings you here today, or tonight, or this
What are
morning?
you guys talking about?
We're talking about how globers are snowflakes. Actually,
Wait, I thought Snowflake was like from 2024. I don't think anyone uses Snowflake in 26.
well, the
Yeah,
problem is we have to.
What's the kids say these
because
days?
we're not allowed to say the words we want to really say.
You can say it.
yeah. We want to say decades old words, but yeah, unfortunately no.
Do it.
The best I can offer you is a
No.
rainbow flag.
No.
Snowflake will just never get old anyway because every snowflake is unique. That's why we say it.
Wait, so it's all flat
yeah,
earthers
that's
right now?
it. What was that?
It's all flat earther in the chat right now?
Right now, yeah, probably. I'm not sure about Lolo.
That's crazy.
What's crazy about
Or,
it?
okay, Peppy.
Nothing, bro. I don't want you to take a dump on me.
We're not going to take a dump on you.
Well,
What are you
maybe
talking about? Not unless you say something really stupid.
Nah,
like if you don't
So,
really understand what we do here,
not
it's not
falling for
just an
that.
adversary.
what is crazy about
Take
it?
one
That's all. You
side.
said it's crazy. What's the crazy bit? What don't you understand?
I think I'm a little retarded, so I think that's the problem.
Really?
Yeah, why not? People be saying fucking whatever, so
Okay. Well, we have reasons why we say what we say, and you don't get to find out unless you ask. I guess we could just start telling you if you want.
yeah, but it's just gonna fall apart. Not because I'm good at debating, just like, come on, this is the final experiment.
You don't have to be good at debating. You just have to present your data and make sure that it's backed up. So you can say whatever you like. You can
No,
come in
like
here and
that's what I'm
say,
saying.
"Oh,
Generally,
hey, hold on."
yeah, go on,
You
go
just
on,
jumped. Hold on. You jump
go
into
on.
conclusions. All right, I'll just do it the easy way. That's the old-fashioned way. Stop being a clown. This is what the people we dump on do. So you can come in here and tell us how cats are purple. We don't care. Just back up your claims. That's all we're asking you to do. That's it. That's what you had to interrupt me for.
My bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have any data because I don't debate flat Earth.
So
No.
what's the crazy bit then? You said this is crazy. So what's the crazy
Like
bit then?
it feels like debating 2 + 2 = 5. You know.
Yeah,
So
that's
what's the
how
crazy
we feel.
bit?
That's how we feel.
It's a fucking waste of my time.
Yeah, that's how
So
we feel
you've not
sometimes
answered
too.
the question. What's the crazy bit?
No, just believing in flat Earth.
We don't believe it. It's
I
measured
agree.
that way.
I agree. That is crazy. Believing. Why would you need to believe it when it's exactly what you observe, measure, and experience?
Sorry.
It's actually based on what you said, even though you were trying to use it reductively, right? There's a heuristic to arriving at what 2 + 2 equals. So,
Yeah.
there's a heuristic to telling what the shape of the world is. If you follow it, you'll probably arrive at it's observably flat.
Probably not. So what?
Yeah,
The
would you agree
moon
it's
missions,
observably
they're all
flat?
fake.
Prime?
Those
Prime,
evil
would you agree?
scientists, they're lying to us.
No, Prime. No, Prime. Would you agree it's observed flat?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
then
if
I
you
don't know
zoom
where to
into
go
a
with you.
basketball enough, it's gonna look flat.
No. That's an admission that it appears flat to you. So I just asked you,
Yeah,
does
it
it
appears
appear
flat to me. It doesn't mean it's
Okay,
flat.
then. Right there. You observe it to
So
be flat.
something
Okay,
appears
that's
flat,
fine.
but it's
That's
not
fine.
flat.
Look, our brains are not supposed to be like accurate, measuring devices.
No.
All right,
You
so
said if you zoom into a basketball, it looks flat. So you're telling us it looks flat. That's what we're saying. It looks flat.
It
We
looks
agree
flat.
with each
Doesn't
other.
mean it is. The basketball still isn't flat.
Well, so how are you going from something that's looking flat to not being flat? Like my computer table, it's 3.5 foot by 6 foot. It's a rectangle. It is flat. I look at it as flat. I perceive it as flat. And now you're going to tell me it looks flat, but it's not.
Yeah, I could look at a basketball. I could zoom in enough till it's flat.
Yeah, but you're still not proving the curvature. All you're doing is telling us it looks flat. That's what you're telling us. We're telling you it looks flat. Why the fuck would you think it's something else? And here's you storming in. It looks flat.
Technically, if it looked flat, I could see Mount Everest, but I can't. So
What
it doesn't look
has
flat.
something looking flat got to do with your ability to see long range?
Okay, I changed my answer. It doesn't look flat.
You're all over the place. You have
Yeah,
no idea.
What would it look like if it was flat?
Flat?
It'd look like it does.
I think I'd be able to see like Mount Everest.
Why do you think you could see Mount Everest?
At least on a clear day.
Why do you think you would see Mount Everest?
The same reason I would continue seeing like a ship go past the horizon and not disappear.
So you've got magic unlimited eyes. You do
It's
know
not
the
your
reason you can
eyes.
only.
It's the light.
You
can
do
see
know.
stars, even though you can see stars.
You do
but it's not
know
your
there's a
eyes.
limitation to how far you
Hey,
can see.
Hey, shit on stars.
Do not do that dumb shit in here. You do understand, Clown Show, there is a limitation to how far you can see. Just because the ground does or does not do something does not give you magic infinite vision. You do comprehend something so simple, don't you? I'll give you an example.
Did say
Let's just
he
say
is
you.
a bit retarded.
Oh, this one's special ed for sure. I thought the Clown Show left earlier, but obviously they let one loose. If you're standing at the beach, so this has got nothing to do with the shape of the. Oh, he left? Oh, I don't even bother then. Fuck him. What? You
Yeah,
think
he's
that
back.
red thing's going to wear off? Maybe he's learned. So why do you think he's not going to do that too many more times?
He's back. Oh, look what happened. Yeah, there he
Told ya.
You shouldn't have come back.
Should have stayed out, bro. Why though? That's what we're trying to ask you. Why do you think you have magic infinite vision just because the ground has, you've been informed the ground is different beneath your feet? If I told you you live on one side of a pyramid, does that magically mean you can see 50 times further? No. You clown? Like, seriously. So you can type in side chat now, considering you're a numpty. Why do you think, just because flat earth, you have infinite vision? Feel free to type. Oh, you don't want to type? That's alright then. That's what I thought.
I mean, he was in a bit of a conundrum because he said it was crazy, right? It's crazy. Okay, so it's not crazy on account of it looking flat because he agreed with that, right? So what is it crazy on the account of?
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, it's crazy, all right, like, okay, looks flat though, right? Yes, it does. Okay, so it's not crazy on account of that. Does it feel like it's spinning? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it's not crazy on
see the
account of that.
oxygen that you breathe? Or is it
No,
like
I
invisible
can't.
shit that you breathe in?
Yeah, it's like invisible shit, man. I can only feel it going
so
through my
it's
nose
almost
and into my
like
lungs.
the fact that you can see it is not really relevant to whether it's true.
Well, when it's an observation as in the curvature of the ground, which is something you should be able to see, and he's saying
Which
you
you can
can't
see.
see it.
Which you
So
can
show us
see
where you can
from
see
the
it.
right altitude.
Yeah, what is it that you can't
here
see?
we go.
What is it?
Did you see the
what is
pictures the astronauts took recently? Like,
How do you? No, that's it. You're having a good laugh. Now tell us something. Tell us something. How are you going to validate,
how did they
verify, or
fake it?
prove?
You tell me how they faked it. All right.
How are they going? How are you, because you're claiming that these photographs are real, going to validate, verify, or prove that they were taken from where they were taken from? It's a story, mate. You were given a cool story. You swallowed it whole, just like your mum does.
Sure, of course, yes,
Yeah,
yes, of course,
you
of
think-
course. That's how
you
it
think
works.
there's-
That's how it works, bro.
Yeah, you think that there's a place you could go, right, and see the Earth
How
is
does
not
how
flat,
does the
right?
magnetism work? What's causing that?
Bro, you're our
And what's that
guest,
got to
bro,
do with you seeing
so-
curvature?
Yeah, no, because I'm asking.
Yeah, no. Serious question.
We're asking you.
While you're having
We're
a
asking you.
meltdown,
We're leading the questions, okay? So we're going to ask you questions.
you run away. Oh man, they're so soft. What is going on?
I have
Oh,
a
Board
question.
Hippo's back. Welcome back.
Don't welcome me back.
What's causing magnetism? Is it magnets?
Did I ask you guys a question yet?
Oh, I wonder.
No, you're about to though. Proceed.
Oh no, I remember what we talked about last time.
You're not interested in your car and shit. You know,
No, that's okay.
whatever.
That's okay. I have a better topic. It's actually quite relevant to my life.
Well, actually, the topic here, if you read the channel name, is 24/7 Flat Earth. Is it related to that?
Okay. It
Yes-
it
yes
actually
or
kind
no?
of is. Yeah.
It is.
Well, I mean, everything in life is kind of ambiguous. Wouldn't you agree?
What a bland
Like-
statement.
Okay, so what?
So it's going to be related to Flat Earth, or I'm just going to hit the mute button. Excellent. Please proceed.
Right. Okay. What is your favorite part of Flat Earth? And
How flat
what
it
is
is.
your favorite Harry Potter spell?
Gravity.
Mine is Petrificus Totalis. And why do you think the Earth is flat when you know you're wrong?
Because it's measured as flat.
But
No other reason.
We all know you're wrong. Like that's kind of obvious.
Well, you can sit there and scream I'm wrong all day, but it's actually measured as non-curving. It is measured as flat. If you don't like it, don't blame me.
but
I'm just passing the information on. That's it.
But we
Yeah,
all
exactly.
know,
Like
we
okay,
do all
do we-
we do all know you're wrong though,
Right.
right? Like it's kind of
okay,
obvious.
all right.
Excellent.
Let's see
So
how
if
wrong
you're
we
going to
are.
sit there and say we're wrong, show us measured drop over distance where we've got curvature.
I mean, hasn't it? Aren't there like a million videos out there of that being evidenced?
No.
Like,
Go and get one.
Nope.
Post it in the
What do you
side
mean?
chat. We're good
What
for
do you
that. Go and
mean?
get it.
What about that famous?
What do you mean? What do I mean? It's very simple. You're claiming there's measured drop over distance. Go and provide video, photographic evidence, so it's verifiable, repeatable.
Let me ask.
That's
you
all we've got to do. So we
me
can just
ask-
go out and repeat it and go, ta-da.
Let me ask you something. If you lived on like a remote island, completely disconnected from the modern world, and then I come over on a boat and I show you on my iPhone a video of people like drinking from soda cans and like watching movies and
What has this got to do with you
and
providing
then
evidence
you're
in the
just
side
like,
chat?
oh, I have absolutely no
Nothing.
idea. Like what you're showing me is completely out of my perception of the world. So it must be you're showing me lies. Like so that's kind of what your argument is.
What
Like,
has this
anything
non-analogous
without-
story got to do with you providing your evidence in the side chat?
Yeah, and I actually
Do
want to
you
see how
believe in
wrong
like
we are.
modern science?
I actually want
Are
to
you,
see how
like,
wrong.
anti-vax too?
I'm about to fucking ask you, bro. Do you shut up when someone else is talking, bro? I want to ask you something to see how wrong we are. Right? Is the surface of liquid at rest perpendicular to gravity? Yes or no?
Yo, bro, if you mute me one more time, I'm just leaving. Like, what? Who you think I'm a fucking bitch? You just get.
Yeah, you are a bitch. Answer the question.
Don't care. Don't care. Then leave. See ya.
And that one goes into the sook box. Tick. What's the go with all the softies, T-Dub? Fair dinkum. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? They're
If
coming
you
in
do that
like
again,
it's some
I'm
of
gonna tell my mum.
I mean, some of them don't even get muted, and they like leave. It's like, what?
I know, right? That's what it's no, you said bad things and you won't let me say what I want to say. Just answer the question, bro. You come in here and say dumb shit. Oh, but you'll mute me. What are you thinking about it? Just get on. Oh, man.
Yeah. It's like you can't even respond to something they've said. They just like declare it, and then they want to move the conversation forward from there, as if there's no challenge to what they said. Bullshit.
I'll tell you something, T-Dub. We want to get some
These
kind of
bastards don't know
recognition
how
from the rest
debate
of the
works.
boys for deflecting clowns away from the good flat earthers. We should get some kind of recognition for this shit.
Right? Some kind of freaking medal or something.
Or just a chest to pin
special
it on.
role. Title, yeah.
Oh, shit. Who just dropped in? Someone. Lats. Which Lats is it?
Lats.
I can't even tell anymore. Is it the real one?
It's the good lads. Yeah.
Well, look, the only way I can tell which the good and the bad one is, the good one will come in and he'll be mic'd up, and all of a sudden he'll just start talking randomly. Come on, lads. That was worth it. Tell him to get stuff.
You're like, what about that ice wall, bros? Hey, what do you reckon? We'll grab a few tinnies and we're going to go to the Antarctica. Oh, yeah, I've got a boat lined up. You wait.
Yeah, what up? Sorry, dude. I like came in. I like went to the restroom like right away. Just didn't want to like blast. Like,
Yeah, he's freaking hilarious. And TV Nobby, man, I kind of like him. Kind of like, but he's just an absolute troll. But
I'll tell you something.
yeah,
I think he'd be a funny bastard to have a beer with.
right, yeah, exactly.
I think if you're out on the club or out on the scene, and yeah, he'd be the entertainment for sure. There'd be always something going on to have a laugh at.
Right. And if that's him in his profile picture, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to mess with him.
What? All guns, no ammo.
Maybe. Bro, it looks like his forearms like my weight. Yeah, apparently Latz is like that too, but he won't reveal.
yo, who are you talking about that's built like that?
Nah, TV Nobby in his profile picture looks like a big boy, you know? Big lad.
Oh, yeah. He's alright.
Yeah, but maybe you'll catch some fun with the next one, Latz. You've been missing it all.
They're softies. You won't have to go too far out of your way. You watch the next one drop in, it'll be Talon or one of them freaks.
I think Talon's banned or something. I don't know. Because that fella came in earlier saying Talon said that you're all afraid of him, that's why you won't unban him or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I put up the Talon X song for him, and he grabbed his little toy and ran off. It was great.
Yeah. But I don't know, maybe let's be a bit more gentler or something. Like, he'll like throw some candy out or something, and they'll be all like, "You're cool, I'm gonna listen to you." Because sometimes I come in here and Let's has got like 5 Globers, like just hanging off his every word. I'm like, wow, this is awesome.
Isn't that amazing? It must be just a timing thing. I've seen a couple of times that I've looked across and Lats is in here, and it's just like, oh man, look at the clown show we've got in here.
Yeah.
Talon, Mez, Mr. Nut himself. Oh man, it's like, and I just look at it and just go, you know what? I'm not even going near that shit.
Yeah. I
just
mean,
don't
that's
need
cool.
it.
Like, I really appreciate Lats for that reason, because like we'll be all over at English Hub or over at the home server, and then you look and here's Lats just alone in it, and like he's got like a few Globers talking to him in one of these other chats. You know, it's like that's awesome, man. It's like because there needs there is enough of us to spread out a fair bit and keep all the chats active. It's just willingness and participation. That's all it is. Like really, it only takes one person to be in that channel, and people, you know, to come in and start a conversation.
You know what it is? Like, I don't really mind talking to them. I find it more of like a challenge to see how long I can go before I end up beating their ass. But, dude, yesterday, Connor was freaking out. Okay. I've never once, actually, in my whole life, ever muted Talon, not once. Every single time he's come in, as irritating as he is, I'll talk to him every time. And yesterday,
Yeah, you haven't
I had a
dealt with
phone.
him enough.
Dude, I've had some extensive conversations with him. Like, he
But
is
in your
irritating as hell.
defense, when you have him in here, it's normally you, him, and maybe 2 or 3 others. When we normally get him, or I normally get him, there'll be 20, 25 people on the panel, 2 other people having the conversation, and he'll have to interject. So it's like, listen, bro, wrong place, wrong time, bzz, shut up.
Yeah. Dude, it was just so irritating yesterday. Cause like I had to take a quick phone call. So thank goodness Over Fences, you know, she came in here for a little bit to help moderate the room while I was taking that phone call. Next thing you know, I'm trying to get pinged from the side chat. And I was like, what happened? This is while I was still on my phone call. He was saying that I got muted. I was like, you know what, that's okay, bro. Like, this is the first time you've ever been muted around me. Like, just take the mute, you know, it's fine. I was like, no, this is bullshit. It's like, lad, you're such a disingenuous bastard, calling me all this stuff in the side chat. I'm like, dude, I've never not muted you one time, bro. And you're gonna start calling me names, dude. It's like, relax, dude. Oh, wait. Like, you really gotta be like N-bombing super hard or have a really crappy mic or sound bombing or something crazy for me to mute you. I like always try my best to talk to you. I feel like that's why all the Globers like coming out when I'm in here. It really freaked me out the other day. I forget who it was, but like I opened up this room maybe like a week or 2 ago. I think it was Talon actually that just popped in immediately. I was like, what the heck? He's like, yeah, I was waiting for you. I was like, oh god. This is funny. Yeah, I try to catch any stragglers, you know. I'm hoping that one curious person who's like on the fence or something or questioning wanders in and get to have like an honest discussion with said person.
Who's that real flat earther Marty? Seen him around a bit lately, but I'm not sure who he is. Does he speak much?
Who?
Real flat earther Marty. He's sitting in the English hub at the moment. 3 people over at home server 2 in the live stream.
Yo, I've never seen that guy before, actually.
But have you noticed his actual name? Not real flat earther.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that right now. Oh, that's ironic. I don't know.
I think we've spoken to him before and he said something about it, explained what it means. I can't remember now. Because we're thinking that's troll. That's a troll, but apparently not. I don't know. So what do you reckon, lads? What do you reckon about my idea? It's the ultimate "Are you a glober or are you a flat earther?" test, right?
Okay,
So
let's see.
yeah, right. So we're gonna set up the artillery, right? And this is just a hypothetical, right? Won't come to actuality, right? You're gonna have you got some artillery, and you're gonna fire a projectile 20 miles, right? And based on its trajectory that you can calculate, right? It's gonna if the Earth is flat, it's gonna hit the surface at a certain point. But if it's a globe, it's gonna hit the surface at a different point, right? Because it's curving down and away from you. So we're going to have the globe earther stand in the spot where it'll hit if the Earth's flat, and we'll have the flat earther stand in the spot where it'll hit if the Earth is a globe. You like it?
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, dude. That was just funny as hell. Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see what you really believe. Yeah.
It's the ultimate test.
No, yeah, you know what? That's beautiful. That is actually great. Yeah, it's gonna be like a sniper eyeing you down. And you're like, you want him to account for Coriolis or not? You want him to account for Earth drop or not? What do you want him to do?
Right.
Well, you could actually have
It's like you.
the firearm locked, so we know the bullets caliber and whatnot, and how far it's expected to go. So basically, it's just a matter of where you're aiming, left and right. So flat earthers are going to aim here, ball type believers are going to aim here. That's it.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. We could actually have you can have a curving test and a Coriolis test at the same time. Yeah, you know, like two different snipers.
Hey, the globe will be
There's
like,
gonna be a
I'm
sniper for the
confident.
left and right.
I'm confident that it's not going to hit here, so I'm standing here, right? Like, and vice versa, right? Like,
Yeah, because the Earth is spinning, what is it, west to east? So we go into the, we should be drifting to the west. See, so then what we could do is we could stand to the, what would that be, to the left of the crosshair. But you know what? Coriolis is not real. Let me stand over here. But the Glober is going to want to stand, the Glober is going to want to stand in the crosshair because it's supposed to drift.
right. Anybody that
Yeah,
moves
dude.
or backs out, then that you're not a real flat earther. Then you're not a real globe earther. Then, right? Like,
Yeah, it's the funny thing too. It's like you can see, you can have it like live feed, like transmitted to your phone or something. You can see what the sniper's looking at his scope and where you want to stand. And you're gonna be looking at the guy, looking at the Glober just like dead, locked through his scope. You're like pointing at his forehead. I'm like, all right, bro, last chance. Are you sure you don't want to move? It's like, yep, Coriolis is real. I'm like, all right, bro.
it won't hit me.
All right, I'm gonna stand to the left. I'm like, good luck. Oh, dude, that's so funny.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, not that we're encouraging, the harm of any individual. It's purely hypothetical.
Purely hypothetical, entertainment purposes only. Oh, I should say entertainment hypotheticals
What can we call
only.
the test? Putting your balls on the line?
Ugh. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's what it would be.
It'd be like firing an arrow just perfectly vertically and going, yeah, the spin's gonna, take it. I can remain where I am. It's not going to come back down into this spot. But that's assuming there's no wind, right?
Oh yeah, and this would be done in like gonna find like a vacuum chamber or something, or some type of building that's long.
Did you hear Jin's standard for testing if like a feather and a bowling ball drop at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time?
No,
It has to be like
he wants to see it done in like a 20-story, 100 story or something like building. It's like- he thinks that that's the ultimate test for him, like for gravity, like like whether the feather and the bowling ball hit the ground at the same time. He thinks that they won't. He thinks the bowling ball will hit the ground first, and that all the tests that they've done just simply weren't high enough. Yeah, he wants to see it done from some extraordinary height within a building that's has still air or a vacuum, right?
I mean, fair enough. Just because there's never such thing as a perfect vacuum anyway. So I mean, eventually, I guess it could.
Yeah, it'd have to be a vacuum. Yeah, well, he's saying that even in a perfect vacuum situation, that the bowling ball would hit the ground first because it's heavier.
That's kind of like what's heavier, like a pound of feathers or like a pound of lead. I actually saw this guy arguing for the pound of lead, like insane, dude.
Pound of lead's going to hit the ground first before the pound of feathers.
Oh no, just like in general, like which one weighs more?
Oh,
Like
right,
it's like
right, right.
yeah. Yeah, I was just watching like some random like off video about them arguing which one weighs more. The guy was like so adamant about it. Like, no, dude, the pound of feathers will not weigh more. I was like, oh brother, this guy sounds like a Glober.
Wait, really? They said the pound of lead would weigh more than the pound of feathers.
Yes, dude. And like the guy that brought up the argument's like, no, dude, like let me show you. Like he actually put some like on one of those scales, like where it's like it's almost like a little seesaw, like teeter tottering, scale. To see which side it's gonna like, fall or angle towards the ground more. And he actually got like all these feathers and put them in a bag, so they weighed a pound. And he got like some pieces of lead until they weighed a pound. I don't know if it was lead or like it's like a pound of something. I don't remember. But the guy's like, "What?" He's like,
Yeah.
"That's crazy." He's like, "No, there's no way that's true." Dude, it's so funny. Yeah, I think you know what? I think that was the first ladies' night yesterday. I don't know if you guys were there, or Jenna was like not the one taking the lead. I've listened to. It was good, man. I didn't attend.
It was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't attend a few other ladies' nights because I was like, oh man, is Jenna gonna be the one taking lead again? I was like, ugh.
Over
This was
Fences did
nice.
really well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The others didn't really. They didn't. I don't know if they really had an opportunity. Busy in the background or something. But yeah, no, that's good that it's happening again. Like, maybe it'll happen every week over there. Make a big event of it. Just ping everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it just
I
sucks
did
that
that
we didn't
once.
have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's another story.
Okay.
I found a glitch. I found an exception to it in the home server where you could ping everybody, and I did it one day, and I got in trouble.
Oh.
Yeah, like we're having a something or other, and I just went, yeah, I know how to ping everybody, so I just ping. I did it, and then the admins were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, why are you pinging everybody? We're having a party. Let's just invite everyone.
All right. Well, I just got here at work, boys. Hope you'll have a good day. We'll be seeing
Right,
you
you
in a
two
little bit.
lads.
Peace.
Cheers, mate.
Gotcha.
I tell you what, I wish you guys had got to be around about 4 years ago. I think it was for April Fool's Day about 4 years ago, and we all secretly planned to change our profile picture and our name to Indio 007. Man, it was such a blast. Man. He didn't know what to think. He comes into his server.
And you did
Everybody
this
is an
back at home
imposter.
base?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh shit.
yeah. It was so much fun. So funny, man. Like we we even had mods changing, like because you can change people's name, right? If you're a mod over
Yeah.
there.
Even mods
I
helping
even
out.
had mods. Yeah, and then one mod was like, "No, you can't do this. Stop it! Everybody!" He's freaking out. He's like, "Everyone, go back! Chase, stop this!" Just fighting it. And like we're like, "Relax, man. It's just for fun, just for the day, you know." Like, and he finally relaxed and joined in, but like, it's good. It's good. I think people took screenshots where the this text chat's just full of India 007 pay May heads, you know, like oh man, it was so fun.
That looked funny, a whole channel full of Poimos.
It was with the same names next to him. I even made a GIF like where, you know how like is it Fred from Scooby Doo, and he's ripping the mask off the villain. He
Yeah.
rips the mask off, and it's Pei May's face. It's Indio's profile picture underneath. Yeah. And my first day in the home server, like I dropped into the VC, and Miggy, he's like, "Oh man, look, oh it's Twadwazzle, yeah, he's one of my mods in my live stream." And he, you know, I said hello, you know, I said a few words, and I was really shy on the mic back then. And then he's like, "All right, well, guys, I'm gonna give him, you know, like, cause he's a mod on my YouTube channel. I'm just gonna give him all these roles. Any objections?" Nobody said shit, so he just gave me all these roles. It was pretty cool. I just totally bypassed VC check-in. Yeah, and then I went to the lobby, and it was just like non-stop. Like you had to, man, it scrolled so fast. That's how active it was. Like the chat was just scrolling by itself, just because there was that many people in there typing at once. It was, and once I got like the hang of like what was going on, I could actually like pinpoint a comment, like, and then like reply to it, and then just focus on that one person and try and ignore the rest, everybody else, you know. And it was heaps fun, man. There was just so much going on all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, a few
I
others
was
said
like
it
just
used,
like
a few
in there
years
for
ago, it used to be
hours.
super busy.
Yeah, the lobby was crazy, man. It was so crazy.
Welcome.
It's a spotlight. Yep, it's on you, Ash.
Yo.
Yes, hello. What's up? Did you come in here on purpose?
Nothing, just sitting here. Yeah, I did. I'm just sitting here. I thought there was a conversation. Apparently, there isn't.
It is a little quiet at the moment, yeah. We just sort of just been talking amongst ourselves. And deafened. Oh, great. Now we can talk about him. See, we could be saying stuff about him. We could be bad mouthing him. He wouldn't know. Although he could be listening in on YouTube. He's in the home server. And modern day debates and politics. Okay. All right. So we've spoken with Ash before. I don't recognise the name or the face. Yeah, what happened with that Q guy? That Q guy is a flat earther, I think. What happened there? Was there a confrontation?
He was just having a soak. I don't think he's a flat earther. Because it's interesting, like, if someone was to say, oh, you're just fucking LARPing, it'd be like, bro, just go and check the videos. If I'm LARPing, I've done an exceptionally well job of it over the last, I don't know how many years, 2 and a bit years, if not longer. Like, shit. But you say that to some of them, and they have an absolute meltdown. I didn't even say I was LARPing. Like, it just feels like he is to me.
Right. I mean, it's happened. There's like people made it to silver rank in the home server, only for us to find out that
Really?
that
Holy
they
shitballs.
they were just laughing the whole time. Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry, but
one,
I'm just not that fucking committed. I fucking won't be able to do that, man.
Right.
I
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it. I'm happy to spend fucking 10, 15K on cameras and lenses and shit. But yeah, I'm just not committed into that kind of level of boredom.
Yeah.
Crazy. Holy shit.
Yeah, there was actually one guy said he had alts that were ranked also, and that he knew other people in it active in it. So he was just, I think that was a bit of a ploy trying to get people to look sideways at each other and all that. Like, it was just a tactic. But I wouldn't doubt that he like had alts in there that were also ranked, and or that there was other people in there like him. But he stalked me, man. Like, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what happened was I was like in this other server, unrelated to Flat Earth, right? And I was like active in there, fairly active, every day, and doing all these activities in there because and I won a couple of times, all them once a week or once a month or something. That they'd give out free nitro, right? Like they'd have run these competitions, and I won it a couple of times, just because I was in there so active and bumping their server and playing their games and whatever, it was pretty fun, and yeah, and I got some free nitro out of it. And one of the requirements was to like have so many, like, for an entry to equal one entry, you could ping so many people, right, to join the server, like invite so many people to the server. And I think I misunderstood him to be someone on my friends list that would have that might I could invite to the server. And I'd just say, look, yeah, I'm just doing this for this reason. Just ignore it. Like in their DMs, I just say, like, just ignore it if you don't want, if you're not interested. Don't worry. It's just for me to be able to get this entry right for free nitro. And sometimes I just wouldn't even say that. I'd just send it out, right? And I sent it to this one guy that had been a LARPer ranked and then had been found out and kicked, right, or something, or banned or whatever. His name was Splath, I think, and he had a few accounts. He had like Splath and Splath and just like all these weird different spellings of the same sort of name, like, right? And but he came into that server and graffitied just about every channel that he had access to with Twodwazzle this, Twodwazzle that. I think I was Twad or Twodwazzle or something back then. I can't remember what nickname I had. Just my name and just saying he's this and he's that. Did he tell you he's a flat earther? Blah blah blah. Just like I hadn't told them, I hadn't talked to them about it, right? Because it was unrelated. I was keeping it unrelated. Yeah, and he just like spammed it, and they were the admin and that they were really, as a server owner, really cool and friendly about it, and said, look, yeah, like, I don't care. I'm not flat earther, but I don't care. Like, you never bothered us about it, right? Like, after I explained what had happened, he's like, yeah, no, that's cool. Like, you never like said anything. You never bothered anybody about it. You've been a pretty good member. Like, so don't fear any reprisal because of it. Shit happens. They were really cool about it. But he was just a weirdo, man. Like, just stalked that server like that. I'd accidentally sent him an invite to, and then just came in and just like, yeah, just went nuts. Just Glover nuts. Weirdo, man. Total weirdo. Yeah, but he, like, not just like a little comment here and there, like pages of the same freaking thing, just like spamming their chats. And I think he did it in deliberately to try and like get me kicked out of it or something. Maybe, I don't know, like just to bring sort of like trying to social shame me or something. But it didn't work. I was embarrassed about it, but not because I'm a flat earther. I was embarrassed because I accidentally sent this invite out to a total dickhead,
Yeah. Oh, someone just dropped in. Welcome.
Joshmo.
Hello.
Howdy. Joshmo, that's like the equivalent of our, like, Joe Blow. Like, just as a general term for a guy, you know. You can't remember their name. Oh, Joe Blow down the road there. Joe Schmo. Similar. What the heck? Is this the invasion of the Joes or what? What's going on?
No, that's a Pepsi and a cool one at that.
Hey guys, what's going on? What's up?
No, we just had Joe Schmo come in, Joe come in, and then a cool Pepsi drop in. It's a shame you're not Joe the cool Pepsi. That would have just done it.
If that's a joke, I really didn't get it. But hey,
Yep,
good for
you
man.
were the
Keep
third one
trying.
in. That's why. Your name's not
So
Joe, so
I'm
you missed out. Yeah. Anyways, welcome.
I'm the third one that doesn't get the joke. I don't know.
No,
man.
Well, look,
you're the third one in.
I still don't get it, but okay, do it.
I used to tell people I always wanted to be a comedian, but they just laugh at me.
The silence says everything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Quick question. What do flat earthers think of like circumnavigation? Not necessarily over Antarctica, but circumnavigation in general, where you go in one direction and yeah, you end up in the same place. You
Circumnavigation, to circle around something.
Yeah.
Technically,
Yeah,
if you walk around
essentially
your city block,
circling
that is
back to a
circumnavigation.
position.
Yeah, if you walk around your city block, that is circumnavigation. Okay, you're going around a circle. Awesome.
No, it's like going in one direction and returning to your
Yeah,
starting
you are
point.
going in one direction.
Yep.
In a city, I don't think you can do that in a city.
Okay, so you're referencing a larger circle. So what are you using to reference your one direction?
Like a
Head in.
compass.
Excellent.
Or just
so
like or a
your one
compass, or
direction.
you're just like going.
That's cool.
You can
Compass
just
is
go
cool.
in one direction.
Compass is awesome. So you're going to go east. That's great. So you'll look at your compass and you'll travel east. And you'll keep going and going and going. You'll look at your compass again and you realize you're slightly out of alignment. So you'll adjust yourself and continue going east because you want to go in one direction. Then you'll keep moving and you'll keep readjusting. The reason you'll keep readjusting is your compass is referencing what's so funny, dude? The reason you'll keep readjusting is your compass is referencing a singular point. So what you'll be doing whilst you're traveling east is a great big circle around that singular point. So you going in a great big circle doesn't prove the shape of the ground. It just proves that you can operate a compass.
You're not going.
just-
Yeah, you're going in one direction. You're going in one direction. You're not
Correct.
going in
East.
Which
circle.
yeah, it's a circle. Yeah, it's a circle. You have to turn. You have
Yeah,
to turn.
it's a circle
You do.
around the
Yeah.
globe.
No, it's a circle around a
No, it's
magnetic
not.
point.
I
That's
think
all it
I
is.
think I think
It's
I know what he means.
it's not
Let's say you
globe
go
surface
into
exclusive.
oh man, let me join in for a bit. I think I know what he means. You go east forever, right? And you keep going, you keep going, you keep all going, and somehow
It's
you
not a
end up
straight line.
back to where you.
It's not a straight line. It's not
Can
a
I finish?
straight
Can I
line.
finish? Can I
Hey,
finish,
cool
dude?
Pepsi.
Holy.
Cool. Yeah,
We
the
get
problem
it.
is
We
you
heard.
think
Amazing.
east is a straight line. East is not a straight line. East is referenced around a singular point. It's a radial line.
I know, Ben
Round a
Hammer,
circle.
I know. please be quiet and let me explain what I mean. Regardless of how you say it, he keeps going east in that compass, and then he ends up
Yes.
back to where he started.
Yes.
Excellent.
So what's the
You
idea?
You're
understand.
assuming way too much error. You're assuming way too much error. Like compasses
Nobody's
are
ever done that,
accurate.
by the way.
Compasses are.
Nobody's ever done that,
What do
by
you
the
mean
way.
nobody's ever? You can fly
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Egypt
yeah.
to Brazil, then
Yeah,
to
they
Malaysia,
generally.
then back to Egypt in one
Yeah, that'll
direction.
be in straight lines and it'll form like a triangle or something. It won't be a circle, but it's still possible over a flat Earth. I mean,
Wait, what did you say? No, it would definitely
Just
be if you
straight
fly
line.
from Australia to. No, it would. I mean, it wouldn't be exactly, but it would
yeah.
almost be that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Almost
No, it
like
won't
a
be
circle.
almost like a circle.
it
It will
would
be
be.
very far off
I
being a
never,
circle.
we
No,
never said
no,
a
it won't be,
circle.
bro.
Never said a
It
circle.
won't be a
Far
I
off
said a
circle.
being a
globe.
circle.
No, they'll cut corners to save time and money, bro. They're not going to fly the long
Yeah.
way.
Yes, they would if I
Okay.
pay them, you moron. That's
Oh
how
my
planes
god.
work. Oh my god. Hey, I'm
Well, if
gonna
your
pay you to
plane
do
is
something.
flying
Oh
where
no,
you're
I'm not gonna
paying him
do
to
that.
do, if your
Oh my
plane is
god, no
flying where
way.
you're paying him, if your plane is flying where you're paying him to go, then he's not
Uh-uh.
proving anything. He's going where he's told to go. How's that going to
That's
prove
not
anything?
Yeah, but
Dan
you can
Hammer. That's not
get
the
regardless,
on Google
point.
Map. You can see on Google
but
Maps. You can see that
regardless, right,
and look out of the
regardless,
window.
right,
Oh my
It's
god, you
accurate.
guys,
It's saying
regardless.
you can
Hey,
see
you
on
guys,
Google
Dan
Map
Hammer,
right
you
now.
guys have issue actually
regardless,
like
Compass.
paying
I'm just
attention
going
to
to
what the
mute
point
both
even
of
is.
them. And I don't
Amazing.
care if they
I'm not
leave
talking.
because it's just unreal. You can't get a freaking word in.
And look at
Right.
that one. If I can't speak, I'm not going to listen to anything you say.
Not going to listen. Yeah.
Well,
it doesn't matter
Ash,
because Ash
I
was,
don't know
Ash
if
was
he's
the one
one
that
of
made
your
the point.
friends. Yeah, true. So we'll unlock Ash because I think that's fair because he was the one that was not. He was trying to be somewhat normal, but
Yeah, I wasn't talking over anybody.
Yeah. Listen,
there we go.
regardless,
Question answered.
Ash, even if you did follow east perfectly or west perfectly, you are literally going in a circle, even on the globe, because east and west
Yeah,
are
in a
perpendicular
circle.
to north.
Yeah, in a
But you're trying,
circle around the globe.
yes, yeah, but you're thinking of
No,
east and west. You're thinking of east and west as being a great circle, right? So latitude lines, they're representative of east and west. They're parallel. So you've got your North Pole, right? And then you've got a circle that goes around the North Pole, let's say like a kilometer away from the North Pole, right? That's a small circle with respect to the large surface area, right? Then go another kilometer and draw another circle. That's east and west. That's another latitude line, right? And then keep going all the way until you get to the equator on your ball. And that's where you'd be able to claim that if you went directly east or west without turning left or right, you'd come back to where you started. But nobody's actually ever done that and shown that you
Why do you
didn't have
have
to
to do
turn
it
left or
over the
right.
equator specifically? Why over the
Because
equator
that would be,
specifically? You can do it from any
a
point.
full. No, you can't. Not following
can.
east or west. You can't. Not following east or west, or you can't. You'd have to dead reckon, and then calculate each point relative to north, but making sure that you're not maintaining east and west directly.
I really don't get what you're asking for. Sorry.
I know you don't because you have a misconception about how the globe works. Okay, so yes, you do. So the globe Earth spins on its axis, right, at 23.4 degrees tilt. Okay, now from the central axis point, right, you have circles that go around it, right. Concentric circles. They're called latitude lines. They're parallel with each other. They're called parallels. All right. Each one concentrically gets larger and larger until it reaches the equator, which will be the largest of the latitude lines. These lines are represented by east and west.
and they are most definitely circles and not great circles. Anywhere but the equator on your globe, and you're following one of those latitude lines, as slight as it may feel, you will have to bank left or right depending on whether you're going east or west, respectively, right? This is a fact. It's not up for dispute, all right? What you're
You can
talking
be a
about
few
is a
degrees
great...
off.
No,
Yeah,
not
sure.
few degrees. You're talking about a great circle, which would be a full circumference, right? Latitude lines, east and west. There's only one latitude line, east or west, right? Represented by east or west, which is a full circumference value, an equatorial circumference, right? Now your meridians, your longitude lines, they are essentially, they're half great circles, right? They join up to each other, right, and form one full circumference. Right, one full circle. That now nobody's ever done that, right? In reality, nobody's ever done a north to south and then south back to north circumnavigation route, and all the east-west circumnavigations, right, is quite easily explained on a flat Earth because you're just simply going around a central point. You're not doing a full circumference value until you get to the equator. But if you're going to claim someone's done that at the equator, I'd like to see the data. I'd like to see the evidence.
I still don't get why it has to be over the equator or north to south or fucking
Because
north.
well,
It's
because
just, you can do it either way. You can do it from any point of Earth, on Earth, and be in one place.
but you
Decide to
wouldn't
go
be
one
you
direction to the
wouldn't be
west
going
or to
due
the
east
east
or west.
and go back to the same
You could.
place.
Yes, you could, right? But you'd have to maintain the same heading, right? And to do that, you'd have to calculate exactly what your compass is going to tell you when you get to a certain point, because it's not going to be maintaining due east or due west anymore. You'll be going southeast or southwest or northeast and northwest until eventually you're returning
No,
to
you're
the same
just
spot.
assuming way too much. You're just assuming way too much. And actually,
No,
you're
I just
assuming way too much
understand it
error.
better than you. I just simply understand it better than you
No,
do.
you're just saying you get in a circle. I don't get it. Yeah, no.
What part are you having trouble not getting?
Each latitude line
All the
is
world
represented by east
salad,
and west.
the whole world
Each
salad.
latitude line is your east and west circles, right? Starting off near the North Pole, right, being a small circle, and as you extend south and continue those lines around each other, they get larger and larger. They're not full circumference values, okay? So you will have to bank left or right to go east or west, right, and maintain an east or west heading, due east or due west, right? That would be not going southeast or northeast, but going directly east. Is not a straight line. You will have to turn left.
It is a straight line, like Quebec
It's
City.
not.
No,
Denmark,
it's not a straight line.
Russia.
The problem
then
is
back to Quebec City.
how are you referencing? From your compass, you're referencing a single magnetic
compass,
dot.
Landmarks. You can use all these things at the same time.
You can, but the problem is you chose to use the compass.
Yeah, you can use a compass, a map.
Excellent. Compasses reference from a singular point. Do you understand that much?
What?
Obviously not. What does the compass point to?
It points north.
Excellent. And north is a single point on your ball-tard? Yes or no?
North, it's not really a single point.
So what's the compass pointing to then? All over the place?
No, it's pointing north towards the magnetic
north
thing of the Earth.
Excellent.
Yeah,
so how's this? Magnetic north on a ball, a sphere, and magnetic north on a flat plane. It's not exclusive.
What do you mean it's not exclusive?
It happens the same way on both of them. Listen, Ash, stop. Forget talking. You've got a compass. All you're doing is relying on the needle on that compass. When it says east, you walk straight.
and you think you're going straight. But the problem is because the circle is so great, you don't realize that you're actually traveling in an epic circle. You think
you're just
going
saying that.
east.
You can-
You
well,
think
if you don't-
east
if you
is a
don't like
straight line.
compasses, you can use
Ash, you just in your mindset, this is what you're thinking. Get a compass, project a straight line, and I will follow that infinitely. That's not how a compass works. You're constantly readjusting, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, well,
That's
because
east.
of minor human error, but you're still going in one
Hey,
direction.
how do I get video?
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
You're going roughly
You're
the
going
same direction.
No, you're confusing going in one direction with going in a straight line. Your direction is east. East is not a straight line. East is a big circle.
Would you
Yeah, it is,
would
it
you
is
end
a
up on the
direction.
same spot?
It's a cardinal direction.
So it's not a straight line. Good boy. We're learning.
It's not a straight line. What do you mean, good boy?
It's not a straight line. What part of it's not a straight line don't you get?
It is a straight. It is a straight
No,
line.
it's
It
not.
points at a direction.
Yes, it's a direction, but it's not a straight line. That's where you're getting confused. There's a difference
Okay, if you
between
don't
a
like
straight
compasses, if you
line.
don't like compasses,
Ash,
use maps.
Ash, let's yappin'. There's a difference between a straight
yapping.
line and a direction. Your direction of east is not a straight line.
Okay, if you don't like compasses, then use Google Maps and look at.
It's you that doesn't like compasses.
And see the ground
It's
under you.
Ash. It's you that doesn't like compasses because you don't know how they work.
No, it's you.
Hi, all.
I've got no problem with the compass.
Let's leave compasses. Maps. Use a map.
So the reason you want to leave it
Look at the
is because you
ground
don't
under you
understand it.
and confirm it. No, you.
The
you're
reason
the
you
one who
don't want to
like
talk
it.
about compasses is you don't understand it. Just admit that.
No, you're the
Well, I'm
one
happy.
yapping
Look,
about
listen.
it. No, you're the
If
one
you
yapping
don't like
about it.
compasses, I've got no problem with that. Just say you don't understand how they work.
Yeah, no, I like compasses. So, but I'm gonna ask you. So, why not use a map if you don't want to use a compass?
Why
and
not
don't
use a
think
map?
it's
Okay.
accurate, Then
Hold
why
on.
not use map?
Well, let's use a map. That's great. I'll get a
Use a
map of Australia. I'm going to start in Sydney and I'm going to head east. What good's my map?
What? What do you mean?
What's a unit of
Use
power?
map. Use a map to circumnavigate. What are you talking about, Australia?
Excellent. So I've got a big map of Australia and I'm going to go east. What good is my map?
Yeah, go map and confirm.
Yeah, okay. So you've got your map. You've got your big map.
The ground under
You've got
you
your big
using the
map.
map.
Ash, we're using the map. I agree with you. I've got the map. Right? An exact printout of Google Maps. I've got it in my hand. I'm smack bang in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. How do I know which way I'm going?
With the map.
Excellent.
Maps, it shows your direction.
You've got a map in your hand, right? You've got the map in your hand. You're looking at the map. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You don't know roughly where you are at all because there's nothing to reference. Water north, water south, water east, water west, every direction you can imagine, it's just water. It's a beautiful, clear day. You've got your map in your hand. How do you know which way you're facing? Which way are you going?
Okay, go to the north near the circumnavigation.
How are you referencing north?
To Greenland. To Greenland.
How are you referencing north?
Russia.
You're in the middle of Ash.
Using
Ash.
a map and a compass.
The map doesn't tell you what north is.
So Quebec is not in the north.
The map doesn't tell you what north is.
Can you use
Is Quebec not in the
as
north?
a reference?
The map doesn't tell you what north is. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Now,
You want to go
Is
east.
Quebec in the north?
No, you're
Quebec
sidestepping because you've realised your map's not helping you. Why don't you just say you don't know how maps work? And now you're laughing because you've realised your levels of stupidity. Ash, we're not talking about Quebec. You're the one with the map. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I started at Sydney. Now I'm in the middle of the fucking
Okay, then
water.
go to Quebec.
How do I know
Go to Quebec.
how do I know which direction is east? You can do this.
With the
This
compass,
is your
with the map.
No, oh, you need a compass again. You didn't want to talk about compasses.
Okay, with a compass and a map. You can use
A compass and a map. Excellent.
But you
So
don't
now
have
you've got your compass
You don't
and
need
you're
a compass,
traveling
you just
east.
use a map.
You're going in a great big circle. Again.
What?
What's a unit of power? I told you that before.
What are you on about? So Quebec You go to Quebec.
Well, I don't know why you're
This
talking
is
about
in-
Quebec.
Then
This is
Russia.
you. This is your
Then
coping
back-
mechanism to try to get your somehow justify your stupidity. You've got your map. You've got your compass. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. How will you know you're going east? You need to look at the compass. Good boy.
In the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, so you've magically teleported
There's
somewhere.
land everywhere.
Okay,
What?
so you're in Quebec. How do you know you're going east? Without a compass.
With the map. With the map.
The map doesn't show you that. The map doesn't tell you, listen, you've put the map on the ground. You've laid it out. A nice big map. It's a
Google
big
Maps.
one. It's 2 meters it's 2 meters across. It's a very large map. How do you place
Maps.
yourself on the map? What reference have you got? At the moment, you're a dude standing there with a piece of paper in your hand.
No, don't use a piece of paper. Use Google Maps. It shows where you are.
Google Maps
shows
doesn't
where
work
you are.
everywhere. Don't think it does.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
does.
Obviously,
It
you've
works in
never
the
driven the
places you're
fuck
gonna be
across
going
Australia. Hey, bro, look, listen. I don't know where you're from. I don't fucking care. But where we live, that shit doesn't work everywhere.
Yeah, you can use Google Maps. Has like
No,
a
it does.
GPS
Listen,
map for
obviously
every
my
spot.
words aren't sinking into your fucking stupid thick head. That does not
Yeah,
work
no,
everywhere. Not.
what do you-
Negative. Zero. Doesn't
Right.
happen.
It does.
Do you comprehend that?
What do you
It
mean
doesn't
doesn't
work.
So, yeah.
What do you
So
mean
you
and what do you
get on
mean it
Google
doesn't
Maps
work?
and it
If something,
there
okay,
are
if you turn a light
four-
switch on, Ash, if I go into your lounge room and flick the light switch and I say, the light switch is not working, and then you say to me, what do you mean it's not working? I'm going to point at you and say, you're a fucking retard.
Okay, so
Especially
you
when the
get on
light's not
Google
coming
Maps,
on.
What do you get?
Listen
What do you see
carefully.
when you get on Google Maps?
Google
No,
Maps
nothing.
does not work everywhere. I'm sorry to
Yeah, so
inform
what
you
happens
of
when you
this
get on
broken
Google Maps?
news. Why do you think Google Maps works
happens when
everywhere?
you get on Google
Ash, stop talking. I want you to answer the question. Why do you think Google Maps works everywhere?
It has a geographic map, fucking like.
We know what it is. I don't know. I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. I want you to tell me why you think it works everywhere when we know it does not.
Literally satellite images, a satellite image map of the
So
entire.
Google Maps has now satellite images, which is fantastic because it doesn't work in the middle of Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not like they took a single snapshot, bro. They patch all that shit together.
Where the where it works.
Stitch together.
You can download the map. You can download. You don't need internet to use it.
Excellent. So if you've downloaded the map, I'm going to print it out because I don't want to lose it. How and where are you going to place yourself on the map? What are you referencing?
You see yourself on the map.
How?
literally
It's a
see
piece of
yourself on the
paper. I printed it out.
Yeah, don't use.
So
a
we
piece of
can't
paper
lose it.
then. You're the one insisting on using a piece of paper. Use a fucking.
The reason I'm insisting on using a piece of paper is because the fucking internet doesn't work in the middle of Australia.
Okay, then download it. When you download it, you don't need. You can
Okay,
download it
so
and
I've
filter your
downloaded it.
geographic location.
Yeah, that's great. I've downloaded it and I've printed it out. So here's my map on the phone. Now, how am I referencing where the fuck I am? I've got a map on a phone.
It shows
Yay
where
for
you are.
me.
It literally shows where you are. Physically
It does not because it doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Stop telling us it works. We know it fucking doesn't. Google Maps does not,
No, it doesn't.
I repeat, does not work everywhere. It only works in very specific spots. If you don't have phone service, you may as well have a roll of shithouse paper.
I mean, it does work.
Is this kid stupid or something, T-Dub? I can't go. I can't fathom how he doesn't understand when I tell him this shit doesn't work everywhere, and he just sits there and goes, "Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
download it.
Yes,
You
it
don't
does."
need the
Ash,
internet.
Ash,
It works
I have
everywhere.
driven
It works
Ash.
everywhere. You don't
Ash,
need.
Ash. Number one, you need the fucking internet for it to work. Number two, you need phone service or some kind of tracking on it in order to locate where you are, in order to project a little dot or an arrow onto the map to show where you are. If phone service doesn't work, you're fucked. I'm trying to help you out, mate. I've driven across Australia 7 times. It does not work everywhere. So you telling us, but it works, means absolutely nothing. I know it does not work. I've had the
That guy's
privilege of
saying
seeing it
there's
not
phone
work.
service everywhere, all over Australia.
There's not.
Why would he say that?
Because he's a fucking idiot and he's got no idea.
No, but,
Because
like,
he's
what's
trying
that
to
gotta
think.
prove anyway? Like, obviously, no,
Well,
there
the
isn't
reason
phone
for it,
service everywhere.
he's trying to prove that Google Maps can help him everywhere in the world. Google Maps is fucking useless.
What's this got to do with flat Earth?
Absolutely nothing, because his whole idea is if I travel in one direction, east, I can prove I live on a ball.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with phone service, so
Yeah.
I don't know why he's
See, I
trying
got
to claim
cut
that.
off. I was going to read something out for him, and I didn't realize that when I do that and I don't have the Discord window reduced and still in my view, I get kicked. So I don't know how much of what you guys heard, but I was going to read it out for him from Google AI.
I haven't heard you speak for a while, T-Dub.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But look, basically it boils down to this. If you're doing a circle, it doesn't matter if you think you're doing a circle around a globe, right? You have to prove that you've done a circle around the globe. You can go in a circle, right, on a flat surface.
Well, that's
Circles
actually an
work on
interesting
flat
thing.
surfaces. They're not
Yeah,
exclusive to globes.
What
No, you're
do
just
you guys
saying.
think
You're
of that
just
then?
assuming. You're just saying it doesn't work. You're just saying. No,
Yeah,
you're not saying anything.
No, we're not saying it doesn't work. We're saying it's not exclusive.
But you don't like
There's a difference.
And no, it is exclusive to globe Earth.
No, it's not.
That is an
No,
It's
interesting
based off a
One
singular
direction and
magnetic
end up in the
point.
same place you were.
It's based off a singular magnetic point. You need your compass
Exactly.
to do this. Your compass points north. As you move forwards,
you're-
the
maybe
compass
you're
is
a few
as
degrees
you
off.
move
Maybe you're a few
forward,
degrees
Ash,
off.
as you move forward, the compass is going to change.
Yeah.
Do you need to draw this on a piece of paper?
Maybe you're a few degrees off.
Ash,
Maybe you're a few-
not a few
Ash,
degrees.
we're going to do this the easy way. Ash, this is what I want you to do. I want you to grab yourself an A4 piece of paper. Maybe an A3 if you're lucky enough to have a big one. I want you to place a dot on that page, all right? Up near the top of it somewhere. Now, what I want you to do down the bottom of it is just draw a straight line, because that's the direction you want to travel. On the left-hand side, I want you to point straight towards north. On the right-hand side, point towards north. In your paradigm, those two lines need to be parallel, the ones that are pointing towards north, in order for you to keep your straight line.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask him.
I mean, yeah,
Right,
they're parallel, but we don't
Yeah,
live
so
on a
Ash,
flat
is
Earth.
north a point or multiple points? A single point or multiple points?
It's
1 point, isn't
a
it?
pole. It's a pole. It's not a
1
singular
point. 1
Singular
point.
point.
Doesn't
Right?
change anything.
1 point. Exactly.
I'm
And
not
you're
a flat
talking
earther,
about
but I
it.
thought it was 1 point.
Listen,
It
shut
doesn't change
up.
anything.
Shut up.
Bro, your mic's breaking. You're shouting
Fuck's
at me.
sake. Shut up. Or I'll shut you up.
Done.
Shut up. Now you said, oh, you'd maybe be off by a few degrees. No, the latitude line, the east and west circle, is the degrees. Do you know what a circle of equal elevation is?
Yeah, I know you're just bringing up random stuff because
You
can't-
don't
No,
know
it's
what
not
you're
phantom
talking
stuff.
about. You don't know
Here's
what you're
an idea.
talking about. That's the problem.
Wait,
You
what's
come in here thinking that
what's
you
Ash
know
saying?
more. You're thinking that you know more than the flat earthers, and the flat earthers have to end up trying to educate you. But because you're so stubborn and think that it couldn't be possible that a flat earther knows more than me, your ears shut off.
Wait, what's Ash
And your
saying, though?
brain goes dead.
I can't hear Ash.
You're absolute morons. I can't with you guys anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So that one was there to run interference.
Yeah. Well done anyway.
Yeah, there he
You're doing a
goes.
good
Yeah.
job there. You're doing a good
Oh,
job.
no.
Just try and get them to acknowledge what you're saying a little bit more, and I try and get them to acknowledge it because.
Hey, Jin, hold up. Jin,
Yeah.
hold up.
Yeah.
Ash, that's not going to help. Copy. He's given up. He's realised that he's an idiot. No. You've decided to come back.
I mean, what does he think it means to be 30 degrees north. What does he think that means? 40 degrees, 50 degrees. What does he think that means?
I don't know. He's just they don't understand the difference between going east and going in a straight line. To them, that means the same thing. Going east is a straight line. Going north is a straight line. Going south is a straight line. Going west is a straight line. They can't comprehend that east and west are referenced from a singular point. So if you move straight ahead, your compass is going to vary and turn as you turn. They can't grab that.
Yeah, because it's perpendicular. It's perpendicular to a point, to a single vector.
Welcome, letter N, and a capital at that.
N.
I mean, they don't seem to have any trouble comprehending this when it comes to trying to describe gravity as, gravity as being divergent, right? Or convergent toward the center. They have no problem conceiving of radials and circles surrounding it then. But when it comes to maps and latitude and longitude and east and west, they suddenly lose all concept of that. Like, what the heck?
What's the truth value in flat Earth?
We got a debate,
What's the truth value?
Yeah. So, like, what other conspiracies do you guys believe in?
What, because I'm a flat earther, I have to believe in other conspiracies?
Yeah, I just want to know how far you go.
Well, how about we show you that this is not a conspiracy? So what part of flat Earth do you...
I don't have a
yeah,
problem with the term
well, you've called it a conspiracy. You've called it a conspiracy.
There's nothing wrong with it being a conspiracy.
Well, actually, there is a problem with it because it's not a conspiracy.
Not for me.
Well, what makes it a conspiracy in your mindset in order for you to justify such a question?
Conspiracy etymologically just means multiple people breathing together.
Breathing together. I suggest you go breathe and waste oxygen somewhere else.
Yeah, and get that definition correct, because conspiracy means a group of people conspiring to do harm, do something negative. That's what conspiracy means.
Well, you see as a negative. I don't see as a negative.
Why didn't you just read the definition out then?
Yeah.
Why did you have to make your own up to justify your own bullshit question?
I didn't make mine up. Okay.
Yes, you did.
It says, well, the spiration part of conspiracy means breathe.
Yeah, that's great. Why do you think flat Earth is a conspiracy?
Because it's just not the norm.
Because it's not the norm.
Yeah, it's not.
So now a conspiracy is just not the norm.
Yeah.
So me wearing a purple shirt at work whilst everyone else is wearing blue shirts, I'm a conspirer now. I'm a conspirator.
Yeah, I mean that's the basic implication.
That's not the norm.
I'm a conspiracy.
So in what way am I conspiring when I'm wearing a different coloured shirt at work?
I don't know. Maybe you want to blow up Parliament. I don't know.
You're an idiot. You're not qualified to be here.
Yeah, he's come off the rails. There's no logic there at all. Silly.
So let's get this back to flat Earth. What part of flat Earth is the conspiracy?
I don't get what you mean.
Well, you're claiming flat Earth is a conspiracy. Okay, I understand that bit. Now I would like to know from you which component of flat Earth is the conspiracy.
Yeah, the thing where they say it's not like a globe or whatever.
Or whatever. You've got absolutely no idea. You thought you were going to come in here with your sophistry bullshit, being all that in a bag of chips, and you've just come up against a brick wall, haven't you?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a sophist.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the conspiracy
you have the
is the
wrong
globe.
opinion
Actually, the
here,
conspiracy is the globe that is the conspiracy, because that's been taught all over this flat Earth, and that's wrong. Okay, thanks.
Sure, man. I don't have a problem with that.
You do know the ground is measured as flat. There's no curvature.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, round Earth.
No, you just want to... Do you know why we're flat earthers?
Yeah, I don't care, man.
Yeah, excellent. Why are we flat earthers?
Because you love blacks.
Yep.
Bunch of weirdos tonight, man. I just can't, man. What is it tonight?
That's another one gone. Fuck off, idiot.
Can I jump in before someone else?
You're more than welcome, as long as it's better than the last guy. Seriously, that was just shit.
Well, I'm going to request Banhammer that you respond because I appreciate your constructive criticism.
Brutal. But anyways, I'll go for it, man.
All right, I got proof that there's curvature. All right, I got proof.
Excellent. Present it. I love these
I'm going to
ones.
claim victory before I present the proof, but yes.
I love your confidence.
All right, I got a photo. I'm putting it in the side chat. There's curvature. Okay, hold on. Now, what do you got to say to that, Banhammer?
Nice sunset photo. That's not proving curvature.
You can't see it?
Maybe you should get a little arrow and point to it. I just see a beautiful horizon, lovely sunset. That's a great photo, actually. I do photography myself in spare time.
Oh, this was just a phone. All right, look, I did a red line on paint. Can you not see the curvature now?
Well, I do have to object because on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side, you've drawn a curved line over a flat surface. Why can I still see the horizon above your red line at the left and right-hand side of the image?
Look, I think the problem is your eyesight, Banhammer. There's nothing wrong with this. This is a perfect photo.
So why do I see the horizon above the red line on the left and right-hand side of the image?
Well, maybe you need to get your eyes checked. I don't know. My trolls, I'm running out of material here with my trolls.
Oh, shit. I love this.
Yeah, he was trolling all the time. He was trolling, definitely.
No, I love you guys. You guys are funny.
I was just thinking that it is a very nice photo, very clear. Like, what sort of camera are you using?
iPhone 15, I think.
Yeah,
holy shit, that's got some nice resolution.
Actually, if I download that, let's see how clean it really is. I will save
it's not
you.
It's not a big file size.
Oh, that's what she said.
But yeah, look,
Ah,
it's
let's
really
put them in
it's very
downloads.
flat. I was wrong, but yeah, I just wanted to chime in.
No, you're right, mate. At least you're a better troll than the other one, and you had a laugh about it. The other one's just soft. Download folder. Where are you?
Oh, I see. You've actually drawn the curved line in there. That's classic.
Yeah, I deleted it. It was just a troll. Thought I'd have a laugh.
But in all seriousness, looking at your photo, now that I've zoomed it up a bit bigger, from the sun to the right, the image is flat. From the sun to the left, it's actually concave. It ramps up slightly.
All right.
But that's
where
just
was this
due to the
location?
optic of the lens.
Where was it taken?
Anybody? I don't want to disclose that, but yeah,
Okay,
there could be
all right.
land. There could be land on the left there. That's why it's gone up. Yeah, it looks like it's land.
I'll use AI to find this location. It's okay.
Oh God, please don't.
That's cruel. But I heard someone else drop in. We've got Lee, we've got Lolo, we've got Piggy, we've got Pad, Zoya. Oh, we just lost another one. Oh well.
Well, welcome to you
Tom.
all.
Please
Welcome
be
to you
smart.
all. If you have any questions,
Please be half intelligent.
if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. My colleagues and I here are willing to answer your questions. So go ahead and welcome.
Oh, you're talking to me? Oh, what, you guys are all... Oh, why is there so many people?
Because they're all interested in the flat earth truth versus the heliocentric light model.
Oh, no, just
Light.
usually you join a call and there's like half and half each way, but I'm like the only one who's opposed to the
It's
title.
okay. You can do your best. Go ahead. What
So it's
questions
like
do you have?
a 1v8. I'm sure
We're
this will
not
be
actually
a very...
sure about Piggy or Lolo, so I don't think you're totally aligned.
Yeah, but be confident. And what's
Well-
your questions? Come on. What are your queries?
Oh, I've kind of had all my questions answered a long time ago.
Well,
I
in
was in.
that case, what's your
I
position then?
think I spoke to you a couple times before as well.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, fantastic. What's your position since you've gathered a lot of information? You've had time to digest and reflect and consider. What are you saying now?
Well, I think it's good that we have free thinkers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah.
What
I mean,
about you? What is your position? I'm
there seems
interested
to
in
be
your position.
there seems to be a lot of like maths behind it. So, I mean, if I were to actually try and prove flat earthism wrong, I'd have to know all this mathematical stuff, and
Not really.
It just seems really complicated. So
Not really.
No, not really. No, it's not complicated at all. This is a misconception. I liken the maths to shopping, doing the shopping where you buy some items, you pay at the checkout, you check your receipt, and you tally up the numbers, and it's that simple. It's not that difficult with the maths. Okay, it's very, very simple maths. Like I've said, a team of 8-year-olds can do this. It's not beyond their capability with the maths.
What's this simple math thing then?
Well, it's just a drop over distance, isn't it? So from point A to point B, there should be X amount of curvature drop. That's
I
it.
mean,
It's
well, yeah. I mean, with that thing, I mean, that's like, well, yeah.
well, that's all we need, isn't it?
Go do it, aren't they?
To prove
But
Earth's curvature and that. And then there are other technical devices we can use, like laser beam tests. There's another one.
Well, yeah. I think everyone's familiar with the concept, but it's just like, well, I'm not gonna go do that. I mean, so.
Well,
yeah,
this
I mean,
is the
if someone
problem,
wants
you
to
see,
do
ladies
that,
and gentlemen. It's the desire and the will to actually go out to confirm
yeah.
that is lacking
but like,
from
if
those who come in
anyone's,
for the
if
first
someone
time.
wants to prove that the Earth's flat, and they can go do it, and then have you done
Well,
it?
we've done that already. What are you talking about? That's why we're here. We're here
So you've
telling
done it.
everybody. Yeah,
What were your
we're
results?
informing people. Hang on. We're informing people as they come in. What we tend to find, though, that people do not want to go out and check. Yesterday, I asked somebody, where's the desire for you to go and check? You've lost the desire. I don't understand. You've got all the information. You've got the numbers. Now, if you want to know either way, you're going to have to go out to do that. I can't help
What
you
is this? Flat Earthers or round Earthers?
Sorry?
Flat Earthers or round Earthers?
We're not. We're flat earthers.
No, I mean the people you're talking about.
Oh, the people I'm talking about. Well, obviously, the people I'm talking about have come in with the belief they're on a globe, questioning why we're saying it's flat.
But that is
We're
the
giving them
standard
all the
position, right?
information that they need
So
to
that's
have and
fair
answer all their questions. And what I find, 99% of the time, they don't want to go and check. They want to believe the scientists and hold the scientists' hands because they're the ones that know the best. They know better than them
Well, yeah,
themselves. They say, no,
there
you have a
certainly is
right
an
to go
aspect
and
to
check
that.
it.
I think
Sorry?
people should. There certainly is an aspect to that in modern culture. I think people should stop trusting "quote unquote" experts all the time. They should just
Right.
start thinking for themselves.
So I question you. Why won't you go out and check then? Yeah, I don't want to go and do that. I mean, why don't you want to go and do that? I don't understand.
Well, I've seen some videos of people doing it. I've heard people do it, but I haven't really heard anyone that's done it and got the results they wanted to prove flat Earth. So,
We've all done
have.
that here. Come on, you're in the
that's
right.
That's
You're
what I was
in the
asking you.
Mecca
What
of flat
results did you
earthers
get?
if you were right here now. Sorry,
What were the results you got?
I'm here telling you the Earth's flat. What do you think I'm
No,
telling you? It's flat.
you said you did the. I'm curious in your the little. I suppose you can call it an experiment. The little experiment you did.
We've made. Look, you know the standard because you've heard many of us tell you, and you've heard many of us speak as to how we became flat earthers. Yeah, one of the facts that you may not be aware of yourself, all you've done all your life, without you knowing, unknowingly recorded flat Earth. Okay, and what happens is that when you start to go out and put your boots on the ground and realize how level it is, you then think to yourself, how did I miss it? And what happens is that your brain goes into a rewind where you're trying to think back to the places you've been, and then you recall the flat Earth. Your brain has already recorded this information in its brain already, in your brain.
Oh no, I was just asking about. I just wanted to know you said you did the thing, the drop down test thing?
I've done several observations.
Can I
6,000
about...
miles. There should have been 3,740 miles of curvature. Not there. I've done 50 miles coast of Africa, looking at the Canary Islands. That was back in 1970. My second trip to Nigeria from Southampton to Lagos. 2-week event there. 2-week journey. Okay. Then I've travelled all over this place. So I've got loads of these observation tests. I was in the army as well.
Did you ever do the
Okay,
one where you like
and
walk far away
that
and you should be able to
exposed
see
me
the
to a lot
drop?
of nature, a lot of horizontality, and I never even knew that I was on a flat Earth. Okay.
Mm. No, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The point is this: it's always going to come from your experience. That is key. It's not just going to come from someone's video, because someone's video does need to be verified. So you go, if you can't go to that location, you can use that individual's methodology and go to your location and check. Because that's what it's all about. You've got to do
Yeah,
this.
yeah. That's true.
Right, right. That's why I say I don't understand. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's the wrong thing to say if you want to know the truth. You see.
So you say you've done a few. I was interested in like the
Well, I've
specifics of
given
the
you
ones you've
I've
done.
given you flights from London to Tokyo, Japan, Japan to Hawaii, Japan to Los Angeles, then England by ship, Southampton to Nigeria,
Wait,
2 weeks,
what do you mean?
Nigeria back to England,
Are you saying like this
England
is
to
where you've
Germany,
travelled?
hang on, England to Germany, Italy, France, Greece, Spain,
Sure.
Portugal. I've done a lot. I'm 64 years of age,
So this is
so I've
this
done a
is
lot of
places you've
traveling.
travelled to.
I'm in
Yeah.
Japan right now.
Oh
Sorry.
no, I was more curious on the. You said you did these experiments. I was curious on those.
Well, they're not experiments; they're observations. Yeah, long distance.
So you've done some observations.
I've made lots of observations.
Can I ask
Where
what
I'm in
some of them
Japan now,
were?
where I am now in Japan, okay, from Fukushima, I can see Mount Fuji. That's 180
Fuji.
miles
Can I-
from the position I was at, right in my car. Right, I shouldn't have been able to see that mountain
Fukushima.
because it should have been hidden behind 4 miles of curvature.
Can you see Fukushima? Can you see Mount Fuji?
I can see Mount Fuji from
Fukushima.
Fukushima in my car, in my seat.
It says you.
It's look, you can't tell me
Listen.
I'm wrong because it's a record in Japan that people climbed the mountain
Well,
range
yeah, it
in
says you can.
Fukushima and they captured Mount Fuji for the first time
Well, yeah, it's
after
not debated.
25 years of trying. Okay, in 2017, this event happened.
But if you
2017. I've been in
so
Japan since
so you're on
1999.
about seeing Mount Fuji from Fukushima, correct?
Correct.
So you can. That's not debated. I just searched it up. It says you can see Mount Fuji from Fukushima.
Well, yeah, you can see it, but it should have been hidden behind curvature, and it's
Oh,
not.
I don't know about that. But that's not what it
Yeah,
says.
you'd
It
have to
says it's
come
not hidden
here.
behind
You'd have to
curvature.
come here to see it for yourself. That's the thing. See,
But no,
the
but it
point
says
is
you can
you're
see it.
disputing what we tell you, but you're going to have
Well,
to
I'm not
go
dis-
out and make your own
I'm
observations.
not disputing.
That's
I'm
the thing.
agreeing with you. I
Yeah,
agree.
thank you.
I believe that you saw that because it's true. You can see it from there.
Yeah, doesn't require belief. Yeah, but it should have been hidden behind 4 miles of curvature. Is my point
Should it?
from my position,
But
but it
isn't it
wasn't.
really tall?
It's 3,776 meters tall. I've climbed it 14 times, so I know it.
Jesus.
Yeah. Roughly 12,700 or 800 feet, something like that, or a bit more. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's been done. The point is, you're going to have to make these observations for yourself. That's
Well,
the
no,
main
I
thing
believe
here.
that. I believe that. I mean, I believe your observation because I don't see why I wouldn't.
Yeah, but the point is, I don't want you to believe anything as such. I want you to go out wherever you live in England and make that confirmation from your side where you live.
Okay. So are you saying that proves flat Earth? The Mount Fuji
Absolutely
and Fukushima?
correct. Yeah, there's no curvature there.
So why is the internet saying that yes, you can see it, and
Because
it
the
doesn't
Earth
prove
is
anything?
flat. That's why it's saying I can see it.
The internet also says men can get pregnant, so go figure.
Well, that's the so-called experts saying that. They're fucking weird. But let's see.
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
this
So
prove
you need
flat Earth?
so you need to make your observations and actually get out there.
I mean, have you done the maths behind it though?
The maths is there already. It's 8 inches per mile squared. I told you, 8-year-olds can do it.
8 inch per mile squared.
Yeah.
No, I know. So I was on about the distance between Mount Fuji and Fukushima, and then you have to get the angle, and you probably have to do
roughly
like
180
Pythagoras or
miles.
something.
Roughly 180 miles. I've been here for 29 years. Sorry, 27 years. Roughly 180 miles. Doing the maths, roughly, I'm giving you the numbers. Roughly 4 miles, roughly, of curvature should be blocking my line of sight, and yet see whole lot of the mountain from my car.
So apparently the equation. See, this is why I don't do it because the maths looks complicated. But to estimate whether Mount Fuji can be visible from
180 miles.
Fukushima.
Yeah.
So, did you know how to do that? How to estimate
Here's
how
an
far you
idea,
can see?
Tom. Instead of punching it
I know how to
into
do this.
AI, why
Yeah.
don't you type in Earth Curve Calculator and
Oh,
go
yeah.
to one of the
Yeah.
dedicated global Earth Curve websites
Earth curve
where they
calculator.
can tell you what the actual drop over distance should
Alright,
be
let's try it.
based upon that
So-
distance.
So we've got the target distance. How many miles away is it?
180 miles.
Fukushima to 180 miles, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, is it? Oh, getting different results. Some are saying 260, some are saying 190. I think it's
Well,
maybe
that's
talking about the
okay.
road
You know, it
distance.
depends.
Should be based off of your
Fukushima's
elevation.
quite big. Fukushima is quite a big area, so it doesn't really matter. You can take any one of those.
It's based off your elevation,
Right,
how far you
sure.
should be able to see. That's
So
what
here
you're
we are,
calculating at the
160
moment.
miles. And then what would be the like
Based off what elevation? At the moment, you've given us a distance, 180 miles. That's not a problem. Based upon your elevation, will determine how
Well, yeah, I
far
don't
you
know what
should
the
be able to
elevation-
see.
I don't know what the elevation is
Excellent.
at.
So how have you got a number when you don't know what the elevation is?
Oh no, I haven't
Because-
got a number yet. We're just doing it. We're just doing the numbers. I thought it'd be interesting to see what we get.
Or you're just throwing random numbers at it?
No,
No, I
so
gave him the 180 miles because it was my observation.
Yeah,
in
excellent.
My car.
I got that bit, Jen. I want to know at what elevation he's thrown at it.
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. What I was going to ask what elevation he was at.
Well, how tall are
Anybody
you?
knows? Well, no, I mean from sea level, right?
No, no,
Isn't
a
it
simple
supposed to be from sea
question. How
level?
tall are you? Put that number into the calculator.
Isn't it supposed to be the height from sea level? Or am I wrong?
No,
well, if you
that's
can
correct.
go from sea level, that's even lower.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, you were standing on your hind legs and you were looking at stuff. So how tall are you? 6 foot tall? Put in 6 foot.
Right.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Accurately calculate the curvature you are supposed to see on the ball Earth. What does this even mean? How does it? So
you put your elevation.
is this saying
in,
how
you
far
put
I can see, or how high it can see? I don't know what
It's
saying.
calculating out, depending on which calculator you go to, okay? Some of them have got some other really cool functions. Some of them are ultra basic. Like one of the ones I use is a GitHub one. You put in your eye height in feet. You put in your target distance in miles.
Distance. Oh, I got a decent one here. Metabunk.org. So if it's
And what it does
160
is
miles
gives
away-
you your horizon distance, and it also gives you how tall the target needs to be in order for you to see it above the
yeah, that's what I wanna
horizon.
see. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah.
Excellent. So how about we just
Yeah.
go
So-
Control C, Control V, post that in the side chat so he can keep up with it.
Oh, have you got it? GitHub. Oh, this was the one I was on, but I didn't really get. It doesn't. I didn't know what it was telling me.
There's not much to get about it, bro. There's two numbers you put in. Number one,
Oh, target
how
hidden
high
height. So it'd have to be 3 miles high. No,
It has to be that
16,000
tall.
feet.
So H1 has to be that tall before you even see it. So that's
Yeah,
how
it's
much
saying
is
you'd have
hidden
to be
behind the
5,000
horizon.
meters. Yeah, so it says 5,000
Excellent.
meters. But how tall is Mount Fuji? I doubt
I
it's
told
that.
you 3,000. Yeah, 3,776 meters.
How tall?
I know. I've climbed it
It's-
14 times, so I
yeah,
know.
3,000. Yeah.
776 meters.
That's certainly interesting then.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's a
'cause
flat Earth.
it says it has to be 5,000 meters.
There you are.
There must be some kind of.
No, there's no kind of anything. All you got to do is go out into nature and try and replicate that in wherever you live. See what you can see. Start putting boots on the ground. And like I've said, unbeknown to yourself, your brain has recorded
What if it was 300
horizontality
miles
across
away?
this earth. It's there. It
It's-
only needs one
How
kind of
far
a trigger.
away
One kind of trigger, and all these memories come flooding back.
Mount
Places you've
Fuji?
been to that have been flat everywhere you've been.
Let's see. How far can you see? Yeah, it says you can see Mount Fuji from 200 miles away, which would mean
Yeah.
it would have to be feet in meters. It'd have to be 8,000 meters tall. So how does that work? But from that point, how high you stood up? That's what I want to know.
I was driving.
Well, no, like I'm on this specific. Well, because obviously you wouldn't be able to remember exactly where you were, so it'd be a bit hard.
No, I was in the Fukushima City area.
Oh,
but
this
I was in my car driving. That's it.
This 180-mile thing, it's saying when you're on a skyscraper, which I mean, I don't know how tall that would be. Can you remember where you were exactly? Like what part of Fukushima?
Just Fukushima Central. Put that in.
Fukushima Central. And you were. Is this on a mountainous area or is it flat? Like what? How high?
Well, it has an elevation, okay, because the city is built on an elevation. You'll have to look at Fukushima.
It's
What is
13
the
meters.
elevation of Fukushima? Because I can't give you that number.
Yeah, it says it's 35 meters above sea level.
Yeah, that's it. Then. There you go.
So
it's almost at sea level, isn't it? 35 meters.
Awesome.
Not. It's quite low, and yet you can see Mount Fuji.
Sea level.
Ah.
Yeah. Why does it keep talking about a nuclear plant, bro? I want to know what. Oh, Fukushima is like a nuclear. I don't even know what Fukushima is.
That is where the nuclear plant was, or is.
Yeah.
Oh, so Fukushima is a city, but it keeps telling me the height of the nuclear plant. Like, I want to know on average, like, potential height above sea level. Fukushima
It's not the only
City
place. I can
sits
see
at an
Mount. I
elevation
can
of
see Mount
67
Fuji.
meters above sea level.
Yeah, I can see it from 3,000. From what is it? 817 meters up from Mount Scuba, for example. Yeah, visible from Mount Scuba, another mountain that I've climbed over 350 times. That particular one. I used that to train to climb Mount Fuji, actually.
So wouldn't we have to put that into the Earth curve calculator?
That's a different mountain in a different area of Japan.
No, I'm on about the Fukushima one. So it's saying it's 67 meters above sea level. Fukushima.
Oh, then put it in. Put it in.
So we put that in the eye height.
Yeah, put it in. I was sitting in my car, but put it in. Yeah.
Right, so if it was 67 meters in feet, so 220 feet. Now it's saying Mount Fuji would have to be 6,700. Oh no, that was distance of 200 miles. Wait.
Yeah, I said 180 miles. I said.
Away is Fukushima
roughly.
Central from Mount Fuji. So it's saying Fukushima Central is 189 miles away.
Look at that. I wasn't far off, was I? I said 180.
How does this work out?
So you can call it 190 miles.
Yeah,
roughly.
it still would have to be 6,000 meters tall.
It works out because you're not on a ball tard. That's the problem, bro.
I mean, yeah.
I'm glad you're seeing it in real time. Excellent.
Yeah.
This is one I can't. Yeah.
So there you go, my friend. Like I said, you need to put the boots on the ground. That's how you're actually going to use. It's okay looking at the numbers, but when you actually take those numbers into nature and then apply it, it's breathtaking. That's all I'm going to say. It's breathtaking.
Well,
and then you just want to do more.
I asked a follow-up question. Can you see Mount Fuji from Fukushima Central? And it says no. So what did you see?
Saw the mountain itself.
So now we have a conflict.
Oh, well, then it's conflicting with the information that you've been given.
So now the next step would be to verify, to be 100% sure. Like, I mean, I'd probably have to go there myself, or you'd have to take a video.
That's what I said, yeah.
You'd have to ask a local, is that Mount Fuji?
And you will see Mount Fuji.
Are you sure you didn't see a different mountain?
Hey, Jin.
No.
Hey, Jin, have you got a photograph from...
No, not from Fukushima, no, because like I said, I was driving, yeah?
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you had a photo to bomb in, that'd be mint.
Yeah. No, I don't have the picture of it like that because I don't live in Fukushima, but I was camping there with the family.
Online maps. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, so... Yeah. So, I mean, that whole thing's now dependent on whether we can verify that
Yeah,
was Mount Fuji.
there is a record, but from a higher altitude, there's a record. Like I said, the story goes at 2017, 3 Japanese hikers. It took them 25 years to capture the image of Mount Fuji from that location because of the weather wasn't permitting for that length of time. But yet they managed to capture it. The furthest, most northern point that a picture has been taken of Mount Fuji.
Wait, was that
So
someone?
they're in the
someone's taking
Japanese record.
Someone's taking a photo of Mount Fuji from where?
Yeah, 3 Japanese hikers that have been hiking for 25 years in the same place to try and capture Mount Fuji, and they finally managed to do it in the year 2017.
Where did they take the photo from? How far away were they?
Some mountain range in the Fukushima area.
Oh, they took it from a mountain range.
Yeah, in this particular case, the altitude was a bit higher.
How high was that? Well, I guess we could figure out. Wouldn't it have to be
give it
2,000
again
meters
because
high?
I don't know the actual name of the mountain, but I can't give you the actual.
We know how
height.
high they'd have to be, right? They would have to be like 2,000 meters.
They'd have to be above 2,000 meters for sure to capture it.
So
well, maybe not that high, but
I guess we can work it out, right?
They captured it anyway.
How high would they have to be?
Well, they could have been as high as I was.
I'm just gonna input random numbers and see, see how high they'd have to be. What about 2,000 feet? They'd have, and then Mount Fuji. You could see. Oh, okay. So they'd have to be 2,000 feet. So 2,000.
Well, I can see Mount Fuji from 800 meters.
So if those hikers were below 600 meters, then yeah, that would be technically impossible, and that would prove it right. But if they were above 600 meters, then that would add up with the official calculator. But I guess it's. I mean, how would you verify it? You could speak to them.
You have to come
Is
here
the
and do it
photo
for
exist
yourself,
online?
like I said.
Does the photo exist online?
Again, it probably does exist, but that would be privately owned by the Japanese people themselves. Like I said, you can come here to do that.
All right. Is there any other things that you've done?
Oh, like I said, Canary Islands from the west coast of Africa. As a kid, that's a recollection from my childhood days. Remember, I wasn't a flat earther at the time. I was just a kid traveling from Nigeria back to England, and that was in '69, and then in 1970 from Southampton back to Nigeria. On the west coast of Africa, you can see the Canary Islands, Las Palmas. You can see the Canary Islands, and that's approximately like 50 miles away from the ship, thereabouts, at sea level, because you're on the sea there. Elevation of the highest mountain is about 3 meters, 3,000 meters, 3,700 meters, something like that, the highest elevation.
On the highest elevation where? You're about on the Canary Islands?
You haven't made any of these observations yourself. You've got to go and make the observations for yourself, though. Do you get me?
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean,
yeah. So all this stuff you're doing here is useful, of course, but you're going to have to go out and do it yourself. That's the thing. So you saying I don't want to do that isn't somebody looking for the truth. I don't want to do that. You said that's what I'm going on. I'm picking on that point.
No, I don't really want to travel all the way to Fukushima.
Well, no, that's why I said you've got to do it where you live. I said. I said to you where you live, and you went, I don't want to do that. Is what you said.
Well, I don't recall.
Good
but
morning,
I mean,
guys.
If I'm ever in a place, maybe I could. But you know, it makes me think. Surely someone in Fukushima.
No. It makes me think surely that you don't want to try, and it makes me wonder why not. Because you're busy scrutinizing here when you can prove all your questions can be answered if you go out and just do as we ask you to do.
I'm open to anything really. I'm not really strict on either.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
Sorry, you talking to me? Who's that?
Perhaps Martin
Can't
should be listening
understand
whilst there's
you.
others having a conversation. That'd be swell.
Yeah.
They're
So
not saying anything because they are mumbling.
Okay, you're mumbling. Thank you for interrupting. Please continue, gentlemen.
yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, I suppose you think, well, with the Fukushima one, you'd think surely someone who lives in Fukushima would have seen Mount Fuji from there, and they would have taken a photo and been like, "Yo, you guys, you can see Mount Fuji from it."
Yeah, but
and
that
everyone
doesn't
would go
mean
crazy.
anything, does it? Because they're not flat earthers, are they? It's in their everyday life. They're not going to say, "Oh wow." The only one that was a wow moment were these 3 hikers that have been trying for 25 years. That was a wow moment at that time.
So why didn't they?
But
post
if you want to prove whether or not the Earth's got curvature, you've just got to go out where you live and try to prove it that way. Remember,
The
you
issue we've
haven't
got,
proven
Tom,
it to yourself yet.
Tom, the issue we've got, I can jump onto Google now and type in photos of Mount Fuji from Fukushima and bring them up. And then the next question's going to be, how do you know that's real?
Wait, you can?
The next
I'd love
question
to
is,
see.
how do you know that's real?
Well, no,
What's stopping you? What's stopping you from typing that in? And the following question is Tom, the following question is, how do you know that's real? How do you verify that?
I mean, if there's loads of photos of it,
So it doesn't matter. This is the problem, as we've got as a flat earther. It doesn't matter what we do. There's always the next question that we have to back up the first question and the first bit of proof. It's this endless game.
I don't think I would question that. I think I would be pretty. I would be pretty stunned if there actually was a photo of that. I mean, have you got any? Or did you find? You said if you searched it up, you could. I mean, I'm curious. Like, I'm trying to find.
Why don't you look it
now.
up there if you're curious? Come on.
So, photo of Mount Fuji from Fukushima. I can't really find any. But if there is one, I mean, yeah, that would certainly be.
You're not looking.
Surprising.
But I've still got the same Tom. I've still got the same issue as you. It says on the picture Mount Fuji from Fukushima. How do I know it's true and it's not just some bullshit AI thing?
Well, do you want to send the photo and let's have a look. Let's see what it's like.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I can pull up any fucking photo and then just say it is. What we have to do is to be able to verify the validity of it.
Well, yeah.
So just because the print, when you're scouring through Google, and this is something I don't think you've worked out yet, when you're scouring through Google and there's an image and a bit of writing underneath, that bit of writing does not validate the authenticity of said image. Well, just because it says Fukushima pointing towards Mount Fuji doesn't mean it's true.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is an aspect of that, but...
Excellent. So, when I'm scouring through these images, how am I going to validate them or verify them?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a question. I mean, how would you do that? I don't know how to. I mean, I don't really get what you.
That's why easier to get your boots on the ground and do it yourself.
Ground earth, I would say.
Yeah, that's why boots to the ground, do it yourself. Because then next time someone says, oh, blah, 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 this is true, or blah, 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 this is false, you can just go, well, I've actually been there, done it, and here's the photos.
Yeah.
Right, but I haven't got... Has anyone got photos?
He missed the whole point.
Well, no, I said I could probably go there and see whether I can find Mount Fuji.
Right, that's the answer. That is the answer.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what I have to do to have a valid...
That's what you're going to have to do, boy.
That's why I'm just staying like agnostic. That's why I'm just saying I don't know either way because I'm not.
Well, because you're not trying. Because you're not trying. That's why.
But why the?
There you go. Okay, stop talking, Tom. Breathe.
Have you done it?
Side chat.
What have you done?
Side chat.
Oh, you've got it. Okay.
Photo. Fuji City, Hall Mountain, Fuji live camera, Nagatasho, Fuji City.
Wait.
There you go.
On about Fukushima.
Not a million miles away from my campsite.
Wait, so Banhammer, is this your photo?
There you go.
What the fuck did I just say earlier?
Yeah,
I was just asking
he just told you that. See?
I'm not really trying to get mad or anything. I'm just asking.
No, but you're
not. No, you're not trying to get me mad. You're just not listening.
So as soon as I posted the image, the next thing was this your photo? What did I say about validating and verifying the
Stop
bloody
shouting,
photos?
This kind of, I might just leave if you're gonna keep shouting.
I'm not shouting. I'm disappointed. I just explained to you the next question is going to be about the verification and validation of the photo. And as soon as I posted one that I found off of Google, the next thing was, is this your photo?
Well, I thought it was just a normal question to ask.
Yeah, look,
I wasn't really trying to devalidate
you're
it.
clearly not here in good faith. You want to be agnostic. You made it quite clear. I'm not going to go and do that.
I
That's what you
only
said.
asked. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just curious who took the photo. Okay, we can say, okay, it doesn't matter who took the photo then. All right, let's move on from that.
Yeah, you wasn't paying attention because he
Okay,
said to you that
where
the
is this
question.
photo
You're
taken?
talking through me now. Just pay attention. That's the problem.
Have you
You're
got
not
something to say, have
listening.
you? Why
You're
didn't
still
you listen to me?
talking. You see, right? He said, "Mate."
You're breaking up, Jin.
Okay, if I'm breaking up, sorry about that. Matrix did say to you that you're going to be asking verification of the picture, and that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, correct.
See, the problem I've got, I've jumped onto Google and my original search instructions were photos of Mount Fuji from Fukushima City. I spelled it incorrectly. It showed me the correct spelling. I went, yes, I agree with that. And now it's listed. I've clicked on images and now there's a shit ton of photos. Now you have the same problem that I do. How do we verify, validate, or prove that those images are what the little bit of writing underneath them says it is?
Do you think it is that?
How do we verify, validate, or prove that the little bit of writing underneath says what the image is? How do we verify that that is true and correct?
Well, how do you? I don't know. Do you know?
Here's an idea. We fly over there and we take the fucking photo ourselves and go, well, there you go.
Validate it.
No, I'm saying you fly over and do it yourself.
Yeah, so in other words, you can't validate photo.
No, you can do it. You fly over and do it yourself. In an aeroplane.
Yeah, that is a kind of one way to do it.
I've said to you that I've seen Mount Fuji from Fukushima. It's been backed up with Google images already, right?
It has?
Then there's a record about it as
Can I
well,
see?
you know. But so there you go. I mean, come on.
Wait, sorry,
You're
I
fighting.
missed this bit. Did you say it's been backed up by images?
Images that have just been posted to you. Shots
so
from Fukushima.
which the image in the side chat?
Look, you're being a bit silly now.
No,
Okay.
So I'm just trying to.
Okay, Tom, you're obviously not here in good faith. If you jump on the internet and there's an image, it doesn't matter what the image is of. It can be of a soda stream bottle for all I care. And underneath it says purple Ferrari. Now, you know what a Ferrari looks like. You know what a soda stream bottle looks like because you've probably held on to one. You've probably seen other photos of Ferraris. So you know that that piece of text doesn't match the picture. The problem I've got is I've not been to Japan and stood in the position of these photographs where they were taken from. So I cannot validate, verify, or prove that the writing underneath is true and or correct. You cannot either. You questioning me on the writing that's under the photograph is equivalent to you pissing on a brick wall. Nothing's going to come of it.
Yeah. And I made that statement that I saw Fukushima, Mount Fuji from Fukushima. Some images were put in the side for you. You did your little Google search, didn't you, with your calculator? All you've got to do then is come here. If you're not satisfied, come here or try and make a similar observation where you live. Quite
See,
simple.
unlike a lot of the ballers' claims of space this and space that, the only thing that's stopping myself from flying to Japan is number one, having holidays from work, and number two, my financial ability to do so. And I reckon in about 4 months I'd probably be able to afford to do it.
There you go.
I could go to those locations. I could stand there with my happy little camera, click the button. If I happen to see the White Mountains, so be it.
Point is, it's proving that the Earth isn't a globe, you see. And that's what you want to make sure. You want to prove that your Earth is a globe. So, and you haven't done that yet. So you can't make the claim that you know you're living on a globe. You can't. You haven't done anything to prove that. 100% belief. Whereas we've proven that the Earth isn't a globe. That's the difference between me and you and my colleagues here. And it's nice to get information from across the world. Different locations. Yeah, fantastic. I gave you another one, yeah? Canary Islands visible from the west coast of Africa. Morocco and places like that. I was in the ship at the time with my dad, and he pointed it out. When he pointed it out, he wasn't telling me the earth was flat because he didn't even know the earth was flat then, never did I in 1970. Okay?
So, back to what we were saying. The previous conversation about Fukushima.
Can you speak louder, please? Can't hear you.
So, this image, you said this is or isn't proof?
The problem is the verification of said image. Excellent. If you understand that, fuck off, verify it, and get back to us.
Right. So
yeah, or make
are
some
you saying-
verifications of
so-
your own where you live. That's the point. Put your boots
Okay,
on the
so
ground. When you do that, hang on,
fine
I'm
with
still
that.
talking. I'm still
Well,
talking.
you guys have been speaking for
No,
like
I'm
5
still
minutes. I was
talking,
listening
mate.
to all of
Hello?
it.
Hello? Didn't you hear me talking?
Could you hear me talking as well? What
No,
gives
but I
you
was
more
talking
of a
before
right
you,
over
and then
me?
you decided to blurt out.
I was
So
actually just
shut the
responding
fuck
to
up now
Banham
and
and
pay
then you
attention.
interrupted.
All we're saying to you is that go to where you live and start making observations in the area you live in. Start
Yeah, I've heard
putting
you
your
say
boots
that.
on the ground. I don't want to do that.
I didn't
what you
say that
said.
either.
What you said. I do that. What you said.
Right.
Yeah. That's what you said. Those were your words. I don't want to do that. Especially after we mentioned the laser beam tests. You said, I don't want to do that. So that
Right,
means
well-
you don't want to check. You don't want to know the truth. That's what you're saying. Fair enough.
Is it okay if I speak and say my?
Yeah, you may speak now. Yes,
just
of
have a
course.
response to what you guys were talking about. So obviously we collectively investigated the Fukushima thing, and we came to the conclusion that it would be good to get that you've seen it, and you didn't take a photo, which was a shame. And then we said, well, maybe it was Mount Fuji, maybe it wasn't, but how do you prove it? You'd have to go there.
I didn't say it was Mount. I didn't say maybe or anything like that. That's what you're saying.
Well, you
I've lived in
claim
Japan.
your claim that it
Well,
is
hang
your
on a
claim
minute,
is
now
that
it's
it
my
is Mount
turn.
Fuji.
I'm rebutting what you said. I've lived in Japan 27 years. 2013. Yeah, 2013. Driving in Fukushima, I could see Mount Fuji. I wasn't a flat earther at the time, right? Now photographs have been given to you verifying that. You've checked it for yourself. So at what point did I say it
Sorry,
wasn't
what
Mount
was that?
Fuji? I've climbed it 14 times to the
Sorry, I
summit.
just midway
Fucking hell.
through what you said there. You said I've been giving images that verified it.
Verified
that?
my statement.
Yeah. What images are those? Because I thought we said we couldn't verify images.
I thought Matrix posted one in there for you.
Oh, so
Did he
so
not?
we do want to speak about this one now, because every time I speak about it, Banhammer starts shouting about that.
No.
I've got a better suggestion, Tom. If you've come here to be disingenuous, there's the door,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Because that's all you're doing now. It's quite simple. Number one, there is 1,000,000,001 photographs on the internet. My issue is I have not stood in the position of where these alleged photographs are taken. So I can show you a picture of a cat and call it Mount fucking Fuji, because I don't know. I don't have any first-hand knowledge or information on this.
Yeah.
So you claiming me posting pictures means fuck all, because it's a picture of Mount Fuji.
Right.
That city was in the written description, said it was the one that Jin was from. Now, me personally, I look at that image and I go, that seems a bit close. That looks like it's the other city that's just underneath the mountain. But what the fuck would I know? That's the issue, Tom. Number one, you pulling any image at all.
Yeah.
Matching
that's
the
right.
description to the image means nothing until you go there and verify it. So when you pull up a random photo and you go, hey, this looks good, and then next week you fly over there because you sound rich and famous, you can take another photo from that position and confirm it. And then you can come back here and go, you know what? That photo you put up was absolute bullshit because it doesn't work.
Yeah, no issue, man. I agree with you. I just wanted to know what your position was on the image. That's all it was. It's just that because your mate.
It's an
said-
image. The
Yeah, no, I agree.
description on the internet underneath said image was from the city that Jin spoke of.
Yeah.
That's why I posted it.
Yeah.
Sure. No,
The only way I can confirm that now is to go to the city that Jin spoke of, find
Yeah.
myself a skyscraper to stand on, take a happy snappy and go, oh, look, I can't see the bastard. Jin's full of shit. Or, on the flip side, I can see it. Yay for Jin.
I agree with you. That's true. The only reason why I brought it up is because Jin said that it was evidence. I was just referencing
Oh,
that.
I've got more evidence for you. I gave you one from the Canary Islands. I gave you one from Mount Scuba in Japan, and that's again roughly about 180 miles or so. Visible, the mountain is visible from Scuba City. You type in Scuba City, Mount Scuba, and you can see Mount Fuji from there. I've got lots of these images. I've got some, but they're on my Canon camera.
Oh yeah, it'd be good to see some images.
Yeah, but you can get these images online. You don't really need my personal ones, and it's going to take a long time for me to get it, then load it into the computer, and then download it. Bullshit. I'm not doing that.
Contrary to what Banhammer says, I would actually believe the images.
Well, yeah, but the
I
thing
haven't
is, that's
seen one
all
yet.
very well and done, and that. The point is, you still need to make your own one because you need to be able to say you know the Earth is a globe, or you know the Earth is flat.
That is true.
And you can't make any statement at the moment. We
That
know
is
it's
true.
flat. That's why we're saying it's flat. So we know the Earth isn't a globe. This is something that we know. It's not a belief. Okay, it's validation and confirmation. We know this Earth is not
Yeah, the
rotating,
scientific
flying
method.
through the universe, and it's not a ball. We know that. You don't know that at the moment.
I haven't got any issue with your stance. Like, that's fair enough. I mean, if you've proven it yourself, like, I'm not gonna shame you for it. I don't think you're any
No, you
less
wouldn't be able to
intelligent
do
for
that
it.
because I've proven it. But what I'm saying is that the integrity of your position is you don't know.
Yeah,
Period.
correct.
Right.
I'm open to
No.
anyone being able
We
to
see
prove
how
it to me, but
we've seen how open you are because you're refusing to yourself. You want to remain agnostic and you don't want to go out and check. You said it, so you're going to remain
yeah.
agnostic because you actually said that. That's why I
That's
remain
true.
agnostic. I want to remain agnostic because I don't know. And I said to you, the reason you don't know is because you're not actually going out to check. That's
Right.
why.
So is that the only way I can be convinced if I go out and
That's
do
the
it
only
myself?
way. That is the number one gold standard. You've got to go out
Is there
and
any other
measure it.
ways?
Otherwise,
Do you
you've
reckon
got
it's possible
nothing.
someone can show me?
No, that's
a
not. That's
photo?
not going to fly
Not possible.
in a court of law. In a court of law, that would not be acceptable because you can't make the claim you know. You
What?
see?
No, I was on about photos. Like, if someone showed me a
It doesn't
photo,
matter.
I'd believe it.
You don't know because you haven't got the personal measurements that you've made yourself. So you can't claim. You
But, like,
can't make the claim.
So, we hand you a random photo.
Yeah.
How do you then validate that it's, or verify that that photo is true and correct?
Yeah.
I haven't, no.
I didn't
But
ask
to
you
me,
if
it
you
doesn't
did.
look like
I asked you,
Fukushima.
how do you? Slightly different questions. Please listen.
Sorry, what?
Exactly, you're not listening. I
Well,
asked
you
you,
said-
how do... that's your problem. You're talking through other
How
people.
do I?
Start
How
listening,
do I
please.
verify? Because you've asked the question
Exactly.
before. Do you
So,
wanna know my
you're
answer
given a
now? I'll give you
photograph.
the answer.
Someone hands you a photograph of a landmark. How do you verify that that photo is true and correct?
You have to go there.
And do what?
Well, prove it for yourself. You have to go there and see it with your own eyes.
So,
Go to that exact
prior to
position
you
and see-
going
and see
there,
it.
you are just a believer. You believe the information in that image is true and correct. So you are just a believer. Once you've been there, then you now know you have first-hand knowledge. Correct?
Correct.
Excellent. So at the moment, you're just a bald believer.
Well, yeah, I guess in theory you could say, like, if I were to believe that image, then yeah, I would just be a believer until I actually go there.
Correct. So now have a look at all your so-called evidence you've got that makes you think you live on a ball. Are you a believer or do you know it's a ball?
That's a good point. Because I haven't really
Now, just so you
challenged
feel
a lot of the
better,
stuff.
before you freak out and think you're not going to sleep tonight because we've turned you into a flat earther, no, it doesn't work like that. You have to actually go out and check shit out for yourself.
So, I've got a query though. So if there are all these people, you know, doing these experiments essentially for me, so I don't have to go out and do them. And you're saying there's no way they can ever present evidence without me being there myself. Because you'd have to do the same with flat Earth stuff as well. I mean, if that's
They
your
can present
stance, then
evidence. Whether you accept it or not is a different story. But you've got to justify your reasonings for not accepting it.
of course.
So,
Yeah.
that's the beauty of all the FE tests, is they're repeatable.
And
Yeah, that's true.
dependable and reliable and loss of integrity there.
Sure.
And that's the gold standard. That's the strongest position, is to actually know, isn't it? So when you know, there's no dissuading you from that position. That's why you've got to put your boots on the ground. That's what every flat earther tells all the newcomers who are coming in, querying flat earth versus globe earth. We always say to them that it doesn't matter what we say, and don't believe what we say. What you've got to try and do is replicate what we say where you live. That's what you've got to do.
Well, yeah. I mean, if that's the only way, then you're gonna
That
get a lot
is
of
the only
pushback.
way. That's how we came to it. We came to this position by trying to prove the globe, only to find a flat earth. Surprise, shock, delight. Yeah. Especially when you love the earth you live on. You want to know what it is. Oh, sorry. And by the way, we do not know the shape of the earth because flat doesn't donate a shape as we speak here now. Okay.
True.
So no flat earther is going to tell you the shape of the earth. We don't know that shape, but we know what shape it isn't. You see that? Yeah, the integrity just pours out of the flat earthers. We don't lie.
Yeah, that's good.
So, and I've said time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, what is it about the heliocentric believers that they don't want to go and check whether or not they're living on a globe? Because the statement everybody knows they live on a globe is completely wrong. Nobody
That is
knows.
true. Because people do just naturally accept a lot of stuff, and it is quite damaging. Especially like you look at the coronavirus, how people just accepted that it was true when we should
That's
all put on
right.
masks and
Yeah, we don't talk about that
everyone
shit
just
in
rolled
here.
over.
Yeah, we don't talk about that in here though. Okay, that's something we just cannot talk about at all. It's flat Earth, even though it did happen on a flat Earth, yes, but we're talking about flat Earth only. Moon landing hoax, that's okay.
Yeah. There's actually a guy at my work who believes all this. He's like the exact same flat Earth, moon landing hoax, coronavirus, all of it. So I speak to him quite a lot about it.
Yeah. Okay, we don't need to talk about that now. That's it. Not interested in that at the moment. What I am interested in is when are you going to schedule your time to go and check how curved your area is?
Antarctica.
Well, yeah, I suppose I could look at my local area now and figure out whether there's a place where I can see
That's right.
past the so-called
Yeah.
horizon.
Find out the curvature where you are, because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the curvature of the Earth. That's what
I
you're
could see whether
looking
I could
for.
see something. I know a spot where you can see quite far.
Yeah. Remember, that's what you're
And
looking
it kind
for.
of
Yeah.
just goes foggy.
Just remember that you're looking for the curvature of the Earth to confirm that you're living on a globe. That's what you're looking for.
But so if that is the case, I'm just thinking if I were to look into the distance, surely I would be able to see something very tall, like the other side of my country. Because I'm just looking around for tall stuff, and I'm thinking, wait, why can't I see those?
Well, give us an idea of what mileage you're talking.
Oh, I mean like 100 miles, or like 200 miles.
Okay, so you've got 100
far.
miles, yeah, some mountain ranges and stuff, yeah, whatever.
Well, or even 300 miles. Like I'm just looking up England because I'm like at the bottom, and if I go all the way up, there's really tall stuff. all the way up
Scotland,
in
yeah,
Scotland.
you've got Scotland all the way up, yeah.
It just makes
What
me
about
think,
it?
if it is flat, why? What would be the explanation to not being able to see that?
Well, the problem would be first and foremost, you're talking about 300 miles with the naked eye. That's going to be
Weather
an impossibility.
conditions.
Yeah, you've got the air. The air you breathe will be the obstacle in the way.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because your eyes can't even take that in that much detail.
Yeah, an optical telescope couldn't take it in because the air would block the optical capabilities of a telescope, binoculars, and a camcorder. So no, you're not going to be able to do that. You just got to think, haven't you? 300 miles. There's a lot of weather. There's going to be some weather in between you and the object you're trying to look at. The same with like from New York to Paris. People always Globers often say that. Why can't I see from New York to Paris? Well, that's 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean. Now you know there's going to be varying weather between you and Paris, right there. Weather system, the air itself, not to mention the actual distance.
So I guess, yeah. I mean, that's I'm still like, yeah, I can't really prove it wrong. The only way I could prove it wrong is by doing it myself. So
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah.
I'm still like, when you asked my original position, it was kind of just like, well, I mean, yeah, people say it, and I can't really prove it wrong unless I do it myself. So
Yeah, you haven't made the effort.
I
That's
just,
what I'm saying.
I just kind of.
Yeah. You're not making, and you mentioned it yourself. I don't want. When you say I don't want to do that, it means you don't want to look. That's what it means. You just can't be bothered.
Well,
and
I suppose the motivation comes from my
yourself. Yeah.
Natural bias to believe.
The motivation will
I really
come from you to want to know. That's where it's going to come from. That's why I asked yesterday to the individuals that were here yesterday. I said, "Where's your desire to want to go and check?" They don't even have the desire or the motivation. They'd rather waste 2 hours asking all the questions, which is all very well and done. But at the end of the day, you've still got to go out and check. Wow, why don't you want to check? What's going on here? My word, just don't get it. Since you like scrutinizing, I'm going to give you a beautiful one because this particular one answers all your questions on verification. Okay, it's called Kauai Island visible from Oahu in Hawaii. 109 miles observation, and the young man takes you through every step of measuring it, and he's using his computer. The calculator's there. The step, and then the observation is being made. Beautiful one.
Visible from where?
From Oahu, which is in Hawaii. Yeah. I'm going to post it for you right now. Hang on. Just let me get my collection up.
Oh. Well, Google AI says you can see it on rare, extremely clear days.
No, but when you work out what you can see and then the altitude and everything else, it should be hidden behind X amount of curvature, or in this case, feet. Sorry, yeah. So,
right.
Yeah, it shouldn't be visible. That's why it's a record in itself by this young man.
So why is it saying the opposite?
It's going to say the opposite because we're in a world of deception here. That's why you've got to make the observations for yourself, and then you debunk the information that you're being given. Come on, we're being told it's a globe, yeah, and we've debunked it. Come on, man. I mean, what's the matter with you?
No, it's saying you can see it. So I don't get what I'm trying
to. Yeah,
but
the observation shouldn't be made from the altitude where this young man is living. I'm going to put it in the side chat for you right now. Hang on.
So from the exact elevation. All right.
Yeah, it's all going to be there. It's all going to be apparent. The elevation.
Is he on a high elevation or low?
No, it's not very high. It's a low elevation.
But is he on like the highest in the island or just?
No, he's not. He's not at all. No, he's almost at sea level. and even at sea level, it's still visible from sea level as well.
What,
It
he's
shows
like
you everything.
maybe like 20 meters above, like on a cliff.
So watch the video. The video's coming. The video's coming. Don't worry. Calm down. The video is coming to you right now. So I'm just now gonna
It says you can see it from the
watch the video
shores.
and watch the video debunk what you're telling me. That's all I'm gonna say. You watch the video and watch how it debunks what you're putting forward. Simple as that. The video is about 20 minutes or so. Watch it whenever you like. You don't have to watch it right now, you know, because it's all encompassing upon you. There it is. I've delivered it to you. It's a great one.
Strong evidence of the flat Earth. Hawaii.
Really, really good. And he works it all out for you on his computer. How much it should be hidden behind the curvature. The horizontal line is there. The saginta, where it touches the tangent point, going straight across. Everything laid out beautifully for you, because you like that. And then it shows you the observation being made. Locations from that, from the island he's on, looking at Kauai is the name of the island being looked at from 109 miles away, or thereabouts.
According to the current theory and numbers, you should not be able to see Oahu from Kauai, since it is around 90 to 108 miles away.
There you are.
Is that true? Well, yeah. There's a lot to look into here.
Yeah. And then what you can then do afterwards is make your own observations, if you can be bothered.
The counter argument is apparently atmospheric refraction, and it's.
I do find it amazing you've got a counter argument before even looking into the initial argument. That's amazing.
Well, the argument's 20 minutes long.
That tells me you were looking up bullshit on the internet as opposed to looking up what was pressed forward. So let's just nail your refraction to the floor.
No, I was just wondering what you thought.
Yeah. So, from a 1 foot observer height, okay, the horizon should be 1.225 miles away. Yeah? With refraction, that's supposed to extend that. Or does it lift it? Which one is it?
I don't even know anything about refraction, so.
Excellent. So it looks like you'll be doing some research on refraction now also to justify your claims, or their claims, should I say.
It gets complicated. There's like a lot of maths and refraction.
No, there's not a lot of maths. The problem is people like inserting random things that they know stuff all about.
Yeah.
So if we set up a laser and shoot a laser, do lasers shoot straight, yes or no?
Sorry, I was just speaking. What did you say?
Yeah. Do lasers shoot straight, yes or no?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Excellent. Well, if you're going to claim this...
Yeah,
okay,
probably.
So what about it?
If you're going to claim refraction is bending your laser, what? Downwards.
Is that what refraction can do? Bend lasers?
Well, according to you guys, it's going to need to, in order to make it wrap around a ball.
That is what the people say. Yeah. Yes, refraction.
That's what they say. Excellent. Yeah. So I've got a little task for you. I want you to supply us either video footage or photographic footage of a laser bending 8 inches per mile squared, i.e. conforming to the alleged curvature rate of Earth.
Wouldn't you have to...
So,
like,
without
like the entire...
any... Without any assist... Yeah, I haven't finished saying it.
Yeah.
Without any assistance, i.e. some dickhead with a flamethrower or a laser getting shot through a fish tank full of water.
They're using assistance.
That's right.
Like
so this is... Remember, this is supposed to be happening in the open air, unassisted.
Well, yeah,
so, number one, before you decide to go on a rant, we need either photographic footage or video footage of a laser bending downwards. All right? It has to be bending downwards in order to validate your claims of refraction.
Right, and you can't use assistance.
Well, the reason for this is it's happening in the open air. So
Right.
these guys, when they do their laser tests, they're not sitting there with cigarette lighters, warming up the bottom of the laser, getting it to bend where it suits them. They just turn the thing on and happy days.
Right. So how are you supposed to take a photo of refraction or a video of refraction over a long distance? Because wouldn't that be like really long distance that you wouldn't even be able to see the
Well,
laser?
how can they make the claim then? If you can't take the picture, how can
If
you
you
make the
can't,
claim?
if you can't verify it, what are you making the claim of?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're making the claim off of.
So that means, just think about it.
But the
At
photo
some
would
stage,
claim it.
at some stage, somebody must have seen this laser curving matching the Earth's rate in order to make the claim of
That's my
lasers
question.
bend according to refraction.
So I guess we could ask the internet, how did they work that out? Just that as a
Well,
bit
I'll
of
tell you how they worked it out. It's an assumption.
Okay.
They think that because there is refraction, now I'm not denying refraction in any way, shape, or form. There's actually quite specific rules. Snell's law, for an example,
Oh yeah.
where the
Experiment
light
with
must
Snell's
pass
law.
through very specific conditions, and you can calculate out how much it's going to deflect.
N2 sine 02. So
Yep, there it is.
This is complicated maths.
No, it's not. Angle in,
of
angle out.
incidence versus the angle of refraction.
And it's to do with the density of the medium that it's going through.
And each medium has its refracted rate. So yeah.
So that's how they worked it out.
No, they assumed. So what they did was, hey, look, this is how they did it. It's really simple. Hey, look, refraction exists. Hey, flat earthers, refraction exists. You're fucked because you're doing things with light. That's how the globers put 2 and 2 together. It's as simple as that.
Are you saying the maths is just wrong, or
No, I'm telling you now, your glober friends, that's how they assumed refraction was causing the lasers to bend.
All right.
Yeah.
So what do you think of Snell's law? What do you think of it?
What do I think of it? There's nothing wrong with it.
What do you think the
It's
formula works?
accurate.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Snell's law.
So it does work.
You're just going to have an exceptionally difficult time applying Snell's law in this situation.
Yeah.
See, right, but so you're not saying Snell's law is wrong, because apparently it's used for designing lenses and fiber optics and sensors.
No shit.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we're not
Snell's
saying
law
that.
is right.
The problem is, it's not the fact of whether it's right or wrong. It is not wrong. The fact of the matter is, one component of Snell's law is the light must pass from one isotropic media to another, and it's at the boundary of those two isotropic mediums that the light bends. For example, air to water, water to glass, water to air. It's the bending at that medium, the joint of the two mediums. That's
Yeah,
where it
the boundary.
happens.
Yeah, right at the boundary. Yeah.
So Snell's law.
So think about it. You've just shot a laser from point A to point B. I'm standing at point A. I've turned the laser on. You're at point B holding the target. The laser hits the target. And then you scream out, it's refraction that caused it to hit the target. Now, my question I'm going to offer you, what's the second medium?
Do you think...
No. What I'm saying is, what's the second medium?
Okay, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I won't be able to answer that question. But because... So, do you think globe earthers think lasers can bend around the atmosphere? Is that what they claim?
They claim that because refraction.
Can lasers bend around the atmosphere? Let's see, because I've never searched that up.
Yeah, and even the word atmosphere is all wrong as well, because atmo means gas.
It says they don't bend around the Earth. Lasers
That's
do not
right.
actually bend around the Earth's curve.
No shit.
Right, but this is Google AI, so Google AI is.
See, this is the problem. They
Who
claim
says lasers
refraction.
can bend around Earth. I
Tom.
don't think they can.
Yeah, Tom. They claim refraction is bending the laser, matching the curvature of Earth. So, for example, over a 20-mile distance, right? The drop over distance should be 266 feet. Yeah.
It says it refracts slightly, and then it will.
Are you even fucking listening?
Well,
come
you're
on,
just
Tom,
saying like specific stuff. So
To do a laser test, Tom, Laser, 20 miles. What's the drop over distance supposed to be?
I don't know. You tell me.
I just told you.
You're not listening again, Tom.
Well, no, I wasn't because I was reading something.
No.
Yeah,
The problem
read
is,
out
Tom,
loud, don't read.
while people are telling you what it is, you're too busy Googling shit, and you may as well not even be in the conversation. We may as well give you a list and tell you to go and look shit up.
Yeah, it's rather rude as well because we're giving you the benefit of years of explanations, research, and that.
So,
and you just
so Tom,
Well, I was midway.
over a 20-mile laser shot, the drop over distance should be around 266 feet. Right?
Okay.
So that means from the laser to the surface of the water should be a 266-foot drop. Now, the issue we have, when the boys shoot the lasers and there's targets at the other end, they hit them. And the targets are not 266 feet tall.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Right, from the refraction side of it, they're claiming refraction is bending the laser downwards 266 feet. The problem is, when you go and look up how much refraction actually does bend things, you get around anywhere claims from 6% up to about 12%. Okay? So that means at 10%, what do you got? 26 feet. 20%. What's that? About 50 foot? Pretty
I'm not
close?
really following.
We know. You haven't been the whole way along, mate.
You're not really. I don't really know what you're saying. I mean, I would have asked
Excellent.
questions.
You know what? I'll put a picture up in the side chat for you because some people respond to images a lot better for some reason. I don't know why.
Jin sent a video.
Oh, this is not a video. This is just a really super basic image. Excellent. Right. Image number 1. Loading. And there it is. This is what we should expect to see. Happy straight laser, curved ground, deviation. One end being small, the other end being big. Are you following?
So you got this image, and the laser's going straight off, and it's not going down.
That's
Is
correct.
Is that what you see in your experiments?
Well, that's what it's saying in the Google.
This is what we expect to see if we're living on a ball tard.
And the deviation is supposed to be refraction.
No.
No.
This is what we expect to see if we shoot a laser and we think we live on a ball tard. This is the expected side view.
Where do you get that
Laser
from?
being straight, curvature bending down, deviation small at one end, big at the other end. Are you following?
So this deviation, is this supposed to be dropping down a bit towards the end because of refraction?
No. This is what the Go, Jim, please. You might be able to translate stupid. I don't know.
Sorry, I was just saying the surface, like that deviation is depicting the surface deviation, right?
Correct.
That's the surface of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. That's what that is. So if you flash a laser beam across it, that's what you should expect to see from a side. Wow.
This next image.
Well, why does it say it should? It says it should drop.
Because that's the curvature of Earth. Remember, you're supposed to live on a ball tard.
So it should drop a little bit.
Yeah. At 20 miles, 266 feet.
But so your first image, I have a problem with that because I don't get when you say deviation. Is this implying that the laser drops a bit, or is
Well, it's not the laser, the surface of Earth.
Oh, the Earth is deviating, right? Sure.
The laser stays straight. Earth does Earth underneath it. That is what is the expected view if you think you live on a ball.
Okay, so if I just read this thing as what the contrary says, so you can say why they're wrong. It says lasers do
I don't care what your internet thing says. The reason I don't care, and I'm going to make this very clean and clear, I drew those fucking images. So there's nothing on the internet to contradict that.
Well, I believe alternatively.
Well, you asked me to explain what's going on, and now you're telling me otherwise. We're trying to help you out. You're not helping yourself.
I understand.
You are either one of two things, Tom. You are being an absolute fuckwit, being obtuse, or you truly are stupid. I haven't decided yet.
I'm saying I have an issue with your first image. Is that okay?
What don't you understand about the first
would
image?
you like me to
Let me
elaborate?
hold on. Let me explain to you first off. Where the word laser is, the straight one. That signifies a laser. That's the representation of a laser. The big, thick, curved one, that represents the Earth. Where are you getting lost in that bit?
Okay, so my issue with the first image is that lasers do bend slightly.
Excellent. In that case, then you'll be able to provide us with a laser bending down photograph or video in your time.
Okay, so that's the issue, that there is no.
Yeah, I've never
photograph
seen
or
a laser.
video.
How about Tom shuts up for a minute and we'll finish my little spiel because I want to show you something. So, first image, laser straight. Yeah, first image, laser straight. Earth curving underneath. That's the expected view. Second image, laser straight, Earth straight. That's what we actually do see. Now for the third image. This is going to be the interesting one. Third image, loading. Loading. Laser. Notice how laser's got a little kick at the end of it. Bending upwards. This is the complete opposite of what Tom requires. We've seen plenty of these. Lasers bending upwards. No one's going to deny that because we've got video footage of it. We've got photographs of it. What we do require is the laser bending downwards.
So should we see whether lasers can bend up? See what the internet says.
We know they can bend up. We've got video footage and photograph footage of it.
So
And why don't you check
so
out
lasers
military
can bend up.
systems that use lasers to target their targets?
Their targets. Yeah. Look, what you're missing out. So hang on a minute, Tom. What you're missing out is we want pictures of laser beams bending downwards, following the
want
curvature of the
pictures.
Earth, not bending upwards. Don't talk when I'm talking, because that's how you don't understand. I'll repeat it one more
I'm
time.
just reaffirming what you said.
Let me finish, please. We are accepting that laser beams bend upwards. We've got videos and images of that. What we don't accept, is laser beams that are bending downwards, following the curvature of the Earth. That's what
Right.
we want. Have you got it? Thank you.
Wait, so you want pictures?
We want
We
something.
want
videos.
We
Get
want
it?
something that's going to back up your claim of laser bending
It's not my
downwards.
claim, just to be clear. This
You're
is
the
not
one
my
that
claim.
said it.
No, this is the internet's claim.
Well, the internet can provide your lasers bending downwards then.
Yeah, let's have a look at what it's providing.
So you want images, or you want some kind of evidence that lasers
Well,
can
we're going to try and
Photograph.
verify.
Video, we're pretty happy with anything at the moment.
Yeah.
Right. So have you looked? Have you looked and you couldn't find anything?
Oh, look. Why
Well,
don't you?
you're
do
the, it's your
this?
this is your story, Tom. You're
No, this is
telling it.
actually your
You're
story.
the hey. So, no. My story's in the fucking side chat, bro. You're the one claiming the laser is bending. Tom, you're not listening again. You're deciding you want to talk because you think you have something important to say. Hey, Tom, you're not listening. This is the problem.
I understand.
You
Okay,
talk
what-
at the
how am
moment.
I
I'm
not
going to help you. Check it out. Shut up. My God, about fucking time. He was not here to be in good faith there, Jen.
No, he wasn't. He definitely wasn't. No, that's right. He said it at the beginning. I don't want to do that. I want to remain agnostic. Those were his words. So there you are. And he wants to leave it to the experts. This is what he's trying to prove, trying to say to us. And that's fair enough. If you don't want to know the truth, fine. But don't be trolling us with your nonsense. If you're bloody not in good faith stance and position.
Oh, look, he's come back. He's decided he wants to
All right.
go and find his evidence.
Yeah, please give us
So,
the images
Tom,
of... Yeah.
very simple. I've provided my 3 images in the side chat. Prior to that is quite a few actual laser tests. Feel free to peruse through them at your own convenience. None of them will show you a laser bending downwards. You're the one who's made the claim the internet says downwards, so it's up to you to provide something to back up said claim. I don't give a fuck about what you think I've said. I have never found video footage, or photographic evidence of a laser bending downwards in the open air, unassisted. If you're claiming this happens, step up to the plate, stick your evidence inside chat. We are more than happy to continue.
If a laser was that unpredictable, it wouldn't be used for targeting systems in the military. You know, they wouldn't use it. They'd be shooting everything but their target.
And the fact that they're hitting things from exceptionally long distances, well above 20 mile, you sort of got to question these guys screaming refraction at 10 and 20 mile tests.
Exactly.
What laser is this? Military laser. Which one?
Which one what?
Which military laser is shooting very far?
The ones the military uses.
No, it's like, is there a specific one?
All of them.
All of them.
Why is it, Tom,
line
you've
of
decided
sight
to latch on to a random, unspecific part of the conversation instead of just providing what you're claiming? You're claiming lasers are bending downwards due to refraction. Photograph or film evidence in the side chat, please.
Yeah, yeah. And lasers are precision instruments, which is why they're used for laser targeting, line of sight targeting in war situations, for example. Okay, come on, man, what's going on here? Laser, a precision instrument. Now they use it in industry to cut some very sophisticated shapes that you cannot do with a coping saw. Oh, you understand now? So sorry, man, I just don't get it. Harry doesn't get it.
So apparently there's a show on Netflix called Behind the Curve. I suppose you've seen that.
Excellent. So tell us about the laser that they didn't use in it.
Well, apparently there's got video evidence on it. I haven't watched it.
Excellent. Tell us about the laser that they didn't use. They started off with a laser, they finished off with a flashlight. Why?
I don't know, I haven't watched it.
So you can't make any claims on that video. Next.
So are you saying there isn't evidence on there?
I'm saying there's absolutely nothing on there that's useful for your situation.
So you're saying there's no evidence on there, okay.
Anybody here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning.
Turn your video off, mate. We don't need to see you. Thank you.
So, Tom, you can see that our position is watertight, airtight, yeah? Sound vehicle. No water, no air's getting in. We're safe. Okay? You have tried to debunk us, but you've been very unsuccessful in that endeavor at the moment. Thus far. Okay? Now, all this could be settled if you just went out and checked for yourself.
So you sent me an image. And this is your position. That's your position. You claim lasers can't go down.
No, we don't claim that.
What do you claim?
We don't say they can't go down. We just don't have any evidence of them going down.
We don't have any evidence.
Because you haven't provided any yet.
Well, so here's the thing. Me alone, I've never done that experiment. I can't find the evidence for that.
You said it was on the internet.
Well, I assume it is, but I'm not scouring the entire
No,
internet.
you assumed.
Oh,
You
so
assumed
this is
it.
just another appeal to future fallacy. Excellent. When you get the test done, come back to us.
You see, this is why I had my original position of not.
No, your original position, you haven't checked anything. You're just not checking. Okay? That's your position. You don't have one. You don't know either way. You have
Well, yeah,
nothing.
how the fuck am I supposed to prove that lasers go down? I'm just a fucking
Well,
dude.
go
I'm not
out and take a laser and make the test. Fucking hell,
Right, I am
shut
buying
up.
a laser. That's why I don't have a position. Okay, fair
Well,
enough.
here's an idea. Just throwing this out there. Don't make claims that you can't back.
I'm not the one making the claim.
Yes, you are. You said lasers bend down due to refraction. Please provide your evidence.
Lasers work then? Well, how do the lasers work then? These military.
I don't care how they work. That's not relevant to you posting evidence of lasers bending down in the open air.
They definitely hurt. They definitely work because they destroy the enemy. So they definitely
yeah,
work.
that's what I'm saying. They definitely work. So, but you're saying the lasers go straight.
We're not saying
and go
anything.
down.
We're saying
No,
to you.
Ben Hammer is saying that.
No, he wasn't saying that either. You're trying to
Wait, what is he not
misconstrue
saying?
what is being met.
What is he not saying?
We're not saying that laser beams can bend upwards. That's for sure, because they do bend upwards. We just haven't come
What about
across a
down?
laser beam shot. You're not listening. You're talking again, and I'm still talking. Right. We haven't come across laser beams that bend downwards. I have
Down,
not
which is
seen
what I
that in my
said.
life. Yes, following the curvature of the Earth.
It's not really
Please
interrupting you,
pay
then, is it?
attention. Show us that. That's
I
what
just
you were
finished
meant
your
to be doing.
sentence. I finished your sentence, which shows I'm understanding. It's not interrupting. It's a difference.
No, you interrupted whilst I was talking. You
Yeah,
interrupted.
I finished
Yeah,
your
but
sentence
you
correctly.
interrupted whilst I was talking. You shouldn't be doing that. You should just
It
be.
shows that I
wrapping
understand
up.
you.
Allow
You're
us to.
ruining his flow. That's
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah,
Right, but
deliberately.
But
I don't
it doesn't
interrupt
mean I'm
you
not
when you
listening, does
speak.
it? Because I understand what you're saying.
No,
I
you
know what you're saying.
interrupted.
No,
You
we
know why I
established
know
that
what
you
you're saying,
don't
'cause
listen.
You've already said it. You've already said
We
it, so I know
established
what
quite
you're
early on you don't listen, Tom.
Yeah.
Every time you
saying.
speak,
Okay, so
you're
how
not
did I know what he
listening.
was going to say? How did I know what he was going to say then?
Because he said it
Philip,
9
you've
fucking
now
times.
Before.
It's a
You've now
post
distracted
diction.
the convo away from you trying to find us some lasers bending down to you going, oh look, I do know what you're saying. You know, so get to the evidence.
No. Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
knew what he was saying in the context of I knew he said that.
Yeah,
they
but
haven't
you
found
made that.
anyone
You
that
didn't
fouled him down.
understand before, though. Before that, though, you were saying you were misrepresenting what someone else said. Mr. Hammer, what his name was. You were trying to misrepresent him. That's why I had to correct you. Okay.
Could I ask a quick question?
You
What
may
are
please go ahead.
So for the hobbyist flat earthers who are doing laser tests over like 20 miles of bodies of water, are they using the same lasers that they use in the military? Because I know someone was saying that the military also uses lasers, so I'm just curious if these hobbyists are using the
Yeah,
same
like how are they
equipment.
getting these lasers? And how the fuck am I supposed to do that? Like I ain't getting a
You can
military
go to the
laser.
shop and buy them.
Go to the shop and buy them.
Go to the shop and buy a military laser. Right,
You can rent them as well. Not
So
military ones.
what I'm seeing online is that for
can't buy
long range
military ones.
finders, they use
Oh, how about we
wavelengths
just
that are
mute him?
outside of visible what we can see with our eyes, right? So I'm seeing like 1064 nanometers for one of the rangefinders, 1550, which isn't visible to the human eye, correct? So are these the lasers that?
Why are you using a rangefinder? This is just a
Yeah.
straight up laser. You mount it to a plate or something that you can align it in horizontality. That's
Right.
all you have to do. And
Right,
even
but
then, you don't even have to do that. It is
But
just
the
a
point
straight up
is,
laser.
Someone brought up the fact that the military uses these lasers, and I'm bringing up the point that
Military
these
does
lasers-
use lasers, yes.
Right, I'm saying you guys do not use the same lasers though, so I feel like it's.
How do you know?
What? I'm asking. Do you guys use lasers that are at a wavelength of 1064? The ones that you guys can't see.
So
Because the videos
to
that I will
qualify
see,
as
you can
military,
only see a
it has
red
to.
laser, and
So
red is
J-Dog,
not
J-Dog, J-Dog,
1068
J-Dog, J-Dog, listen carefully. To qualify as military, it doesn't have to be a specific wavelength.
Right. The point being, though,
Excellent.
is that you
So
guys are
you
not
claiming,
using
excellent.
military
You
grade
claiming,
lasers.
J-Dog,
You're
J-Dog, you're just going off on a tangent. J-Dog.
Can I just get my
Yeah,
point out?
J-Dog, your point is
Not
moot now.
calibrated to the
It
degree
is
that the
non-valid.
military is calibrated.
Your point is non-valid.
Why?
Because you claimed that the military uses a specific wavelength. The military uses multiple different wavelengths.
Right.
Does the precision of equipment matter for measurements?
Absolutely does.
It does not matter at all. So it does not matter.
matters.
The scale that could
So let me get this straight. If I've got a laser that produces a wavelength of 800 nanometers versus 1,000 nanometers, and they've both got an accuracy over 20 miles of 3 millimeters, I don't really think that's a fucking big deal. Considering over 20 miles, you're supposed to be 266 feet out.
Is atmospheric the refraction depending on the wavelength? It's always the same? Does atmospheric refraction?
Well, you see, the claim.
The laser did it. The military did a tri-band test to validate that. They were out by 36 inches over 42 miles.
And I'm telling you right now, from what I'm looking up online, unless you want to prove otherwise.
Okay, so he didn't hear what I just said.
Long-range finders of the military, what they claim is outside.
J-Dog, what did I just say?
What did you just say? Repeat yourself.
Obviously, another fucking idiot that doesn't listen. The military tested this with a tri-band setup. 3 different coloured wavelengths. Okay? 3. Trio. 1, 2, 3. They were 36 inches out over 42 miles.
Okay, send this then. Where is this? Also, the point, once again, you're saying 3 lasers that we could see. I'm saying the military for long-range finders, and you could look this up for yourself.
They use all different wavelengths, bro. Stop just harping on one thing.
Hold on. Do you understand the emphasis of long range? Do you understand why I'm bringing up the word long range? Right? And
okay. Yeah, you can stroke your cock all day about long range. So tell me one simple thing. Why the fuck, over 20 miles, with our so-called non-accurate straight lasers, are they not hitting fucking targets that are 266 feet in the air?
Have you ever heard of ducting? Have you ever seen, like, fiber optics, for instance? So what's going on there, then? What?
J-Dog, you can be added to the list with Tom. This is how it's going to work. If you're claiming refraction, aka ducting for the big kids, you can provide us with laser, video, or, mute because you can't win the argument. No, my friend. I'm muting so you can shut the fuck up and listen because you struggle with that component. You, along with Tom, can provide us with video or photo evidence of lasers bending downwards, comporting to an 8-inch per mile squared alleged curvature rate, in the open air, unassisted by any other stupid bullshit. So, there's your ducting, there's your refraction, there's all of your bullshit claims tied in together. All you've got to do is provide video or photo evidence of this happening. Go forth and fetch. You want to win the argument? It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Please note that Matrix earlier on made the statement that sometimes these laser beams are like what? Over 200 odd miles, they're like 3 millimeters out. That's
well, J-Dog, hold on, Jen. J-Dog, the reason it's in the open air is where the hell are you using your rangefinder? Where the hell are the military using their lasers? What, they're hiding in rivers and bending them using refraction so they can hit targets that are outside of water? Like, seriously, bro. The media matters because that's where the laser tests are being tested at, in the open air, unassisted by random things that you could probably apply to them. So you have to let nature run its course. Laser gets set up from point A to point B, unaffected by unnatural causes. So you can have wind, you can have snow, all the usual bullshit that happens on a sunny day.
Right.
Go forth, provide the video. Maybe you want a nighttime shot. I don't care.
Yeah. A precision instrument being used against nature. See what happens. It's a precision instrument.
So you've made claims of ducting. That's an extreme form of refraction, for those that don't know. That's great. Now provide evidence of that in the side chat.
Yeah. Because
I don't
battles
want
are
a
won.
cartoon, and what I don't want is a cartoon graphic showing us how it is assumed to happen. I want actual photo or video evidence of the laser bending downwards.
Yeah. And if you want assistance, go and ask AI who's done it for you, perhaps. Because I've never seen it. I wonder if AI's got something.
See? And what's he providing here? Fiber optic light. We know how light bounces through a fucking tube, mate. You're claiming of it actually happening in reality, but yet you're not backing it up with anything.
Yeah.
You can post web links. Oh, you're only a level 2. That's why you can't post pictures. That's beyond my control. I know you can post stuff because you're typing this shit. It's not heavily moderated. It's a part of the server. You earn a ranking. You're at a level 2. You need a level 3 to post direct pictures.
Maybe you can send it to someone, maybe. And then
Okay, J-Dog, I'm going to spell this out for you. If you are moderated in this channel, you are not able to type at all. Period. Would you like me to test it out and show you? There is one function to stop people from typing. It's mute in the side chat. If we mute you, you can't even type hello. You get nothing.
Hello and welcome.
Who's that? Chris. Welcome, Chris.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are from, or good night, I guess.
Yes,
Night time,
good
bro.
evening here in Japan. Lovely warm evening here in Japan, yes. Right, now anyway. So, have they got those images ready yet?
He skipped town. Number 2 decided he didn't want to provide.
Okay. What about Tom? Is Tom still looking for the images or what?
Yeah, I'm not expecting Tom to come back in a hurry.
Okay.
But
right.
No, nothing happened to him. I just he's just a dishonest clown. I don't expect him to be providing that. He'll probably spend about 30 seconds looking for it, and that's about as far as he'll go. And then
Yeah.
he'll just try to jump to another subject.
That's right. So they'll spend all this energy in here, and all can be answered and taken care of. He went out and make those observations. And what will definitely happen in the end, he'll have memories, flashbacks of other areas where he's seen it flat. That's what happens. It's all recorded. Everybody's recorded flat Earth everywhere. I'm telling you, it's all in your stuff. It's all there waiting to be reconnected, should I say, or realized. It's there in your memory. Yeah, I've never seen the curvature ever.
Can
Anyway,
lasers
Chris,
bend down?
can
Sorry?
they or do they?
I don't know, because I'm reading your thing. Don't forget laser bending down.
Well, that's what his claim was, that lasers bend down to match the curvature rate of Earth. In order to prove that lasers prove they live in a ball tub. So that means lasers have to be bending downwards.
Yeah, I've never seen lasers bending down.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
We've got video footage of them bending upwards.
Sure.
We've got lots of lasers going straight.
Can you imagine
But,
a 266 feet refraction? Bringing it up to the horizontal where you can see it. Wicked. Oh. You see, the laser beam is a beam of light straight, right? When they're using them in their targeting systems, they're not following curvature of Earth. Can you imagine that? Crazy.
Roger, welcome.
Thank you. I like Heike thought my fucking headset was bugging out because I couldn't hear shit, but no, it was just dead silent.
You just dropped in on a dead silent patch, bro.
Yeah, no, clearly, mate. Fuck.
It's actually funny. We've had other people do that. There'll be people having a conversation, talking for like 45 minutes, an hour straight, and in that 5 seconds that they stop talking, someone will drop in and then just start blurting shit out. Well, when I got in here, no one was talking. They'll just... And it's like, man, you so missed
I
out.
couldn't fucking give a shit. I'm munted G.
Oh, well. So, yeah, you did drop in on a silent
Oi,
patch, but...
Adelaide. What size of shoes you grown?
Say what?
What size are your shoes, bah? Ishay.
Can we try that in English
You're
now?
right there, mate.
Ishay, bah.
Anyways, what brings you here today?
Your shoes, my grown.
He's looking for a pair of shoes. I think you need to go to the Amazon or go to your
Like,
shoe
this
shop
is
where
your
you live, mate.
shoes, you grown.
What, you've lost a set or you found a set?
Gives us your shoes, you grown.
You want my shoes. I don't wear shoes. I'm hardcore.
Oh, you're a proper bushman. Proper bushman, aren't you? From fucking
Something like that.
Uluru.
No.
Oh, good. Fucking. Jeez, bro.
It's hard doing the
Australia's
accent, isn't it?
such a shithole. No, it's just hard to pretend to be Australian. It sucks. Australia's such a shithole, bro. Every time
How'd
I've
you work
been,
that
I've
out?
wanted to leave so fucking badly.
Where have you been to? That's probably why, but
Sydney,
yeah. Yep,
Brisbane,
Sydney's a shithole.
Melbourne.
Shithole.
Yeah, shithole. Am I? Yeah.
So yeah,
I
three
did.
large cities. Three large cities are shitholes. Stop going to
I
large
suppose
cities.
the three, yeah, fair play. Yeah, fair play.
Because when I went to the United States,
Ugly
I
mountains
did
or
my
something.
utmost to avoid large cities, and I actually had a really fucking good time.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not even American, so I wouldn't know.
Because
Where
I
would you
don't like
recommend
large
to go
cities.
then? What small cities would you recommend to go then?
Just don't go to any of the larger cities. Just
Okay.
people
avoid
in the smaller
population
towns and
centers.
stuff.
Yeah, right.
Right. Is Cairns any good? Cairns?
Never been to Cairns.
Okay.
Cairns not bad. I've been up those ways. If
Hmm.
you want to go see like, I don't know, Great Barrier Reef, then Cairns is a good place to do it from.
Yeah.
You're better off going to Port Douglas. Much better off going
Yeah.
to Port Douglas.
Yeah. Port Douglas. Yeah, that sounds good. What's the highest elevation in Australia? Do you know offhand?
I
I
don't.
don't know.
I'm a Kiwi, so I wouldn't fucking know.
Yeah.
I don't care for that shithole. So.
Well, the pro
Off
tip
the
for
top-
when you're
Off
traveling,
the top of my head, it's about 1,000 meters.
try to dodge all the touristy shit. Just go and check towns out, see what people are like, and you'll probably find some pretty much fair dinkum. It doesn't matter where you travel in the world. The same thing. You get all the touristy stuff, you'll get tourists, you'll get all the scammers there. Whereas if you just go to any regular town and go to a pub, have a beer with the locals.
Why is Australian booze so expensive? That's my fucking question.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, fucking oath it is. It's Australia tax.
Why does a fucking half pint cost fucking $18? That is
Doesn't
not
cost $18.
Nah, when I was in Brisbane, it was $18 for.
If you've paid $18 for a
schooner.
fucking schooner, that's an epic fail and a half, bro.
That's absolutely like daylight fucking robbery. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
just to give you an idea, where I live, in the middle of New South Wales, you go down to the local RSL club, they've got a deal running at the moment. As long as you're a member, pints get upgraded to schooners, no extra charge. The catch is, you've got to be a member.
Yeah.
How much?
Oh,
how
sorry,
much is
the
how
other
much
way,
is a pint?
other way around. Sorry, schooners upgraded to pints.
Yeah. How the
So
fuck are
you
you
go there, they'll even ask you, you want to upgrade to a point? And it's like, yeah, don't twist my arm. Stop it. It's hurting. Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much is it though? I
Average
didn't get the
fucking
price.
USA experience.
Price.
$7.60.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, cool. I mean, copper.
$7.06. Still expensive for, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Back in the day, that would only have been like a £1.50. Now it's like, wow, it's a lot of money.
Well, I still think it's expensive because when you do your own home brew, you're smashing out a pint for anywhere from 50 cents up to like $1.40.
There you go.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Beers
Cheap,
and
isn't it?
pints are
Doing
$12
it
and
yourself.
bottles are 10 from at my local pub, which isn't bad.
Ouch.
12 is a bit meh, but $10 a bottle is also a bit meh.
I remember blowing up years ago when the triple pack long necks first come out. They were like $8.50 or $9, somewhere around there, and they went up 50 cents. And I went to the bottle and went, "You're fucking joking, man.
What you
This
are
is
thinking that
bullshit."
I want so fucking badly.
Just 50
so
cents.
badly. I want
Now those
to get
same
my
triple
hands on
packs
some
are like
upgrades.
$24.
Yeah. I hate inflation.
It's not inflation. It's just
No, it's just fucking
tax.
dodgy cunt. Yeah.
Just greed.
Australia
Yeah,
tax. That's all it
pretty
is.
much. It's just Australian corporate greed. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Fucking. It's actually like 1984 over there.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it was. It was when I saw it last. Terrible what's going on over there.
It's real bad.
Yeah, that was a bad show. Definitely. I didn't think it would ever be like that.
Worse could be the UK.
Yeah.
This is coming from hey Jed. This is coming from someone who lives on an island off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You Kiwi fellas are our test ground. So everything we're getting now has already been done.
Oh yeah. Oh mate, it's actually like just so fucked over here, bro. Everything's just so fucked. It's so fucking dead everywhere. I need to get off this fucking stupid fucking piss small fucking island, bro. No, genuinely, like it's beautiful and all, but I hear like the whole world talking about how fucking amazing it is. It fucking sucks to fucking live here. Like, sure, it's pretty. Get over yourselves. Try fucking living here. You know, petrol's $5 a fucking liter. Get fucked. You know, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Prostitute ourselves to fill our fucking cars up. Jesus
Yeah.
fuck. And, you know, we don't have fucking trains anywhere. You know, it's all fucked.
Yeah. It's a shame you can't make your own. You know, that's what you need to do. Make your own fuel. Yeah, you got it. Biodiesel, bioethanol. That's what you want to start doing.
Yeah, genuinely. At this rate, it's absolute fucking bollocks.
Yeah.
And like, it's showing no signs of slowing either.
About 10 years ago, they tried. 10, maybe 12 years ago, they tried that in the UK, and certain people were successful, and then the government shut them down. So no, you can't do that here on this
The
island.
government here is efficient. Pissing away money, just wasting it on things like tourist stuff, like
of mass destruction,
like tourist, like
space budgets.
not even infrastructure, just tourist marketing. They're just spending it all on tourist marketing. The big issue is there's nothing for the tourists here to do other than sightsee. You know?
Well, yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
good
that's
if
a
you're
shame.
an avid outdoorsman.
Yeah,
But
I was just going to ask you,
other
what would
than
happen
that,
to you then?
You know,
Could you enjoy that outdoor life? You know, adventure. You know, hiking, canoeing, have
absolutely.
sailing.
You
Oh,
know,
well,
you
then that's
can
it then.
live completely off the land in New Zealand. It's beautiful.
That's exactly what I want. That's the kind of holidays I like. I'm not into all this running around sightseeing. I don't do that stuff. No,
Yeah,
I'm the
New
man
Zealand is
snorkeling and that. Yeah, fuck
so
all that.
self-sufficient
Yeah,
as an island. You could live off the land by yourself for ever without ever needing to go back into society. It's an
Yeah.
absolute just God-sent paradise when
you're not stuck in a city.
Yeah.
But as soon as you're stuck in a city, it becomes pretty fucking shit.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. You know, I'm not really into that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
just
pretty
want to be
rubbish.
away from cars and that in the bush. That's nice hiking. Yeah. When I'm finished, straight into the ocean. Take a nice dip, come out, feeling good. Yeah. Have a rest and then grab a sit on top kayak, life jackets, and then
Yep.
where we go again. Yeah, wicked.
Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds Kiwi as.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
like
what I like.
70% of the whole country is uninhabited, forested, fucking
Yeah,
protected land.
nice,
So we've
nice.
got just infinite roaming space, which is great. It genuinely is really amazing here. I'm really fucking lucky, but it's just as equally rubbish to live in. It's just
Yeah. So you're semi happy. It
yeah,
sounds like.
I suppose, yeah. I could be happy. I could be happy, but I'm not right now, at least in my current scenario in New Zealand. If I went bush, if I moved maybe to the South Island or somewhere way more rural and isolated, you know, I'd be happy. But right now, I live in the middle of the biggest city. I live 20 minutes from downtown.
Okay, I've got friends who live in the North Island of New Zealand, a place called Tikawiti.
Oh, fucking hell. Yep, been there.
Yeah, is that
That's where my
nice?
ex is from. No, no, it is not.
Oh,
It's basically
oh,
completely controlled by gangs. That's a bit of a misnomer, but it is one of those towns where the police officers are paid off by gangs.
yeah.
Um, it's it's a very quaint little town, and it's in a nice area, and I'll give it props.
Right.
But it's not a particularly affluent city,
Yeah, I've
or
got the
town.
images from 1988. That's when I first heard of Tikawiti, really. 1988, 90s,
Yeah, yeah,
early
I think
90s.
yeah, think early 90s. It's still got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah. Um, it's basically smack dab in one of the most gang controlled areas of New Zealand.
Right.
I like
That's
to
now,
call it
isn't
like
it? That's now, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
If we go back like 30 years ago, it wasn't like that, was it?
no, it was. It's always been like this.
Really?
Yeah, here it has.
Wow. What
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't realise
yep,
that.
yep. And like people live normal lives there, obviously, but it's obviously way more present in day-to-day life. You'll see the biker gangs going past. You'll see the gang funerals. You'll see gang violence pretty regularly. Um, in most of the smaller towns of New Zealand, there is a very heavy gang problem. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. New Zealand's got real bad gang wars.
Yeah, it's a shame, you know that, because there's nothing for them to do but kill each other. Stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They could be, making good shit out of themselves, but instead they're just all going in this fucking circle of violence. It's awful.
Shame.
Watch my country get flushed down the shitter over the past 10, 20 years. It's awful.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds it. Right, guys, I'm going to go and get something to eat. I'm peckish. Catch you guys later on. Well done there, Matrix, on that. Done a great job in keeping it flat. Yes.
Catch you, Jin.
Yeah,
I got
catch you
my
guys
pile up
later on again.
myself.
Thanks.
Peace out.
looking for reports of land in the sky. Anybody ever seen any land in the sky? Please feel free to submit that evidence of land in the sky. Amen, amen.
Apparently, there were reports of cities being seen over Japan and China. I don't know if that's land in the sky or holograms, though.
Wait, what? What's up, Jedi? I hope you're well, brother.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're keeping well. Just thought I'd add my comment in there. Yeah, you hear this stuff all the time, right? Project Bluebane and projections of things in the sky. Atmospheric refraction, they like to call it. But yeah, sometimes you can see cities in the sky, apparently.
Wait a minute, that's not the New Jerusalem that they're seeing, is it? Oh my!
That's what they'd like you to believe, yeah.
Hey, Jedi, I was just thinking about something. Does the spear have a corner? Asking for a friend.
No, spheres don't have corners. That's like a straight edge with an angle. No, you can't have straight edges with angles on spheres, dude.
Cool, just checking it. Appreciate that. In actuality, sphere wouldn't have an angle, would it?
Nope.
But yet we use angular observations measurements to work with the Earth that we're upon. Isn't that interesting?
It's a crazy, crazy world, mate. Yep.
Jedi, I just thought of a question. How many triangles can you fit inside of a circle?
Depends how big the circle is or how small the triangles are. I don't know.
Exactly. And that's the point, right? It's like if I take a whole set of triangles, I can probably do really well fitting them inside of a square, depending on the orientation of the triangle, or sorry, the types of triangles. Like equilateral triangles would work really well inside of a square because we know 4 equilateral triangles will equate to a square depending on your orientation of them. But then if you were to take equilateral triangles and try to work them into a sphere of any kind, you let me know how much excess you'll have left over, because I can assure you it's going to be quite a bit.
I'll just get a hammer and curve those edges. It'll be fine.
You sound like Wreck-It Ralph.
You guys take vaccines? I love vaccines. Everyone should be vaccinated, even your kids.
Made that nigga realize it. Fuck are you guys even talking about? Alright, this is not the way I wanted my first competitive play to go. Alright, we're getting cooked.